Back. Part 2. Let's get it. Told you I'll be back. And we are gonna start with... I just want to make sure that we're all in here. Brother. We are back on live, y'all. Back on live. Bet that up. Wait here for it. And well, I gotta go do something. I gotta use the restroom, so we'll be right back. Watch that after when we come back. While I be gone, y'all can watch this one. It's kind of what's going. It's kind of what's going on right now.
We are so far past the point of using security and information breach as a justification to delete these apps.
Be right back.
It's never stopped.
TikTok never be banned.
Is that agree with that?
But the argument. Stop celebrating.
Oh, wait, what? Be back. Left versus right.
Hi guys, I'm Naima.
Leftist.
My name is Adam. I'm a liberal.
My name is Noel, and I'm a conservative.
I'm Aldo, and I'm MAGA.
Welcome to
MAGA.
Roundtable discussion. Are you guys excited?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
MAGA.
Destroys families. More important, it destroys our greatest resource for our children. These are kids who, many of them, were fully functional and regressed because of some environmental exposure into autism when they're 2 years old. And these are kids who will...
They're all looking like... They're not trying to be rude, bro. Like, I think he just needs to retire.
They'll never write a poem. They'll never go out on a date. Many of them will never use a toilet unassisted. And we have to...
He needs to retire. I'm tired of... First of all, I'm tired of, like, governors being too old. This guy's just too old. Go play golf. Go drink. Bro, it's time for, like, young people to be in the office, bro. This guy's way too old.
We are doing this.
He looks like he's about to die getting that speech.
Is he confusing autism with cerebral palsy? Why can't autistic children play baseball? Is autism preventable? 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
There's absolutely zero research substantiating the idea that autism is
no.
caused by any sort of vaccine or any sort of...
Oh yeah, that's true. It's not caused by anything. Yeah.
All research, in fact, points to the idea that we've gotten better at detecting autism over the past 100 years.
I agree with
So you
that.
guys know, like, the correlation causation fallacy, right? A lot of people look at these charts and think that because autism is increased, it's directly due to medicine, when in fact, because of medicine, we've gotten better at detecting these things, and that's what... I see higher numbers.
Yeah, I'm not even like 100% sure that autism is caused by vaccines or something like that, but I think the idea that environmental factors can't have a significant impact on the development of a child after birth is questionable at best. I mean, we know that there are significant and important milestones in
This would be a MAGA supporter.
and that many factors, I think including environmental, can have an impact on that. I mean, do you think that environmental factors have
Absolutely, of course, but that's a way different question than can environmental factors directly lead to a child having autism and apparently not being able to pay taxes or use a toilet. We can first of all disagree that what RFK Jr. said there was not really accurate regarding autistic people.
I think it was accurate. When I grew up, my parents used to tell me that if somebody says something about you and it doesn't apply, then you have nothing I think to disregard it as an insult to the families that do have children with severe autism. I have people with autism in my family, and RFK was not talking about my family members. My family members are people that
really don't
can't pay
have
taxes.
Go to El Salvador.
Think that like
continues to be invested back.
Monetary can't just
Why does that for a while?
people the option to take the single dose vaccine. Don't you think that would increase the likelihood?
Still worth investigating things. I think it's okay to look into certain types of medicine, drugs.
He's the man who has met with Kilmar Abrego Garcia in El Salvador. He's the man who was mistakenly deported there by the Trump administration. The U.S. Supreme Court has called on the administration to facilitate his return, but so far El Salvador's president and the Trump administration have refused to send him back.
Should the U.S. bring back the wrongly deported migrant from El Salvador?
That's crazy.
3, 2, 1.
I think so.
I don't think he should be brought back because two judges had confirmed that he had connections to MS-13.
Never mind.
Personally, I think that MS-13 is abhorrent and morally apprehensible. They hurt children and women. They traffic, sex traffic women and children. Latin America, El Salvador was known as the murder capital of the world, one of the worst countries. Citizens of El Salvador couldn't even walk outside their homes without fearing for their lives. And the new president has completely allowed people to walk in freedom, to not be scared for their lives. So I think anyone in association with MS-13 should absolutely face repercussions of their actions.
Adam, can I take this one?
Can
Okay.
I take this one?
So firstly, I do just want to say that Kilmar was never indicted or accused of a single crime in both the U.S. and in El Salvador. He has no gang relation, and he actually, when he was originally detained in the U.S. for entering the country illegally, he was given asylum because he was a target of MS-13, and they did not send him back to El Salvador because he was a target of MS-13.
I thought you said he didn't commit any crimes.
Yeah, he entered the country illegally.
Okay, but he was never indicted of a crime.
Wait,
Hold on. But do you?
He entered the country illegally, but then was given asylum.
Wait, you think?
Entering the country, fleeing your country.
Wait, you
There's
think?
a whole line of people trying to come into the country,
And he was granted asylum.
You
He was
think?
granted
Dude,
asylum.
wait, your turn is crazy.
With
Fleeing his country.
Let me ask. Do you think if someone's here legally, they should still get due process and constitutional rights?
Absolutely, they should get due process.
Yeah.
Under federal immigration law, the process that he is entitled to is to be deported.
No,
But he wasn't deported.
There was a withholding order of removal in 2019 from a judge, and that withholding order of removal said he cannot be deported to one country in particular. That one country was El Salvador. Now, not only did the Trump administration come out and say it was an administrative error, right? They said that. But then the Supreme Court in a 9-0 ruling said that the U.S. has to facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia, not because they love MS-13. This is something I also want to get down. Do you guys think when I'm saying that Abrego deserves due process, do you think I'm defending MS-13, or do you think I'm defending the Constitution? Because your whole opening was like kind of like, do you think we were going to jump in and be like, wait a minute, no, MS-13
No,
is
I
okay.
don't think you guys think MS-13 is bad. I mean, good, sorry. But also, there were two judges that said he did have affiliations with the gang.
No. This was.
Even the MS-13 thing is irrelevant. And in that court order that you just cited, the Supreme Court, or later, did you read the entire thing?
I mean, the MS-13 thing is not irrelevant because the reason that the Trump administration is not bringing him back, even though they have admitted that it was an administrative error, is because they are saying that he has ties
And he's
to
not
MS-13.
MS-13.
When he was literally fleeing El Salvador because he was being persecuted by the
Again, crossing the border illegally is a crime under U.S. federal immigration law, and you are subject to deportation. In that Supreme Court ruling, in the Supreme Court ruling that you just read, later in it said, with due regard to the deference owed by the executive branch conducting foreign affairs, they can't do anything. So that basically says that the Supreme Court ruled that judges do not have any say over the executive branch's authorities over immigration law.
I feel like it's hard. In my honest, like way I believe, overpopulation, but how do I say this nicely? I feel like you do gotta wait your turn, but if like worse comes to worse, you know, like you gotta bully, then I guess that's fine, you know, but like still do what you gotta do to, how do I say it, go through the process of becoming a citizen. And then if you were to get deported, like how this happened, and then you end up in El Salvador in jail, that way you don't look, at least you were in the motion of getting processed to become a legal citizen, rather than just come here illegally and then not even trying to get like a visa or some type of like citizenship, you know? Cause
Racial
The
judges
second
are
part
part
of
of
that
the
branch.
branch.
just different ways of thinking, I guess, for some people. And then because like then you would just have an overpopulated society.
Racial judges are part of
in the United States, you know.
branch.
The Supreme Court
Immigration judges are part of the executive branch. So when the Supreme Court says that judges can't
The Supreme Court rules.
executive, that immigration judge from 2019 was a part of the executive branch. So your argument is completely moot.
So you're saying this judge is acting on behalf of the executive branch?
Immigration judges, are they part of the judiciary?
Yes.
Or part of the executive branch. So this is the executive branch saying that. And again, the Supreme Court, you want to like ignore the other 4 pages of that ruling that say you have to facilitate him. It says your rights do not disappear at the border. It says if the U.S. deports you, they still have jurisdiction where you are, especially if you're in CCOT.
It said that you had to facilitate, but they can't do anything to have to make the El Salvadorian government bring them back. So if they wanted to bring them back to America, the U.S. would have to facilitate it in that event. Now, if he got brought to the United States, the withholding order, which by the way it came out I think yesterday, that the withholding order in the last hearing said that he couldn't be deported to Guatemala for some reason. But let's pretend that the withholding order from El Salvador was real.
It is.
If the Supreme Court says, if you brought him back, he would be deported immediately because a withholding order and a deportation order are 2 separate things. So you would have to, yes, he would.
No. The Supreme Court said that his rights do not disappear at the border and that he should go through a trial just as anybody else would have been. Also, when you guys want to cite these hearings where he was found to be MS-13, these were bond trials where a disgraced former
She went. Talk to her.
that week said that he thinks Abrego Garcia is MS-13, and if that's enough evidence,
It wasn't just the cop.
if that's enough evidence to deport someone, I hope you never have a bond trial where someone makes some BS about
No,
it.
but it wasn't
The problem with saying that anybody who steps foot over the line that is America and Mexico or whatever the border is, that they get all of the rights that are entitled to American citizens under the Constitution
No, but you do get
is
due process.
ridiculous. And I think under your worldview, everybody is essentially an undocumented citizen in America. And I really have a hard time believing that you would apply these same principles to any other country. If I cross into Mexico tomorrow and they deported me immediately, would you say that Mexico should give me due process?
Wait, does Mexico have Article 5 of the Constitution which says that not citizens but persons? Do you know what Article 5 says?
So what you're saying is that everybody gets all the rights under the Constitution. We have to apply our Constitution to everybody of the world.
No.
Adam.
Just anybody that crosses over.
In the U.S., Article 5 of the Constitution specifically says that all persons in the United States have due process. Now, the framers put persons rather than citizens because it's not just citizens who deserve due process. All persons in the United States deserve due process. This has been upheld by multiple Supreme Court rulings. So what you're arguing for is creating a new class of people within America that have no due process whatsoever. What happens when you create a new class with no due process? You could justify putting anyone into that new class. What if I said that
Sure. I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. He's basically saying like, say you were to go to Mexico, right? You get deported. They have to give you a due process. They have the legal. You have the legal right to get due process with them, even if you're not a citizen, a Mexican citizen, because you're a person. And how do I say it? And he's saying basically, if they take that away, then they can just throw anybody in jail with just an accusation. You can say, hey, this person, this is so-and-so gang member, throw him in jail. Without due process, like
you were a gang member and I never gave you the chance to even defend yourself. Then, boom, we deport you, and then I'm debating some person next month, and they're like, oh, but Aldo was an MS-13 gang member. Like, you think that everybody should?
Yeah, right.
Obviously, that's a bad example, but you get where I'm going, right? If you remove due process from one person, you can remove
you can remove due process for everybody.
process from anybody.
I think it's a great question. Let's talk about due process.
Sure.
Over the last 4 years under the Biden administration, upward.
All right, y'all, we're back. No one. Let's watch some videos. Let's get some shit started.
I have.
The Clown Motel.
We are talking about the clown.
We're in chicken time. The unethical to make money. I'll finish this video.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Sadly, windshield chips can turn into windshield cracks. But at least you can go to safelight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. With flexible payment options, get it fixed now and pay later, only at safelight.com.
We are many, and we are capable of so many different things. Big things. It's time to give them a name. A new name that unites us. A name that proudly represents what we have been, what we will be, that gets to the heart of who we are. Excellent pioneers for moving big things to zero. Forever excellence. This is us, Everlands.
Where should I go?
Maybe the spa. We were just there.
I was just. Oh, it was pretty nice. I don't know. The engine room.
Engine room. I gotta get to the engine room. Thanks, guys.
Never been more nervous eating a chicken tender.
And with almost an hour and a half past, Logan triggered challenge 1.
It is time for challenge number 1 to start. And these guys have to find 3 very specific things around the ship. If they don't, they're going to be stranded on the outside of the deck for 30 minutes. And that's going to be huge for me. So fingers crossed, at least one of these guys.
Please for wondering, Logan.
One thing.
Crap. Well, they're just torn.
I'm pretty sure Jasmine and Aladdin are on the bottom floor here. That's Jasmine and Aladdin. That's one.
Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Take over a look into LA's deadliest car culture.
Welcome to Hood Politics. In this episode, I will be discussing takeovers, LA's deadly car culture. The facts of the case are as follows. LA has always loved car culture. From Sunday nights on Crenshaw.
Let's see.
Boulevard to cruising down Whittier Boulevard to
LA has always loved car culture. From Sunday nights on Crenshaw. I want to make sure y'all can hear my voice.
Street racing down Florence Avenue. There has always been a place for people to gather and enjoy the culture. But in more recent years, another genre has become popular, the takeover.
A dangerous street takeover in South LA last night.
Them takeovers be crazy.
Large crowd watched as several cars drifted, did donuts and lit fireworks in the middle of intersections.
Damn. Get back or get smacked.
Hundreds of people and street racers take over a Compton intersection. This was at Wilmington and Caldwell at around 2 this morning. It reportedly took sheriff's deputies more than half an hour to respond.
More street takeovers hit South LA streets overnight. This scene at midnight near Century and Figueroa. Several people blocked the intersection while drivers did donuts, and as you can see there, passengers even hanging out of the window. Not too safe.
That's
the group
crazy.
then moved to the corner of Hooper and Gage to continue their antics here.
More dangerous takeovers on the streets of South LA overnight. A series of sideshows drew nearly 500 spectators just before midnight. Vehicles were seen swinging around the crowd, at times getting alarmingly close to onlookers. Others launched fireworks, and at least one person was seen shooting flames into the air.
What?
LA County deputies arrived an hour later, but people blocked out authorities as cars continued with reckless stunts.
Takeovers occur when a large group of people shut down an intersection and use the area for burnouts, donuts, and street races. The events are coordinated through social media and draw anywhere from dozens to thousands of attendees. Takeovers exploded in popularity during the pandemic. The empty streets, in addition to people wanting to get out of the house and have some fun, created the perfect atmosphere for takeovers to thrive. Initially, the events would go off without a hitch. People would show up, hang out, and disperse after a few hours or whenever law enforcement arrived. But as time went on, takeovers became more and more dangerous. There have been multiple brawls, hit and runs, carjackings, robberies, and shootings at the takeovers, and police said anytime they broke one up, they would recover multiple guns, drugs, and stolen cars. Law enforcement has taken numerous measures to stop them, such as placing speed bumps in intersections, performing mass arrests, towing vehicles, and even using videos of the takeovers to track down participants. But that did little to stop the events, and in the summer of 2020, people got to witness how dangerous takeovers could be.
These are dangerous.
This game,
you can lose your life during a takeover.
You're not ready.
I'm from the Oakland area, nigga. I'm not lying. You drop a car, that's some real shit. You down to do some shit like that? You down to do
On Saturday,
real shit. You down to do some shit like that? You down to do
On Saturday, July 25th, 2020, there was a large takeover at the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Avenue in Hollywood. Hundreds of people flooded the area to watch the show. As cars did donuts in the intersection, a 33-year-old man named Ramon Monreal started tapping them with his hand as they spun by. A man named Daniel approached Ramon and told him to stop tapping the cars because it was dangerous to be that close. Ramon is
my God.
From the Bay Area, which is credited as the birthplace of takeovers, but there, they call them sideshows. He explained that in the Bay Area, tapping cars during sideshows is a sign of respect. The conversation grew heated, and Ramon lifted
over a tapping someone's car?
his shirt and showed a gun in his waistband. He then grabbed it and put a bullet in the chamber. Daniel's friend, Edward, was standing nearby and punched Ramon in the face. He fell to the ground and another person kicked him. They then attempted to grab the gun, but Ramon opened fire. The scene was in chaos.
What? I gotta see this.
And punched Ramon in the chamber. Daniel's friend.
No way.
Edward was standing nearby and punched Ramon in the chamber. Daniel's friend, Edward,
I wanna see this. The fact that he has this on footage is crazy.
standing nearby and put a bucket tapping cars, but there they call them sideshows. He explained that in the Bay Area, tapping cars during sideshows is a sign of
Yo, I gotta find this video. I'm determined. Damn.
respect. The conversation grew heated, and Ramon lifted his shirt and showed a gun in his waistband. He then grabbed it and put a bullet in the chamber. Daniel's friend
I'm determined, y'all. Fuck, I'm not gonna find it though. Fuck, man.
Edward was standing nearby and punched Ramon with a bullet in the chamber. Daniel's friend Edward was standing nearby, grabbed it, threw heat.
Bro, who has this video?
Are you a Roblox fanatic? Microsoft Rewards has a brand new way for you to earn.
Summer of 2020, people got to witness how dangerous.
Window, not too safe. The group then moved to the corner of Hooper and Gage to continue their
overnight, a series of sideshows swinging around and arrived an
turnouts during the pandemic created the perfect atmosphere for takeovers to thrive. Initially, the events will go off without a hit, never long. There have been multiple takeovers, drugs, and stolen and speed bumps and of the takeovers to track 20. People got to witness how dangerous takeovers could be. Events, and in the summer of 2020, people got to witness how dangerous takeovers could be.
You over here tell me that type of car? I'm from the Oakland area, nigga. I'm not even lying. You type of car, that's the real shit.
Still trying to find it.
You down to do some shit like that? You down to do?
Nope.
On Saturday, July 25th, 2020, there was a large takeover at the intersection of Hollywood Boulevard and Highland Avenue in Hollywood. Hundreds of people flooded the area to watch the show. As cars did donuts in the intersection, a 33-year-old man named Ramon Monreal started tapping them with his hand as they spun action. A 33-year-old man named Ramon Monreal started tapping them with his hand as they
Monterey. Oh, here we go. There we go. I got it, y'all. I got it. I got it. Let's get it. Nothing. Oh, right here. It was in Texas. Oh yeah. Here we go. Yep. There we go, y'all. Found it. Well, damn it. Oh, here we go. Damn, that fool got slumped. We just started shooting. Damn. soon as he just got up, he was getting up and he just started shooting. Damn, that's crazy. Damn. Got fucking nailed in the face. Yeah, I don't think they have a full video of that. I had to go like deep. Oh, here we go. It's the full video. Oh. Oh shit. Oh my god. Yo, that's crazy. That angle is crazy. Yo, that's wild. So you gotta be careful at those street races, yo. Whatever. I don't know if he got charged. Bro was 17. Oh, he was 36. Damn, he got charged. Let's see what happened. Sorry, y'all. I had to find that. That's wild to say that.
Spun by. A man named Daniel approached Ramon and told him to stop tapping the cars because it was dangerous to be that close. Ramon is from the Bay Area, which is credited as the birthplace of takeovers, but there, they call them sideshows. He explained that in the Bay Area, tapping cars during sideshows is a sign of respect. The conversation grew heated, and Ramon lifted his shirt and showed a gun in his waistband. He then grabbed it and put a bullet in the chamber. Daniel's friend, Edward, was standing nearby and punched Ramon in the face. He fell to the ground and another person kicked him. They then attempted to grab the gun, but Ramon opened fire. The scene was in chaos as people ran and ducked for cover. Ramon then ran to his car and fled the scene. 911 was called and police and paramedics made their way to the intersection. They found a 17-year-old young woman named Alejandra Estrada lying on the sidewalk. She had been hit in the head and was pronounced dead at the scene. She was an innocent bystander and was just enjoying the show when she was hit by a stray bullet. Edward was driven to the hospital by friends. He had been hit twice, once in his groin area and once in the thigh, but luckily he survived. Detectives arrived at the scene and began their investigation. While most attendees fled before they arrived, a few stayed behind to give their accounts of the incident and descriptions of the shooter. Investigators then learned that a video of the shooting had made its way to social media. It gave them a full scope of the events leading to the shooting and a shot of the suspect. A few hours later, at around 3:45 a.m., sheriff's deputies responded to a call in the city of Carson. As they arrived at the intersection of 223rd and Figueroa Street, they encountered Ramon. The call was unrelated to the shooting, but Ramon was taken into custody. Once sheriffs learned of the shooting, they contacted homicide detectives and told them they had the suspect in custody. Ramon was then handed over to detectives and formally charged with murder for the death of Alejandra Estrada and the attempted murder of Edward, as well as great bodily harm and gun enhancement charges. His bail was set at $5 million. He later pled not guilty. During the trial, the prosecutor called Ramon confrontational and reckless. She said he was the aggressor during the incident and it's completely his fault that Alejandra was killed. Ramon took the stand and testified that the shooting was committed in self-defense. He said at the time of the shooting, he and his fiancée were visiting California from Texas and went to Hollywood to have dinner. He parked his car near the intersection of Hollywood and Highland and took his gun because he always carries it with him. Ramon's carrying license was valid in Texas and Florida, but not in California. Ramon said as he and his fiancée walked the street, they stumbled across the takeover, and he tapped the cars as they spun by because they were getting too close to the curb. A few moments later, Daniel approached him and said, "Don't do that, it's not cool." He asked Daniel who he was, and Daniel replied that he was in charge. Edward then approached him and said, "You keep doing that, we'll fuck you up." Ramon said he apologized and told him that he meant no disrespect, but Daniel kept antagonizing him and threatened to kill him. So he pulled his
how scared he got when the gun got
from a concealed holster, pointed it towards the ground, and racked it. Ramon testified that he had served in the Coast Guard and was trained to de-escalate and take control of a situation by cocking a gun. He said the gun did get Daniel's attention and he began holstering it when someone hit him, causing him to black out for a few seconds, and when he came to, he was on the ground getting punched and kicked. He says someone reached for his gun, and according to his Coast Guard training, when someone tries to take your weapon, it's considered a gun grab and you're authorized to shoot. Ramon said he believed he fired the gun into the air, and afterwards, he fled the scene to get away from the guys that were attacking him. The prosecutor said Ramon's version of events made no sense and were just a poor attempt of escaping accountability. The video of the incident showed that he was the aggressor and reached for his gun, not because he was threatened, but because he was angry and felt disrespected. And even while holding the gun, he continued antagonizing Daniel, which is contrary to his story of pulling his gun to calm things. Ultimately, Ramon was found guilty of murder for the death of Alejandra Estrada and the attempted murder of Edward, as well as great bodily harm and gun enhancement charges. Ramon Monreal was sentenced to 32 years to life in prison. Many believe that Alejandra's murder will put an end to the takeovers, or at least slow them down, but they continue to get bigger and more destructive, with law enforcement calling them riots on wheels. Large crowds travel from intersection to intersection throughout the night while destroying property and looting businesses.
It's an unbelievable sight as a flash mob bursts into a 7-Eleven and start looting the store. One 7-Eleven clerk watches helplessly as the unruly mob pile into the store. Without a worry in the world, the brazen looters grab everything in sight. Cookies, candy, chips, just about every item of merchandise. LAPD says about 100 young people joined in the 1 a.m. chaos. They had been taking part in what's being called an illegal street takeover, where motorists had flooded the intersection to block off traffic. But this lawless bunch took it further and overtook the store.
A mob swarms the Arco gas station on Alondra and Central in Compton after a vandal break.
Steel Hunters isn't just another mech shooter. Every hunter has their very own playstyle. You want a tank? You want to grab...
breaks open a door. Then it's a free-for-all. You see some looters with their faces covered, others not even bothering concealing their identity as they ransack the store. They grab everything from booze to condoms, what some would consider essential items. This happened around 2:30 Sunday morning. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says thousands of dollars worth of merchandise was stolen. Deputies say the mob was part of a crowd that had gathered for a street takeover.
It was just before 4 a.m. as people were doing donuts in the intersection. Dozens of others decided to break into the AutoZone, smashing the glass on the door, and then with their bare hands ripping open a metal fence on the inside, smashing display cases, looting, vandalizing, getting away with anything they could carry. Many of the stolen items dropped as they ran away.
Security video showing a white Kia repeatedly slamming into the door of Ruben's Bakery in Compton. From inside, more security video, a mob of people looting the popular location. Investigators saying this all began with a street takeover outside the business.
Ruben's Bakery is a family-owned business serving Compton for 48 years.
No tienen control.
They're out of control, says one customer, referring to the street takeovers in Compton. The intersection in front of the bakery shows leftover traces of the fire. The takeover crowd began before breaking into the bakery.
Nowhere was safe from the takeovers. Streets, parking lots, industrial areas, and freeways were all fair game. Even LA's newly renovated $600 million 6th Street Bridge became a hotspot. With the takeovers came police. This led to some gangs banning them from their territory. In one video, a takeover was being held at the intersection of Normandy and Manchester Avenue in 8-Tray Gangster Crip territory. One of the members can be heard telling the crowd to leave, but they didn't move. He then fired a fully automatic gun into the air and cleared the crowd.
Oh shit.
In another video, a takeover was being held at the intersection of 63rd Street and Crenshaw Boulevard in Rolling 60 Crip territory. A member can be seen yelling at attendees, telling them to shut it down.
And they did.
Take this shit somewhere else. Roll the 60. I'm asking, I'm telling. Take this shit somewhere else. Please. Take this shit somewhere else, please. Hey, bring that shit in. Shut the shit up, bring it in. Come on now, right now. Hurry up. Y'all had a great time. I love it. Y'all had a great time. OG, you chilling, bro. Hey, y'all had a great time. All cameras down. All cameras down. Take it somewhere else, please.
We on that.
Y'all missed it on my spot.
Yeah, nah, we on that.
I made money.
It's all respect, cuz. It's all respect.
Alejandro's murder wasn't the first takeover-related death, and sadly, it wasn't the last.
They did it.
On the night of Saturday, November 13th, 2021, there was a takeover at the intersection of Pine Street and Bullis Road in Compton. Among the attendees was a 19-year-old man named Javier Menchaca and his friend, 22-year-old Juan Orozco. As the two sat in their SUV watching the event, someone approached them and opened fire multiple times. The crowd scattered and fled the scene. When police arrived, the SUV was the only vehicle still at the scene, and when they approached it, they discovered Javier and Juan's bodies inside. A $50,000 reward was offered for information leading to the killer's arrest, but Javier and Juan's murders remain unsolved. On the night of Sunday, June 12th, 2022, there was a takeover at the intersection of Stockwell Street and Wilmington Avenue in Compton. At around 11:40, a man named Trayshawn was driving home. He was traveling around 50 miles per hour and had a green light as he drove through the intersection. Moments later, a red Honda pulled out in front of him, causing a crash. Trayshawn was shaken up. He unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of his car, and saw a large group of people in the street. A man exited the driver's seat of the Honda and fled the scene. The body of an 18-year-old woman named Jennifer Flores was found inside the car, and the body of a 20-year-old woman named Michelle Gonzalez was found lying on the street. She had been hanging out the window of the Honda during the crash and was ejected from the vehicle. City officials and law enforcement said there wasn't a takeover at the time of the crash, but neighbors insist there was and say there's one nearly every weekend at the intersection. On the night of Sunday, August 14th, 2022, a 15-year-old young man named Joel Monetized was attending a takeover. Along with his friends and girlfriend, at the intersection of 135th Street and Avalon Boulevard. Just before midnight, gunfire erupted. Joshua was hit twice. The crowd scattered and fled the scene, including his friends and girlfriend. A nurse who lived nearby and 2 passersby went to Joshua's aid and applied pressure to his wounds. 911 was called, and police and paramedics took over 30 minutes to arrive. He was then transported to the hospital, where he underwent emergency surgery. As the night went on and Joshua still hadn't made it home, his grandmother called his phone and a police officer answered. He told her that Joshua had been shot and was in critical condition at the hospital. A few hours later, Joshua Montez was pronounced dead. On Christmas night, 2022, there was a takeover at the intersection of Crenshaw Boulevard and Florence Avenue. There were over
You're about to lose $40,000 for your car accident because you don't know this one trick. Check this.
over 100 people present. Among the attendees was a 24-year-old woman named Eliza Oaxaca. At around 9 p.m., a Chevy Camaro was doing donuts in the intersection.
No way she gets hit.
The driver lost control and crashed into a nearby tow truck that was providing blockage for the event. The Camaro then spun into a crowd of spectators.
Oh no.
24-year-old woman.
There's no way.
Named Eliza Oaxaca.
There's no way. That's crazy, y'all. Let me see that. I'm gonna be rude. But the fact that everything's on video now is crazy. Damn. Oh my god. Crazy. Let's see real quick. Oh my god, no way, y'all. I think she was still alive. What the fuck? She looks like she was moving. Why didn't they move the car? Nothing. No, they don't have it on here. Nothing. Damn, they don't not have nothing, yo. The fuck? What? Wow. Nothing, yo. Yeah. That's fine.
At around 9 p.m., a Chevy Camaro was doing donuts in the intersection when the driver lost control and crashed into a nearby tow truck that was providing blockage for the event. The Camaro then spun into a crowd of spectators. The driver exited the car and fled the scene. Eliza had been standing nearby during the crash and was hit by the Camaro. She was transported to the hospital where she was pronounced dead. Eliza was a nursing student and loved cars. She fell in love with car culture after seeing The Fast and the Furious and would always go to car meets and other events. Detectives arrived at the scene and began their investigation. They impounded the Camaro and tracked down the tow truck driver and impounded the truck. Surveillance video from a gas station at the intersection showed numerous people limping and being helped to their cars after the crash, but none of them reported the accident or made themselves known to detectives. A few days later, investigators announced a $50,000 reward for information leading to the Camaro driver's arrest, and the tips began pouring in. They then received the name of the suspect. He was a 28-year-old man named Dante Chappell Young. Detectives learned that he went on the run after the crash and tracked him through multiple cities in Southern California, then to Arizona, and finally to New Mexico. On January 13th, 2023, a task force arrested Dante just outside of Albuquerque and charged him with Eliza's murder.
Yeah, we knew.
On the night of February 19th, 2023, a 27-year-old man named Raymond Oliveras and his fiancée Maria threw a get-together at their newly purchased home in Compton. As the night winded down, the guests began leaving. Raymond and Maria walked some of their friends to their car. After doing so, they were walking back across Avalon Boulevard when the car came racing down the street and hit Raymond and Maria at 70 miles per hour. Raymond's legs were pinned under the car and he was dragged down the street. At the same time, another car was driving in the opposite direction and ran over the upper half of his body, splitting him in two.
There's no way.
After doing so, they were walking back across Avalon Boulevard when the car came racing down the street and hit Raymond and Maria through a get-together at their newly purchased home and finally to New Mexico. On January 13th, 2023, a task force arrested Dante just outside of Albuquerque and charged him with Eliza's murder. On the night of February 19th, 2023, a 27-year-old man named Raymond Oliveras
RP you, bro. Damn, dog. That sucks. The fuck, bro? What is going on with this Twitter shit? It's like Twitter doesn't know anybody. Jesus Lord. On TikTok. Never mind. Oh, you're real. Ain't no way, y'all. I'll show y'all, cause that's Jesus Lord. This happened so fast. Damn. Dude, you can see like, yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's wild. That's wild. You can literally see them all.
And his fiancée Maria threw a get-together at their newly purchased home in Compton. As the night winded down, the guests began leaving. Raymond and Maria walked some of their friends to their car. After doing so, they were walking back across Avalon Boulevard when the car came racing down the street and hit Raymond and Maria at 70 miles per hour. Raymond's legs were pinned under the car and he was dragged down the street. At the same time, another car was driving in the opposite direction and ran over the upper half of his body, splitting him in two. Maria was transported to the hospital, where she remained in a coma for weeks and required numerous surgeries on her arm, jaw, and legs. She now lives with chronic pain and PTSD. She stated, "Raymond was a great guy, very hardworking, very loyal, very determined, and I don't have him no more. He's not with me. I go to sleep and I'm like, it's just a dream, it's just a dream, and it's not." Raymond was a civil engineer and Maria is a school teacher. The two had been together since they were 14 years old and planned to get married that December and start a family.
14 years?
Police later arrested the driver.
They're 14 years old?
Planned to get married that December. School teacher. The two had been together since they were 14 years old and planned to get married that December and start a family. Police later arrested the driver, a 21-year-old man named Alan Herrera, and charged him with vehicular manslaughter. He had been arrested over a dozen times, and his mother had just bailed him out of jail 6 weeks prior to the accident. He was fleeing a nearby takeover that had been broken up by police when he hit the couple. Alan was sentenced to 5 years in prison.
Damn.
Raymond would have celebrated his 28th birthday a few months later on May 21st, but instead, his family hosted a memorial event where they shared memories of him and spoke about the dangers of street racing and takeovers.
This was really a bittersweet event in a lot of ways. Family and friends gathered together to share what they loved most about Raymond on what should have been a celebratory evening.
He is my whole life. Every day there was laughter, smiles, and fun. I miss him so much.
Maria Rivas Cruz should be planning her wedding to her high school sweetheart, Raymond Olivares. Tonight, they should also be celebrating his 28th birthday, but instead, family and friends are remembering his life.
We had so many plans, and he's not here anymore.
On the night of Friday, July 19th, 2024, there was a takeover at the intersection of 54th Street and Western Avenue. Among the attendees was a 15-year-old young man named Sergio Villa and his friend, another 15-year-old.
No.
Just after midnight, they were sitting in a car watching the show when 3 armed men approached them and demanded their jewelry, money, and other valuables. The men then ran to a black Honda. As they made their escape, one of the robbers aimed a gun at the teenagers and opened fire multiple times. Both were hit and driven to the hospital, where they were each listed in critical condition. A few hours later, Sergio Villa was pronounced dead. His friend went on to recover. In 2024, a joint task force arrested a 20-year-old man named Eric Quintana. Eric ran an Instagram page called Private Meets and had over 60,000 followers. Investigators believe he used the platform to blast out the locations of 16 takeovers And at those events, there was violence, smash and grabs, robberies, and vehicle thefts.
Dang.
It's also alleged that he promoted the takeover on Crenshaw and Florence, where Eliza was killed. Eric was charged with 16 counts of conspiracy. Sergeant Arnold Castellanos of the LAPD Street Racing Task Force said this type of prosecution is the first of its kind and a necessary step. He stated, "Street takeovers have evolved into so much more than just doing donuts. Over time, car clubs have formed. These car clubs compete against each other to see who has the better drivers and can bully other drivers out of the pit. This has escalated tensions and has resulted in the car clubs acting like gangs." LA County District Attorney Nathan Hawkman said, "The charges against Eric are just the beginning of a broader effort to rein in street racers." Hawkman said that the takeovers attract large and unruly crowds, which commit secondary crimes in the areas where they take place. He stated, "People like Quintania are the ones bringing together the street racers and spectators. They are as responsible and accountable for the crimes being committed as all the other participants in the conspiracy." Eric pled not guilty in early June of 2025 and is due back in court in July. Each count carries a minimum of 16 months in prison, and if convicted, he faces a minimum of 10 years. In September of 2024, California Governor Gavin Newsom signed legislation to impose stricter penalties and strengthen law enforcement's ability to combat takeovers. The new laws allow for suspension of participant licenses for at least 90 days and up to 6 months, as well as the impoundment of participants and spectator vehicles for an extended amount of time, in addition to possible jail time and fines. Newsom stated, "Takeovers are reckless, criminal activities that endanger our communities. We have seen too many people killed or hurt at these events. Today..."
Hello.
Tonight at 11 o'clock with new information about the accused killer of two brothers found dead in a burnt-out vehicle in Indio last week. Now, last night we spoke with family members of the victims and their devastating loss. Tonight, News Channel 3's Marion Bouchot is live here in studio with more on the case and how authorities have released new details on how the brothers died. Marion.
Good evening, Karen. A mother over in Indio is mourning the death of her two sons, and in just a couple days, Indio Police Department says they found who they say is responsible. Luis Alonso Armenta of the city of Indio is behind bars on 2 counts of murder and 1 count of arson. Indio Police Department says testimonies and evidence point to him as the main suspect in the death of 2 young people.
The investigation continued and throughout the weekend, and we had received information
that would lead us to people that would be of interest.
The family of the victims have identified them as two brothers, 21-year-old Abelardo and 18-year-old Cesar Zuniga. According to documents from the district attorney's office, both died from gunshot wounds and then put in a car that was set on fire.
Something that developed between them that unfortunately that they cost them their lives.
Wednesday, we reported that Indio PD had no suspects arrested. But Thursday, we learned that Armenta was arrested and booked in jail on Sunday. Indio police say they were waiting on some details before filing official charges with the district attorney's office.
Both victims were in a vehicle fire, so we need to determine what state, what was the final cause, and unfortunately we have to work with the coroner's office and we have to wait.
Authorities were alerted about the burned car on Powerline Road, west of Dillon Road, the morning of December 2nd. Now, the family of the two brothers is left with so many questions.
It's just hard. We're still waiting for that knock on the door to say, hey, this was all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't in communication, but we're here. But we just know that that's not going to happen.
Pleading for justice to be served.
We're also asking everybody that if you know any information to come forward. It's hard to make sense of something so senseless, but this is going to take a community.
And Armenta was arraigned yesterday and pleaded not guilty. His next court date is on December 16th. Live in studio, Marian Bouchot.
Yo, we're back with another video. Alright, but in all seriousness, I got a story time for y'all. Get your popcorn, get whatever you need to get relaxed. I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys a story. As you can see by the title, How I Knew a Murderer. Well, let's take you guys back to, let's go to 2019. Back to 2019. So, it's basically the time of protest when Donald Trump got impeached. Things like that. So, we're in 2019. 2019 is the year I graduated high school. I was going to Shadow Hills. I'm going to put everything in the video so you guys can see what school I went to, you know, my year I graduated, how it looks and everything, so you guys kind of get an idea of what school I went to. It's not bad and where I'm from. But anyways, let's go to 2019. So 2019, I meet this guy. I don't know if I'm gonna say his name. Why not? Because you guys, I'm gonna put all our girls. His name was Luis. Luis. His name was Luis. I'm the type of guy that I meet everybody and I kind of get along with everybody. I don't really ever not get along with anybody. It's kind of hard for me not to. Not saying that I'm like the greatest person ever, but you know, I'm a chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. But anyways, I got to know Luis from my friends because my friends knew him, and they kind of introduced me to him because I think we had PE together, and we kind of just always talked. It was never nothing like crazy. We talked about girls, you know, typical guy stuff. Talked about girls, talked about sports, talked about just stupid stuff. Okay. He was a cool guy, honestly. He was really chill. When anytime he was around me, he was cool. I've never had a problem. I remember one time he even what's it called? One time we were in class, like going to school, and I didn't bring a sweater because it was cold. I forgot to. I don't know why, but it was cold. I forgot to bring a sweater, and he had asked me. He was like, "You want my sweater?" And he literally took it off his back and gave it to me. I don't know why. He just said that he didn't want it no more, or something like that. So I was like, it kind of always stuck by me as the type of person he was. Like, he was cool, I guess. I'm not saying like what he did is right, because I'm explaining I'm gonna explain everything. But I'm just showing you from my perspective, from my point of view, because how do I say this? You know, you don't really. People always say that you're gonna run across a couple murderers, rapists, you know, people like that, and you're never really gonna know. And this is one of those situations where I did, and I actually even knew him, which is crazy to me. I just didn't think this would happen or this would occur. Alright, so he gave me a sweater. We know each other, and there was even a situation where there was one time we're in the bathroom, and I'm not gonna lie, I was like a little vape head. I'm still a vape head. Don't get me wrong. But what's it called? I would vape in the restroom as anybody would, and the person that he's accused of, I guess you want to say, of the incident of murdering, they were there. He's the one that introduced me to them. His name was what's his name? Junior. I think it was Junior. I'm not sure, but I think it was JR. They would call him JR or something like that, Junior. And what's it called? Yeah, he's the one that introduced me to him. We were in the restroom. We were just smoking. The kid he was like not a kid, but he was like a grade lower than me. He was like a junior, so he was the age of smoking. So don't get me wrong. And he had asked me, and I was like, yeah, why not? I'm not gonna say no. I'm not mean. And he was cool, cool guy. He was funny. He was chill. I honestly, and then they would even call each other like cousins. He would be like, oh, that's my primo, or like, that's my cousin, and stuff like that. We know each other for like a while. He knows my family and stuff like that, which is crazy to me. So what ends up transpiring? All right. So so after high school, just mind you, I just wanted to put that in your guys' heads because what's gonna happen, what transpires. So after high school, I don't ever really talk to him because I never really, how do I say it? I never reached out to anybody outside of high school, like only my friend group, I guess. But I wouldn't even talk to them here and there just because, like, I just was doing my own thing, I just started doing my own thing. I started kind of like realizing certain things and stuff like that, and kind of like started to figure out who I am as a person. But anyways, yeah, so after high school, I remember he texted me like at, I want to say like at 12 at night, 1 in the morning, and he texted me and he was like, hey, he's like, I seen you just got a car. He's like, come pick me up and let's hang out. And it was like 1 or 12 in the morning. I'm like, me, I'm the type of guy that thinks everything is a setup, whether like it isn't or not. Like, I'm always thinking like you're setting me up, or something's gonna go down, or like you're trying to kill me. Like, I don't know why my mind always just thinks like someone's trying to set me up. I don't know. That's the type of person I am. That's the type of person that's how I always grew up. But I always just had to have like a third eye, just in case. But I was like, oh no, I'm good, bro. I'm straight. I was like, I'm good. I appreciate you. Straight. Thank you though. I was like, he wanted to go kick it and chill and smoke. He was gonna pay for my gas, pay for the smoke, and I was like, nah, I'm straight. I'm good. I'm gonna just go to bed. It's too late. And then probably like 3 days later, this news article comes up. I'm gonna put it right here. And then the story comes up.
Luis Alonso Armenta of the city of Indio is behind bars on 2 counts of murder and 1 count of arson. Indio Police Department says testimonies and evidence point to him as the main suspect in the death of 2 young people.
Tonight at 11 o'clock with new information about the accused killer of 2 brothers found dead in a burnt-out vehicle in Indio last week.
Good evening, Karen. A mother over in Indio is mourning the death of her 2 sons, and in just a couple days, Indio Police Department says they found who they say is responsible.
Continued and throughout the weekend, and we had received information that would lead us to people that would be of interest.
The family of the victims have identified them as 2 brothers, 21-year-old Abelardo and 18-year-old Cesar Zuniga. According to documents from the district attorney's office, both died from gunshot wounds and then put in a car that was set on fire.
Something that developed between them that unfortunately that they cost them their lives.
Wednesday, we reported that Indio PD had no suspects arrested. But Thursday, we learned that Armenta was arrested and booked in jail on Sunday. Indio police say they were waiting on some details before filing official charges with the district attorney's office.
Both victims were in a vehicle fire, so we need to determine what state, what was the final cause, and unfortunately we have to work with the coroner's office, and we have to wait.
Authorities were alerted about the burned car on Powerline Road, west of Dillon Road, the morning of December.
And then I'm like, what the fuck? And all this whole shit comes up of him being accused of a double murder, him shooting 2 people in the back of the head and lighting the car on fire, and then dipping to Mexico, which is crazy to me. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I was like, what? What? I was like, like, what the fuck? I'll put all the stories, all articles right here. I remember this is all accusations. This isn't proving yet, just in case, you know. I don't want to get sued for defamation, nothing like that. I'm just saying the story of which I lived through, so you guys know, you know. In no way am I condoning what he did. No way am I trying to make a story to make him show like he's a good person. No, I'm just showing you guys what the story is, cause not a lot of how do I say it, YouTube videos have came out like this. So I just want to give you guys story time, and it's my story time. So yeah, and then the article comes out. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I hit up my friends, the people who knew him, or people that kind of knew him. They're like, yeah, the reason he turned himself in was because supposedly he didn't do it. So I don't know. I have no idea. Remember, his accusations still, even though he has been arrested and he's going through the processes. You know, I just don't want to get sued, which is why I'm saying that. All right. No way am I condoning what he did. Again. But alright. And yeah, I was like, what the fuck? And stuff like that. And then the homie was like, yeah, bro, that's crazy. They're friends and stuff like that. And I was like, what? What? And it just came as a shock to me because you never really think like you're ever gonna know somebody as a murderer. Like, what the fuck? I worked with I've probably known 2 murderers in my life. I've probably known more, because you never know. But the 2 that I really just know, like a case through case basis, you know. But this one I do know, and which is crazy to me. And he's still in jail. Put his thing right here. I won't put his full thing, but you know, I'll put his thing. And it's crazy. It all transpired after high school, literally right after, during the summer after high school. Like, this all transpired, and I was like, what the fuck? Bro, I'm not saying that could have been me, because God willingly, but like, just the fact that he texted me like a couple of days before saying to hang out and stuff like that, I don't know. And I'm thankful that I have like a third instinct and always a third eye to keep always thinking like someone's setting me up, this is not gonna work, like, you know, I'm always prepared for the worst, in a sense. But yeah, that's kind of the story time I have right now, because the case is still ongoing. I will kind of explain the case a little bit of what I have right now, and yeah, I'm going to show you guys right now what's going on so far. 2 young brothers from Coachella. Umberto Sanguari, age 21, born July 7th, 2001. Cesar Sanguari, age 18, born February 28th, 2004, were killed in a double homicide according to their aunt, Erica Ramirez. Here's a little something what they said on their GoFundMe. They did everything together. They went to school together growing up. They hung out together. They went to the store together. They ate together. They were always around each other. And it was rare to see one and not the other. They had a very strong bond as brothers. Ramirez said, we all saw since they were little. They were truly best friends. The brothers were born and raised in Coachella Valley and attended the Coachella Valley High School. According to Ramirez, they survived by their parents and younger sister, Alberto's 2-year-old son. They were so young, it's upsetting that their life was cut short. We wish they were still here, Ramirez said, but we were proud of the mark they left behind. Something a little what they said up there on their GoFundMe. So there's not much really else on their upbringing, but I didn't really know him personally like CJ. I just do know that CJ was like, he was proud of his Mexican roots. He really loved what's it called, Spanish music, and CJ did go to my high school, which was in Indio. I do remember that. Like in Indio, yeah, in the Indio area. So that's how I kind of knew him. I didn't know his brother, so I.
What up, babe?
Yo, we are back with another video. I know we're on another channel, but we got banned on our other channel, but grind never fucking stops. So we're gonna post on this channel. This will be called our other channel, and I'll put it on our bio. Oh, go ahead and like, comment, subscribe. You guys already know we're on a grind to 100K. It doesn't matter which one you're gonna subscribe to, because they're both gonna be to me. So both of these channels will coincide to me, and I'll kind of make them a little bit different in sense. Kind of do my main channel like for main things I want to do, and then this channel for like playthroughs and just random shit. And I'll probably just leave like 1 hour reactions and just me reacting to a bunch of different videos, so you guys can have that, and so it'll just be called random reactions. But yeah. But anyways, today we got Baker Mayfield goes undercover as Gus Swanson, the Undercover's full episode Prime Video. I haven't checked if I can post this, but I hope I can. Shout out to Prime Video. Not Prime like the energy drink, but Prime, Amazon Prime. But yeah, so we're on a grind 100K, so go ahead and like, comment, subscribe. Let's get it. Give it a second, y'all. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, funny. And let's get it. Tampa.
What if I told you one of these Tampa Bay Buccaneers superfans is actually quarterback Baker Mayfield in disguise?
Oh, what the hell? This does not even look like him.
Because I've selected him to go undercover to look at himself and his sport through the eyes of a fan.
I heard Baker's going to get to call some of his own plays this year.
I hope he can handle that.
He's going to rub elbows.
Gus Swayze, nice to meet you.
Break rules.
No way.
Let's try not to touch anything.
I wonder if the players know.
Ready to throw the football over here.
There's always one. And limp his way.
There's always the one.
Let's try not to touch anything.
He's ready to throw the football over here.
There's always one. And limp his way.
No more cartilage in there.
Into the history books.
I should have gone pro when I had the chance.
They're like, holy shit.
What the hell is that? This is The Undercovers.
We had a cheater in the group. Oh my God! We all had no idea.
The legend of Gus Swayze.
No way.
Gusty's time to shine.
I don't even know that that's him.
You got this. Come on, you can do this. Hi, I'm Eli Manning, prank enthusiast, two-time Super Bowl champ, and world-class younger brother. Some would even say elite. Eli sits on desk. An old football proverb says, in order to truly understand someone, you have to walk a mile in their cleats. For NFL quarterback Baker Mayfield, they're a pair of off-brand Crocs in sport mode. Because today he's going undercover as a Tampa Bay Buccaneers superfan. If you've ever seen Baker play, you know he's one of the top quarterbacks in the league. Sharp, athletic, passionate. But it's been a while since he experienced the game as a fan. So he's going to go undercover on a special all-access tour of the Bucs training facility specifically for season ticket holders.
Hey.
However, he won't get the true fan experience if he goes as himself. Cut the footage.
No way.
My name's Baker Mayfield. Play football for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
W.
Baker Mayfield is our starting quarterback. He is someone that we brought in last year on a one-year deal. Had a great season, led us to the playoffs. Today, we're bringing Baker undercover, and we're going to try and see if we can fool a few of our most passionate fans.
Buccaneers fans are really special. You know, I walk around this building pretty much every day, and so getting to see it from a fan's perspective, getting to hear how cool they think this is when they get the full tour, for me, that's pretty special. At the end, I hope they have a great story to tell for a long time.
That's cool.
Shaving the beard will help. Nose, and then eyebrows as well. I think those are three.
Wait, what?
Pretty standout features that I have, so work on covering those up.
I'm a little dubious of whether or not he can pull it off, to be honest with you. I
think he can pull it off.
No doubts that he will give it an honest try. I just feel like he is a very unique individual in terms of his look, his stature, even the way he speaks.
Nelson, word on the streets, you've been talking shit saying I'm not going to be able to pull it off.
I have my doubts, man. I have my doubts. You know what, though, man? You've proven us wrong before, so let's do it.
I appreciate it.
It's good to hear you didn't believe in me.
Was the name that he gave me true?
Gus Swayze? Good to hear you didn't believe in me.
Was the name that he gave me true?
Gus Swayze?
Gus Swayze.
Gus Swayze.
It doesn't surprise me that Baker would pick a name that's sort of out there.
That is Gus Swanson. I guess it's Gus Swanson from Family Guy. I guess it's Gus Swayze.
Gus, he's a super Florida fan. Might be a little out of touch with modern day styles. You know, he tries to fish anywhere he can. Now he'll wrestle with a couple gators, but he'll stay his distance. You know, he's not too smart, but he ain't stupid. You know what I mean? And Gus is just trying to do the best he can to still be around Gus Jr. and push him to be real great, just like I would have been before. Unfortunately, my knee gave out. But yeah, it's just
Gus Swayze.
Live it one day at a time. Catch and fish and live it. Gus loves a good sale. So for Gus, anything J.C. Penney, Kohl's, hell, you can even get some good quality.
Kohl's.
Walmart nowadays. That's
right.
That's like the cargo style. I think the pants with a brace over the knee. Crocs might even be a good look.
Oh, yeah, we have some.
Keep those puppies
Crocs
nice and breezy. I like the look of this like being 30 years old.
So that with like some cargos and like maybe some boots or the Crocs.
I really like that. All right, let's get started. Let's turn into Gus right now. Let's go.
In order to blend in, he needs a disguise. Luckily, Baker's got the help of talented Hollywood makeup artists. They'll be able to make him virtually unrecognizable.
It's going to be extremely fun to be a super fan today, going deep undercover, so I'm going to go all in.
No way.
Have some fun, try and trick some people. That's good shit right there.
Holy shit, he looks so different.
Here. Could work. Gus Swayze, ready for business.
With that, Baker Mayfield disappears.
From this point forward, I am no longer Baker Mayfield.
He's Gus Swayze.
I will now be referred to as Gus Swayze. Let's have a good time, y'all.
Whoop.
As a boy in Texas, they said he could throw a pigskin 2 quarter miles. But after some bad breaks and a bad knee, Gus never got his chance. Well, today he's in an NFL training facility. And while Gus hasn't had a meniscus since the Bush administration, maybe he's still got
the Bush administration.
Take him to school, Gus.
Come on, Gus Bradley. Gus Swayze.
Oh my.
How you doing?
You look amazing.
It's hard to talk with this fake mustache, man.
I don't even know who Gus Bradley is.
I thought that was a real mustache. I didn't know it was fake.
I look like a Gus Swayze.
You look like a Gus for sure.
You got any advice for me?
Yeah, I think just try to stay in character all day. Once I've got the wig on, and I just like, this is how I'm talking, whether I'm on the phone to my wife or talking with some random person on the field. Stay in character, have fun with it. Just say random stuff that doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
We're gonna have a little
say random stuff
test here early on with some of the staff members, so we'll see how good it goes.
Perfect. From now on, you are Gus.
Gus Swayze.
Just enjoy
in the building.
Live it. Love it.
I am all that is Gus. All right. Appreciate it.
All right, brother.
See you.
Good.
Live it, love it. Yep. Think it. I don't know.
How you doing? Hey there, pretty mama.
Hey there, pretty mama.
You know we're raising our son GJ to be a pro.
TJ?
Gus Jr.
Gus Jr.
I cannot deal with this.
When I come home tonight, I'm gonna look like this.
Oh my
No
God.
way.
Do you sideburns?
Oh yeah.
Ew.
That's right.
Look at the nose.
Oh my gosh.
All right, I gotta go finish getting ready.
Okay, love you.
Love you, bye.
Baker's co-workers are the perfect test subjects for his new look. If he can fool them, he can fool anyone.
Good.
So this is a
My battery is running low, so I might have to go. So
nice to meet you.
I'm worried about this stream for a little bit, y'all.
Going on today because
As y'all know,
I feel like he knows.
you guys are
it's
on
like 4 hours, and I don't know if I'm gonna be able to walk the whole time. What'd you do to your knee? Well, back in the day, I got it rolled up on. Yeah. But I'm just trying to see around because my son, he's about 9, so I'm trying to push him to the next level, and I'm looking at like the rehab stuff for him just to make sure
It does look like Honor Mangio.
he takes the next jump. Sure, you know. Yeah.
Like every star athlete, Baker has some doubters. Unfortunately, his are coming from inside the house.
When did you put 2 and 2 together?
About 5 seconds after you started talking to me.
Fuck me.
bench out.
You want me to pull this thing out? Normally, more of a pusher.
What the fuck?
I knew it was him as soon as he came up to me.
How obvious was it?
I mean, didn't you see me try to hide my face?
Yes, like immediately when he saw me. It's got to be something with the eyes.
It probably is the eyes, actually.
Are you boys?
His nose.
Oh, you guys look stronger than a dump truck.
They know. They know.
Gus Swayze, nice to meet you. Luke Kennedy, nice to meet you. Doing all right? That's new. That's new ink, ain't it?
They know. They know.
Jeremiah 29:11.
Something like that.
Luke did not know. Tristan knew.
I didn't know right away. I saw it here. I was like, the switch. I saw the light bulb go on. Yeah, I was like,
Okay, all right. That's a good sign.
Dude, you have a fake nose on?
Yeah.
Can I touch your nose or will it mess it up? Oh yeah, you got a nice beak on there.
That's good.
That is crazy.
It was not.
Yeah, that's really good. They know.
To meet you.
Those offensive linemen, I believe, or defensive end.
Nice. It's you, Gus Swayze. Pleasure.
Yeah, pleasure's all mine.
It took about 5 seconds to get recognized. Luckily, like a good QB, he knows how to call an audible. So the makeup team gets to work tweaking his character, just as fans are arriving.
We are passionate about our team.
Ready to kick everyone's ass in this league?
It's on now. I think we're going to do something big this year.
My turn?
Sir.
Let's see if they're really, really fans.
I appreciate you.
Now Baker's ready to go. The Buccaneers staff has been told that this is part of a documentary about fans. No one on the tour, including the tour guides, will know it's Baker.
Oh boy, I don't know. I think a lot of things could go wrong. Probably with Baker, the problem is going to be just reining him in a little bit so that he's not too obvious, too over the top.
We're so excited to have you guys down here for a tour of our Advent Health Training Center. Give it up for yourselves.
No way, no way.
Awesome.
I think I could go wrong if I get a little too excited, start talking too fast, not focus on the accent. It's going to be tough to stay in character that long, but we'll see how I do.
What is this then? You know what this is?
NFC Championship trophy.
Oh, that's pretty.
Welcome. Have a seat.
Anywhere on this side?
They just fucking ignored him.
Energy's still going high over here, so that's what we love.
Whoa, this thing leaned way back.
Well, welcome to the auditorium.
As you can see, we have, quick question. What do we got?
Do they have like assigned seats in here?
No, I don't believe they do have
curious
assigned
where
seats.
Mike Evans will sit.
Yeah.
He could have been sitting right there.
He could be sitting
You're
right
telling me
there.
he'd sit right here?
Yep.
Yeah, the
Tom Brady
players
could have been sitting there,
Man.
Baker there.
Wow.
They're a little bit larger than your normal
Wow.
seats. As you can tell, we have some large human beings on our team, and they need to be able to support that weight, and these seats actually support 500 pounds.
Damn.
And does anyone know by chance who the heaviest player on our team is?
Vita Vea.
Vita Vea, yes. Does anybody have a weight?
Yeah, how much does he weigh?
360.
Close?
355.
Closer?
So we have 347, but it seems like
347.
it's been slimming down a little bit heading into the season. So it's summertime, so we all got to look good a little bit.
Is that screen 1080p? I mean, that looks real
1080p.
clear.
I don't know what the resolution is, but it's very clear.
Could we come back later and watch Super Bowl 55 highlights? Yes.
I'll have to check.
Super Bowl 55 highlights.
We'll
My
check.
boss, but I don't see why not.
That or Minions. I'll take one of the two.
Oh, I got a question. You think we can do like
That or Minions. What are you talking about?
Baker Mayfield when he was playing for the Browns? He did like it was his house. Maybe he can do a series here.
Yes, I love
Like his
those
house.
commercials.
Like
Those
I
are
think
funny.
he should do our house, which is his house now, hopefully forever.
Tell you what, though, I wish he'd just focus on football.
Run that way. Well,
Focus on football.
yeah, but you know what? It's all about the community, and I like that he did that. I disagree.
All super fans are dedicated. It comes with the territory.
That's cool.
But some are a little extra dedicated.
Over dedicated.
Sports Illustrated, first time they were ever on the front was Steve Spurrier. Said August 23rd, 1976.
Oh yeah, he's for sure dedicated. He's like, hey, I remember the first time they went on the field in 1961. Joe Norman was our quarterback. God damn it. I also remember the first time that I went to the field. It was the first time they ever stepped on the Bronco Stadium in 1961. You know who wants to play? You want to know who wants to play? Joe Namath. I was just like, what? Bro, he's a Super fan. Bro knows way more knowledge than anybody. I could tell. About Tampa, though. Just about Tampa. I don't know about it. Maybe the NFL, too. He seems like he would.
I'm aboard. The next day I was born.
I get
said August 23rd, 1970. Sports Illustrated, first time they were ever on the front was Steve Spurrier. Said August 23rd, 1976. The Bucks come aboard. The next day I was born.
I get fun facts every day over here.
There it is. I'm literally right over there by the center. We're gonna
see what I'm saying.
Give this team and all these fans another trophy this year. Hey, we got.
Hey, respect though. Respect.
We were 2 plays away, dude. We have the story. We got the Baker Mayfield story. We got the Mike Evans coming back. We got the.
We brought the pieces back now.
We got quality at every position.
Oh yeah. What is this? The mailroom?
Yeah.
Hey,
I got.
Look at that ball. That's signed from Baker.
We're not allowed to touch, and he did. He signed it.
This guy said we're not allowed to touch. Don't touch.
That's so cool, man.
I got to get Baker to sign my helmet.
Yeah, you
I'm
should.
gonna leave it here earlier. Here, guys. Put it in his mailbox.
Yeah.
Oh.
The fact that he's standing right next to Baker.
This is so nice.
Well, welcome to the weight room. This is one of the largest in the NFL. It's 15,000 square feet.
How much weight's in this room?
A lot.
Yeah. Bench, squat, little clean sets, dumbbells.
I don't have like a.
The dude keeps looking at him like. The dude right here. He keeps looking at him like, hey, he kind of looks familiar.
Yeah.
This guy right here. This guy right here. I feel like he knows. He keeps looking at him and he's like this. I feel like he looks like Baker a little bit. You know, that could be Baker.
Squat.
Yeah, look at him. He knows. He knows. He's not gonna kill it though. He's not gonna kill it. He knows.
Number how much weight? That'd be cool.
Because he's asking so many stupid questions.
Oh, the calculated measurement.
Look at him too. I think he knows too.
Like a total, like you put it all together.
Awesome, guys. Any other questions before we head off to our next spot?
Awesome. Any other questions?
Good.
During the season, what goes on the TVs?
Oh, it's football.
I bet they finally put the minions on those TVs. Oh, it's just stiff every once in a while. Standing, sitting, starting, walking. Wish you would have.
This guy.
Stop by the training room. It's that bone on bone now.
That's never good.
You want some rehab in here? I was about to say, if they got coaches in here, I might need a little rehab. Oh, I just need a little break.
I'll carry you, buddy. I'm a fireman.
Oh, I appreciate it. A little break goes a long way. No more cartilage in there. That's my own dang fault, though.
Should have fell, pretended no one to see what they would have done. That should have been funny.
Waited too long.
Let's just find the nurse and see if she'll give you a cortisone shot.
Yeah.
Deaden the pain. Keep it going.
Because it doesn't feel the same as it once did. I think it's just general wear and tear at this point. Is there like a standard size helmet? Like if I had long hair and I'm trying one on, like is it going to be different? Like did they take extra pads out or is it just regulation size?
You know, that's a great question. I'm not too sure. Probably
We should ask Garner Minshew.
a little bit less air for the comfort of the hair. Sometimes players, you see them with their long hairs, going down, or they put.
I ain't cutting my hair. I'm not doing that. I can't do that. I ain't gonna cut my hair for no helmet.
I do have a question. Front row. If they hand you the football, then they don't have to pay for it, right? But if they throw it, they have to pay for it. Is that any truth to that at all?
I believe it's a 2.
Wait, what?
They don't have to pay for it, right? But I do have a question. Front row. If they hand you the football, then they don't have to pay for it, right? But if they throw it, they have to pay for it. Is that?
That's crazy. So if they throw it to you, you gotta pay for it. But if they hand it to you, you don't gotta pay for it. Man, if that's true, that's fucked up.
Any truth to that at all?
I believe it's a $250 fine.
$250
to throw it into the crowd.
All right.
Even just a nice toss?
No. If it goes into the crowd, it's $250. While most fans are asking questions,
That's crazy. Oh, for the player though.
one in
I don't know if it's for the fan. I don't know.
particular
If it's for the fan, that sucks.
seems to be brimming with knowledge. Whether it's correct is another story.
Oh, it's not correct. He just knows a bunch of stuff.
The ones on the top are waterlogged.
Really?
They're waterlogged. Those are regular.
What do you mean the ones on the top of waterlogged?
They dunk them in water so that way they can simulate rain games.
Really?
So they get like
Really?
a trash can.
Yeah.
And they dunk them in water, and then they hand it to the quarterbacks and say, "Here we go." And then same thing with catching. Yes,
That's
they're waterlogged. But I don't.
special.
No way.
Yeah, but I don't know what the green. I don't know what the green one.
I don't even know what I would do if they handed me a heavier, wet ball.
Makes a difference, man.
Makes a huge difference. Yeah, that might be a good question. They know.
Guys, just a reminder, let's try not to touch anything. Let's just put everything down. Just
Excuse me.
not touch anything.
Yeah, he's ready to throw the football over here. So.
There's always one.
Yeah.
There's always one.
I'll do an out router. I'll do an out router.
My knee, I can't do it anyway. I'll be all right.
Definitely watch him in the locker room.
Yeah, we're watching.
Was there anything written on the green ball?
No, it's just like a big Nerf ball.
Oh, really?
It's just squishy.
It's just squishy.
What size are you? I'll take a couple of them. Wouldn't notice.
They wouldn't notice.
All right, guys. Our next stop is the locker room. So again, this
No, they wouldn't know.
is the player's personal space, right? Let's not touch anything that's in their locker.
Locker
You guys
room?
can see anybody. Don't
Come on
respect
now.
their space.
You know he's gonna touch their stuff.
How you doing, man?
So far, things are going well. Now they're
He
headed
didn't even know.
to the locker room, where the fans will write letters to their favorite players. Let's see what they have to say. Don't say cut the footage. Cut the footage.
Remember our rules, right?
Touch everything.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Touch everything.
There's a receiver row right here. Wow.
Someone needs to tell him to read his mail.
Who, a baker?
Yeah, Baker. He's got a box of mail.
That's kind of rude of him.
I'm glad they get it at least. That gives me a little faith. I wonder if they actually read it though.
He's got a Minions toy in here. Finally, somebody appreciates the Minions. This guy.
Bro loves the Minions.
That's sweet.
So we are going to hand you guys letters, and you have the opportunity to pick any player you want and write them a letter. And it will be shared with the player. It can be a story, advice you want to give them before the season, whatever you guys want. And you're actually going to put these in their locker. So we're going to have a little fun.
This one has a lot to read.
Yeah.
So if you want him to read it, don't
Baker.
pick this one.
Yeah, he's not going to get to that today.
I mean, there's a lot of good options. I mean, Antoine, Chris Godwin, Levante, Tristan Wirfs. Did everybody get one? Anyone need one?
The more you motivate the player now, the better they're going to do during the season. So please.
Yeah, think about what they need to hear to get us some W's.
They make a big play. You think just your letter motivate them to do that?
Hey,
Bucks fan.
Bucks for life. We got it.
I bet all of us can agree that Baker Mayfield picture will be on the stadium this year.
Yes.
Everybody got to agree with that. Baker
totally
Mayfield
Give me some of that
picture
back here.
will be
Come on
on
now.
the stadium
Oh, yeah.
this year.
Yes. Oh, he better. Shit, he better be. Their starting
Hope so.
quarterback.
Yeah, we got a winner.
He better be.
I wanted to congratulate him on his baby girl that
I love
they just
that.
had.
That
Oh
was
my God,
I'm
yeah.
so
That's
happy
very
for
sweet
them.
of you.
I think he's just an inspiration to everybody because never give up, keep going, and
Yeah.
he's going to be the best.
Amazing.
He treat us like normal people when we get around him, no matter what.
Very down to earth.
I respect that.
Oh my God, yeah. Money didn't change him.
Yeah.
But I wanted to motivate him just a little bit more because I mean we was
W Baker.
close to going to the
That
Super Bowl.
close, buddy. That close.
If he can start finishing like Tom now.
He can do it.
There we go. I think he can too. A little inspiration.
And I heard he's going to get to call some of his own plays this year.
Oh my
So
God.
I'm excited
I
about
hope
that.
he can handle
Hey,
that.
but I can't wait till we play Atlanta.
Oh, I know. Me too.
Thursday night, you going up?
Oh my God.
Going to Atlanta, come on.
No, that big.
Thursday night.
All right, guys. Well, great job on the letters. I'm so excited to hear them all. Before we put them in the locker, we're going to share some. Raise your hands if you're willing to share. All right. Well, why don't you start us off?
Baker, I know you have a lot of unread mail in your locker, but I believe you'll read this one. I have so much faith in you. I watch how you motivate the other players, and it's amazing. I believe in you and that you will bring Lombardi number 3 to Tampa. I'm in section 122, the front row. Come over and see us this year. To Baker from David Garoppolo.
All right.
W.
It's Mike Evans. Hello, Mike. Glad to see you returning back for that Super Bowl run. I know we can do it. Like always, stand tall. Go Bucks. 13 for life.
All right.
Hi, Mike Evans. You are so good. You are so a superstar. You are the best.
He's the best.
Baker, you are an inspiration to everyone. Never give up. I just love watching you keep up the awesome play. Congratulations on your new baby girl. Go Bucks. Love Carol Burrow.
Amen.
Carol. All right.
Amen.
I want to know how to catch catch every ball like you.
I'm so excited to see the great plays that you'll be a part of.
I will bring my Lion picture game day. Wish you the best. Stay safe.
Keep doing what you're doing. Go Bucks.
All right.
Yep. Always wanted a crowd.
The second strike.
My son's better. I like your letter, man.
Oh, thanks. All right, guys. Next, we are going to head to our indoor training facility.
Yes.
Cool?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Gotta love that passion. And now they're headed to the field where something special awaits. One last opportunity for Gus to show off that rusty old cannon. What awaits these fans is a chance to meet some rookies. But what awaits Gus is a chance to become a legend.
Welcome to the indoor facility, guys. Woo!
Oh my goodness. We have players here? That's Jalen McMillan, Graham Barton, and Devin Cope. I could have been there, man. Look at those guys. And my son looks nothing like those dudes.
Well, welcome.
If you're like me and spend a lot of
we wanted to make this tour even more special, so we brought some of our rookies from this year's draft class. Jalen, Center.
setting the focus off. And yes,
I guess I got a question for
clean
you
the
guys. What's
sensor
your guys'
to make
favorite
sure
part of your game
it's
day
spotless
experience
before
here at Raymond
completing
James?
your cleaning session.
All of it.
And the
Okay.
ability to install smaller sensor swabs onto it. This is what I take when traveling light. I then use a general cleaning kit, which includes the all-important air blower, lens cleaning solution, microfiber cloths, and a cleaning pen. I use this kit to clean my lenses. When buying sensor swabs, make sure to buy. We have lens cap and give it a good clean. Using a brush or put it from the lens element and wipe off any. Use the cleaning.
All right, guys.
Mouth.
We are going to have a
Free
challenge
environment
table.
and
We're
take the
gonna
lens
see how
cap
far
off
you
and
guys
expose
can
the
throw a
sensor.
football.
On some
But
mirrorless
first,
cameras
we're
like
gonna
my
have you guys
Nikon
warm up a
Z6,
little bit.
the
Who wants
sensor
to,
will
throw
already
some
be
footballs?
exposed.
They're right
But
here.
on some
Anyone?
cameras,
Got
you will
some
need
right
to
here,
access
anybody?
the camera menu to use the
Who
camera
wants to
cleaning function.
participate?
Image stabilization in your camera if your camera needs to be on to expose the sensor during the cleaning process. Make sure the camera battery is full as well. You don't want the shutter mechanism or mirror to close on you while you are cleaning. Remove the sensor swab from the packaging, making sure to not touch the edge and apply 2 drops of solution to the tip of the sensor swab. You want to cover the full edge of the swab, making sure not to oversaturate it, so space the droplets evenly. Begin cleaning the sensor by placing the swab on the left edge of the sensor and tilt the swab towards the right edge. Apply very light pressure and slowly move across the sensor until you reach the right edge. Tilt the swab the other way and make a second pass over the sensor with very light pressure. This should remove all the dust. If you've oversaturated the swab, you may see light streaking on the sensor and another clean will be needed. Wait a couple minutes before the next clean and apply less solution to the swab. These swabs are not reusable, so if you need to clean the sensor again, use a new swab and discard the used one. Repeat the cleaning process again if dust is still visible. If there is stubborn dust or oil that you cannot remove after 2 to 3 tries, rather send your camera in to the manufacturer for a service and clean. If you're finding value in this content, please hit the like button below and subscribe to the channel for more. As mentioned earlier in the video, here are 4 tips you can use to minimize the ingress of dust onto your camera sensor. When changing lenses, make sure your camera is pointing downwards. Gravity should eliminate at least some chance of dust getting onto the sensor. Try keep the lens permanently attached to a camera if possible. This will require that you have multiple cameras for multiple lenses, but it will be the best way to eliminate the ingress of dust. Avoid changing lenses in dusty or windy environments as much as possible. Rather go indoors or get into a car to change the lens. Try keep your camera, lenses and camera bags dust free as much as possible. I frequently use a small brush to clean off any dust from my equipment. You now know how to clean your sensor, so watch this video next and get out into dusty environments using these 7 simple tips for better wildlife photography.
Good try, good try. That was awesome. Oh, we've gotten the 30, but we're very close to the 50.
And guess what? Gus Swayze gonna take you boys to school.
Gussie's got it.
Uh-oh.
Got another throw.
Gus has got it right here. Gus has got it right here.
Watch the knee. Watch the knee. Yeah, dude, with the bum knee.
That's right. I should have gone pro when I had the chance. Hold up. Damn!
That's 50!
That's 50! Bro looked in shock. He's like, wait, hold the fuck up. Look at his face.
That's 50!
That's 50! That's 50! He's like, that's Baker.
What the hell was that? You lied about the knee!
Let's go see time to shine.
Good job.
I appreciate that.
Oh my God. He really doesn't have a bum knee. He doesn't have a bum knee. Wow.
Thank you.
Knew you could do it, man.
Appreciate you. Oh, thank you.
Let's get you guys up here.
All right, guys. Well, awesome. Thank you so much for coming on our tour today.
Great job, y'all. Great job.
And as promised, because you guys threw the ball not only 30 yards, but 50 yards, you guys are all walking out here with footballs, autographs. Woo!
So, Taylor, there's one thing we have to say because unfortunately, we had a cheater in the group.
Their face off.
Cheating.
I did not see that coming.
I got stuff all over me, man. His face.
Oh my, I'm like mind blown.
That's Baker, chat. He's clean shaved. He got a haircut.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the letter. You're very sweet about it. Thank you.
That's why he was touching everything and y'all were like,
Appreciate it.
That dude's out of control.
yeah, he's grabbing the football.
I was watching their merchandise. Did the other players know?
We all had no idea. None of us had any idea that that was Baker Mayfield.
Hilarious. What up, brother?
That was funny. What's up?
I appreciate you guys.
It's funny as fuck.
I was dealing with Gus Swayze all day long now.
Yeah.
I got to see his sport from a different perspective, so I really appreciate that. That was special for me today. Like, it really was.
We just got. Baker Mayfield just got us.
It was amazing.
Remember you told me I'm going bone to bone. Remember I told you, I said, yeah, you need to get a cortisone shot.
It was just like a dream come true for me. It was just so cool. Today was like one of my favorite days out of all my days.
So much
Great
fun.
day.
Best day
Great
ever.
day. Oh my God.
That's crazy. That's funny as fuck.
It was a thrill and a half.
This is gonna be coming off like in 3 or 4 days.
I got in trouble a few times on tour, touching the ball in the equipment room, and then throwing my letter into my locker. Into my own locker, keep in mind. I got in trouble for that. It was fun. It puts things into perspective. So, like, hearing some of the fans' thoughts about me as a person, as a player,
Swayze.
those things, you could tell they truly meant it. So it was a great experience for me. Bucks chants, I didn't realize they were going to do them all day throughout the building. It was one of those things that I'm like, maybe this will be the last one. But no, it was never the last one. Never. It was a good day.
That's funny.
I'm ready to get all this stuff off my face, though. I've done the best I can. I need professional help. Still got these Crocs in sport mode.
And with that, Gus Swayze transforms back into Baker Mayfield. And while the legend of Baker Mayfield lives on, a piece of Gus will always be with him. Specifically, a tiny bit of fake nose glue. That stuff's tough to get off. But Baker did a great job, and whether you're Buck Bader, Buckified Burt, or Buckified Gus Swayze, today we saw that fandom is more than just love of a team. It's a community. And that's a good thing. Thanks to Baker, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and of course, the Buccaneers fans. That's our show, folks. But before we break, here's one final thought for the road. Everybody loves mascots, but you can't play rough at them because mascots aren't from our planet. And it can be easy to forget that our world is often scary and confusing to them. It's nothing like the bizarro upside-down multiverse that they come from. So, be kind. It's the Eli way. Good night.
And I'll see you guys in the next video. Grind to 100K. Grind never stops.
Whoop. Bye. Have a great time.
Alright, we're back. So we're gonna be watching Lionel Messi's 12 most legendary moments ever in football. History. Alright. So let's get started. Like and subscribe for more content. And you already know. Next we're gonna see Ronaldo. And we're gonna see Kaká. And then we're gonna see Ronaldinho. And then I'll meet you guys with body cam, some other videos. So we're gonna be grinding at night. Alright. It is currently 3 in the morning. So we gonna push this out for y'all. We got y'all.
It's extraordinary. It's exquisite. It's enthralling.
And retains the ball. Messi. They're teasing Espanyol here. This is outrageous from Lionel Messi. Outrageous from Messi. And whisked home by Suarez.
And he's very grateful for this.
Beats 1, beats 2, beats 3, beats 4, beats 5. Can't beat the 6th of the keeper, and Suarez sweeps it home. Dynamo,
oh my goodness.
David Blaine, Harry Houdini, you've got nothing on this man. The only way to stop it, and the referee felt that had been a fair foul.
Messi. Oh, absolutely astounding. Perfection. You might argue that Guzan could have got a little closer to it. But when you're up against Lionel Messi, you're up against the very best. It's extraordinary. It's exquisite. It's enthralling.
It's not like Brazil to give you the opportunity when they've got an extra man.
Here goes Messi. They're backing off and backing off! It's a wonder goal by Lionel Messi! A hat-trick for Lionel Messi! And the best player in the world might just have won this game for Argentina.
Well, this is absolutely fantastic. What a strike this is. I don't care about the goalkeeper, who he is in there. He's not going to stop that. But what a strike. And the goalkeeper was left grasping thin air. Messi, Xavi. Almost tells him to get up. Just to avoid a second straight Champions League semi-final elimination by Mourinho.
Is he a near supernatural?
Look at the pace, look at the speed, look at the intricacy of the touch, the control, and then the finish, which is absolutely perfect. Slide rule past Casillas, got no...
He lays it off again. And gets involved.
Messi!
Oh,
Oh my good beat, applauding him. Look at that.
That's unbelievable.
You see so often the whole of the Benito Villamarín applauding this man. I think there are no arguments left. This is the greatest player to play this sport in the history of the sport.
With due credence to Pele, who is his only competitor, Maradona, for a host of reasons, is not in the same company.
What a ball. And he's in. Wants it back. He wants it back.
Messi lifts it up. And oh, the coup de grace. Goal, Argentina. Lionel Messi.
How do you describe magic? How do you describe this? It's virtually impossible. Roman applauds. The ball's dished off for Tevez. Tevez is begging for it back. Messi sees. I see you, mate. I don't need you. Watch it.
Ja cap a la dreta per Xavi. Assistència de Xavi més cap a la dreta per Messi. Messi. Immens Messi. Encara Messi. Encara Messi. Increïble! No m'ho puc imaginar! No m'ho podia imaginar! No ho he vist mai, això! No ho he vist mai! Increïble, quina jugada! Increïble, quina jugada! Messi! Però més i més! Però més, però molt més! Però molt més! Però molt més! Doncs molt més! I encara més! I més! I tot! I més! I en lectures, a més. Increïble!
Espectacular!
Increïble!
El que li faltava a Messi perquè el comparin amb Maradona.
In terms of their player selection, makes it all the more remarkable that along with Barcelona and Real Madrid, Athletic Bilbao have never been relegated from the Primera Division.
It's something to be admired, I have to say. Well, there's three of them round, and he's still going. Look at this, Kevin.
It's a brilliant run from Messi. Did he go all the way? It's one of the great Copa del Rey final goals from the magical, mercurial Lionel Messi. Lights up the Camp Nou one more time.
Oh, Kevin, I said they need at least two players to stop him. There was three there. He beat all three of them. Then he beat another one, and he put it in the near post. Messi is amazing. The amazing Messi has just scored one of the best goals you're ever going to see in a cup final. Absolutely superb. And this is the genius of the little man. Oh, he's just unbelievable. How do you stop him? And you think three of them around him, he's not going to get past them all. He does. Then he takes on the fourth, comes inside and scores it at the near post. He's just incredible. I don't think we've ever seen or ever will see anything like Lionel Messi again.
Brilliant ball from Banniger. Is this the opener? Yes, it is! That's what they came to see. And he's provided the touch. His arms are reached up to the gods. Stylish finish, which Maradona himself would have been proud of. He's saying his prayers. Argentina's prayers have just been answered by the little man. It's a big moment in the game already, this one. It will be Messi off the uprights.
Messi collects. Messi scores. The boy is back in town. His World Cup moment to shine has arrived. And another number 10 great of the game gives thanks to the heavens.
Another video in a little bit. So We're streaming. Yo, 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 we are back. We are back. We are back. Boys and girls. Today, we're going to be doing some reactions. Probably just going to do reactions. Two purses.
But it's army print.
Oh my god.
Nah, yeah?
We school from home. Of course.
Root beer, no! Root beer! No, root beer, no! Someone's root beer, no! Root beer, no! Root beer! No, root beer, no! Someone's root beer, no!
Bring your baddest bitch out. Bring your baddest bitch out.
A new emotion. Wow. A new emotion.
Top 3 reasons why you need to join Chumba.
Yeah, girl. Yes, it is. I read the rules. Oh, I need my wine, ma'am. I read the rules. That is a 750 ml.
I'm trying to take it a pound, 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 pound. I'm trying to lay that pussy down on the. I'm trying to take it a pound, 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 pound. I'm trying to lay that pussy down on the.
Scratch me. Good game, babe.
Let me see.
Okay. What would you like my advice on?
Wait, what happened? Oh. What the hell?
It's official. Chumba.
Come with me and my 2-year-old to the worst Disney day that we've ever had. I always check the weather before we go, but I didn't.
Mom, can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop?
To say something else again.
Mom, you can't keep farting in the store. You can't keep farting in the store like that.
Yo. I told you I got y'all.
Do you want to play college soccer? Then listen up. I'm Tom.
You ever hear that theory? It's probably the one theory that's actually useful in life, and it's about the Ninja Turtles. So apparently, every
Slopes is the only coding academy out there that teaches you how to...
I don't want to rap, I want to buzz plays. I got a couple million to my name. I don't know where I'm rapping anyway. I can go dig in my safe right now and pull out $250,000 any day. I don't want to rap, I want to...
How did you make that hover animation?
Are the final moments before
still here. Hey, babe. He's charging me 2,000. Like, what?
Why are you charging her so much?
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, 'cause that's what.
saying that I hit you from behind?
No, you hit me in the front of it. Remember when I was at a red light? You went in front of me and hit my car.
Oh, yeah? Okay. That's cool. Probably move the car from thing and I'll call the cops for you.
Look this. You are here and she can shoot. You see? Look, you were here and she can look. You see?
Why would you hit my car? You did that to the front of my fucking car.
Get your lemon water, ice lemon water.
Because
What is nature-worthy bring to this KC operation you guys since we
we built hundreds of miles of wall.
Man, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of EOS. It's 1090 Jake, and I'm rocking with y'all, and y'all rocking with me. And for this video, y'all see the title. We're gonna be speaking on Youngboy and where he's about to go. A major update in the legal battle of NBA Youngboy is making its way across social media, as it's been announced and confirmed 24-year-old Youngboy is going to federal prison. Celebrity lawyer Bradford Cohen would break the news through Instagram stating, "Being right is a bad habit of mine. Global plea, 27 months, will be out with credit time served in probably 12 months." Now, for those unfamiliar with the terms used, let me break it down and remind y'all how Youngboy ended up in this situation.
More than a dozen guns off the streets tonight and several men arrested after, including rapper NBA Youngboy.
A broad daylight drug bust landing 16 men behind bars tonight, including Baton Rouge rapper NBA Youngboy.
It was crazy. Good.
When police got there, the men took off, but a short while later, according to an affidavit, police found oxycodone and other drugs packaged up at the scene, as well as 14 guns, one of which was stolen, plus more than $79,000 in cash.
Back in September of 2020, the superstar rapper was in his hometown of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, filming a music video. A nearby neighbor would notify the police a group were outside of an abandoned home, armed with guns. Police would arrive, make 16 arrests, and even seize recording equipment. The music video, captured by the cameraman, would show Youngboy possessing what were later determined to be a .45 caliber Glock 21 and a 9mm Masterpiece Arms pistol. Because Youngboy had previously been convicted of aggravated assault with a firearm in Baton Rouge, he'd now face charges of being a convicted felon in possession of a firearm. In April of 2024, a search warrant would be conducted on Youngboy's mansion after local authorities uncovered a prescription fraud ring. A 9mm Sig Sauer would be located within the master bedroom, and Youngboy would admit he previously handled the weapon, leading to another gun charge from the feds. So back to what Bradford Cohen said. Youngboy would accept a global plea, which is a single plea deal that resolves multiple charges. This would essentially end his federal battle and leave him with a 27-month prison sentence for one charge and 60 months probation for the other. Because Youngboy is currently incarcerated, he'll be receiving credit for his time spent in jail, but unfortunately, he won't receive any credit for the more than 2 years he was on house arrest. So with having to do 85% of his federal sentence, good behavior would drop 27 months down to just under 23. Then subtract however many days credit he received from being in jail, which could knock off a month or two. Brad predicts Youngboy will be back out in probably 12 months, but let's not forget Youngboy is still facing over 60 charges in Utah, meaning he's also facing Utah state prison time. Brad would comment on that, saying the Utah case is weak, which is major. If Youngboy's lawyer can beat the charges down and negotiate a plea for lesser offenses, at best we could see Youngboy out on probation, but that's at best. Because of Youngboy's prior conviction for aggravated assault with a firearm and his new convictions on firearm offenses, it's very likely Youngboy could be sent to a United States penitentiary. USPs are the most violent places you can go within the federal prison system and are notorious for their strict racial politicking. But Youngboy wouldn't be the first rapper from Louisiana to hit the yard, as Louisiana legend BG served time at USP Big Sandy, along with Baton Rouge rapper May Music. With his Utah case pending, it's hard to imagine Utah State Prison being any worse than the feds. For Youngboy, it seems less likely he'll have trouble inside. The question is, how much time inside will he have to spend, as not too many rappers have made a full comeback after prison. Now this is great for Youngboy. I mean, to get 27 months on federal gun charges, that's a big deal.
All right, boys, football is officially back. If you guys remember last year, I was
Totally cooperating. Just relax. Not doing anything, and I'll cooperate. Sir, I will be very cooperative. All right, let's try down, please.
That's not you on the 27th. Food Line parking lot, Traveler's Rest. I don't think so. Look, man. Where's that? I don't know where that is. Yes, you do.
It's not making sense. So you're the last person to be in a vehicle you wiped out of a lady that's missing. That sounds really up.
28 years ago, this man kidnapped a woman and was sentenced to 30 years in prison for it. 3 decades later, 80-year-old Edna Suttles is spotted picking him up in a parking lot. This would be the last time Edna was ever seen alive. Days later, detectives traced Edna's movement and discovered CCTV footage of the same man driving her car.
She's missing right now.
Yes, Dan, where is Edna?
I don't have a clue.
But that's when police found out Edna wasn't the only victim.
If you tell them to turn that off, I can talk to you a little more freely.
Sometime around 9 a.m. on August 27th, 80-year-old Edna leaves her home in Traveler's Rest to look after a friend. Hours later, 911 dispatchers receive a concerning call.
Greenville County 911, what's your emergency? A sitter was supposed to show up to be with my mom today. Her name is Edna Suttles, and she didn't show up. This is not like her. She shows up like clockwork. So something's wrong.
But this call was only the beginning of a long chain of mysteries. As officers arrived at Edna Suttles' home for a welfare check based on these reports, they received no response. There were no signs of a break-in, and Edna was nowhere to be seen. However, when police asked Edna's son, he pointed out that $50,000 worth of jewelry was missing from the home. More importantly, though, her car was missing too. If the cops could find that, they might be able to figure out where she had gone. This meant that finding Edna's vehicle would be the most instrumental step in this investigation, as it would give a clue about her last known whereabouts. Immediately, a hunt for Edna's car began, and 6 days later, it was found abandoned in the parking lot of a hotel in Traveler's Rest. This was odd, as Edna lived close by and didn't need to stay at a hotel. A check with the staff also revealed that no one under the name of Edna was staying there. So to get to the bottom of this mystery, the cops decided to try and trace back Edna's movement using CCTV cameras starting from her home. At 9:30 a.m., a camera at a nearby pawn shop captures Edna leaving her home and driving towards a local Food Lion grocery store. 9 minutes later, Edna arrives at the store to pick something up. A man approaches the vehicle with 2 bags in his hand and sits alongside Edna, who then drives off back to her home. 4 hours later, at 1:43 p.m., Edna's car leaves her home again and arrives at the same Food Lion once more. But this time, the person exiting the driver's seat isn't Edna at all. It's the same old white man she picked up earlier, who immediately moves to his car and parks it next to Edna's. He then drags something out of her car, placing it into his. Initially, it was difficult to identify what the man moved from the Jeep to the Chevrolet, but after a frame-by-frame analysis, it wasn't a question of what was moved, but who. Because in a chilling discovery, officers would realize the footage showed the unmistakable golden hair of Edna Suttles. 4 minutes later, at 1:47 p.m., the man drives Edna's car into the hotel's parking lot and parks it in the same spot that the detectives found the vehicle in. He exits and begins wiping down the door and seats, trying to get rid of any evidence of his presence. By 2:14 p.m., the man returns to his vehicle at Food Lion and drives off, marking the last that was seen of Edna and the man. The most crucial part of this investigation is to now figure out who exactly the man in the video is. But due to the grainy footage and his distance from most cameras, this proved to be difficult, and the investigation seemed like it would come to a standstill. But detectives had an idea. Since the man exited the store with bags in his hand, a purchase was made. This realization would be the most crucial breakthrough in the case. Immediately, officers began retrieving footage from inside the store, and when they reviewed it, they came to a harrowing realization. This was Daniel Prince, a man who only 24 years prior to this got put in a federal prison for kidnapping. 24 years prior to this incident, in 1997, Daniel was responsible for the kidnapping of a woman in Michigan. He had her tied up, shackled her hands, and it was by sheer luck that she managed to free herself before escaping. Even though he was sentenced to a maximum of 30 years for this crime, he was released by 2009 on parole. But the worst was yet to come. Daniel began working as a handyman for predominantly elderly single ladies, a demographic that not only matched his previous victim, but also that of Edna's. For officers, the realization now begins to settle in. They have a kidnapper on the run, and there might be a chance that he has kept Edna alive. They have a kidnapper on the run, and there might be a chance that he has kept Edna alive. Not knowing where she is, they had to act fast before this glimmer of hope dimmed. Even with this disturbing past, detectives didn't have enough evidence to press strong charges for kidnapping or murder. However, they had established probable cause for grand larceny involving Edna's Jeep. A warrant to arrest Prince and search his property was granted, and officers were quickly dispatched to Prince's residence to take him into custody.
Totally cooperating. Just relax. Not doing anything. Not cooperating. All right, let's go. Stand up on your feet. Stay right there. Yeah. Sir, I will be very cooperative.
Despite the number of heavily armed officers that just descended on Prince's property, he remained noticeably calm and composed, as if he had a plan to escape this predicament. The following footage was analyzed by our in-house criminal research specialist and retired detective to shed some light on key techniques and strategies used during the questioning. When he is brought into the interrogation room, the detectives start with a relaxed, friendly conversation, a tactic used to put suspects at ease. They don't want him to know they've caught him on camera just yet.
What do you do now?
I do a lot of home remodeling, home repairs. I lay a lot of tile. I got a customer base that has me doing stuff.
Okay, so why Boston, North Carolina, come all the way down from, say, Michigan or Wisconsin?
Okay, here, this is real easy. I'm originally from the east side of the state of Michigan, but I was in prison in Michigan for a while, and when I paroled to the west side of the state.
Okay. What'd you get locked up for? Because you said you got paroled.
I was locked up for a kidnapping charge.
Okay.
And I did 13 and a half years for that.
Oh, wow.
I did 1.5 something to hold you with. So the false statement, that's all that was. The kidnapping, I was doing some bad shit that I shouldn't have been doing, but I shouldn't have gotten kidnapping, but I was doing some bad shit.
What kind of shit? What shit have you gotten?
I really don't want to say.
We're just bullshitting.
No,
We're just bullshitting.
Nothing when you're talking to two police detectives in a room. It's just bullshit. No. I've been through
bullshitting.
Nothing when you're talking to two police detectives in a room. It's just bullshit. Okay, I've been through the system enough to know that. All I'm going to say about that is I did my time. I made my first parole, and I haven't been in trouble since.
Hey, and that's great to know. You know, a lot of people, especially being what you've been through, they come out and they go right back to it.
Just because he's a convicted criminal doesn't mean he's involved in Edna's disappearance, but the evidence the detectives have paints a different picture altogether from the hard-working, reformed criminal he claimed to be.
I'll talk to you about August 27th, 2021 this year.
What day of the week was that?
Oh, it was a Friday.
Okay.
Okay, so specifically the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
What, 2 weeks ago? Do you remember where you were at?
Not specifically.
Where do you think you were at?
I've been going all over the place. I've been back and forth to Charlotte. I've been down to South Carolina.
Like, where's your jobs in South Carolina taking you?
Actually, I was down to Traveler's Rest, but I don't know if it was Friday or Thursday. I know I'd been there earlier that week.
But you don't remember which day specifically?
No, it was either Thursday or Friday.
What kind of job were you working on?
I wasn't.
You wasn't?
I wasn't. This lady had talked to me several times. I'd been down to her house 2 or 3 times. We kind of got to be friends. This woman has so many damn problems, mostly her daughter. She would call me and have me come down there.
Okay.
She said she needed to have money at one point in time to help her daughter because her daughter was in jail. Then she needed money another time because she was hiring a private investigator. Because her son-in-law she talked to me all kinds of stuff about it. We got to be pretty good friends about stuff like that.
How'd you meet her initially?
Years ago.
Okay.
Years ago, it was somebody giving me her name or number, or her my name and number.
Here, the detectives are analyzing his behavior and allowing Prince to dig a hole for himself that he's going to struggle to escape from. When they reveal they know the truth, he's going to try and deny his guilt, even when the evidence speaks for itself.
What you're telling us is that's not you on the 27th? Food Line parking lot, Traveler's Rest?
I don't think so.
Alright. That's not you?
That's me. Where's that?
Food Line, August 27th, 2021, 9:23.
Okay.
32 seconds. Ringing a bell?
Yep. Yeah, I went down to Food Line.
Yeah.
He's wearing the same shoes.
Yeah, so what were you doing down there that day?
She wanted me to look at some stuff at her house.
Okay.
And she picked me up at Food Line because she wanted me with her when she was gonna go meet some guy for private investigator.
Okay. Yeah. Tell us about that.
She wanted me to meet her down there.
Okay.
She was nervous because she says, I'm not sure I trust this guy. And she knows I've been in the military. And she says, will you meet me? She wanted me to see if this guy was going to meet her where he was supposed to meet her.
Do you know where?
There was a hotel lobby that he had finally said, meet me at the hotel.
Okay.
She says, drive up there and see if he's there. And I drove up there, and things are starting to sound really squirrely to me.
This is a common deflective behavior. Prince is not only trying to deflect suspicion away from himself, he's trying to point suspicion directly at someone else. In this case, the private investigator. According to Prince, Edna wanted to meet the private investigator the day before she was reported missing, even though she didn't feel safe meeting him alone. Luckily, detectives have seen the whole thing on camera, and it completely contradicts everything Prince is saying.
What were you driving? I was driving a blue car.
Your wife's car or your car?
My wife's car.
So that's y'all coming down 25, you and her together?
It could be.
Okay, because that's her car. That's about 13:45 on the 27th.
Okay.
So you're with her there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not saying yeah. I'm just saying that could be her.
Yeah, here's a different angle. I mean, we've watched this car, right?
Okay.
Here's y'all in the hotel parking lot.
Okay.
visibly stunned by the amount of photographic evidence the detective is showing him, and even though it can't be refuted, Prince is going to try and lie his way out of it. But that's not the only evidence detectives manage to find along the way, as there's mud on the wheels of Prince's car, leading detectives to believe he drove off-road to either kill Edna or to dump her body. And this is when we arrive at the pivotal moment where Prince's story starts to fall apart.
You're not a bad guy, right? Nobody is saying that you're some evil, twisted dude. Okay? We need to know where it is. We've processed the car. We found the dirt. Where did you go off-road?
I never went.
Where did you leave?
Oh, I can tell you exactly where she and I had gone off-road. Please. When we were going from 25 south, there was, off to the right, there was a truck with a trailer and another vehicle there that had a for sale.
All of a sudden he remembers that they went off road. He didn't bring it up to her in that second.
Sign on it, and it looked like an older truck, and I needed a work truck, and I went ahead and I pulled in, and with her, and then we pulled out, and it was right there on 25.
Even in the face of such overwhelming evidence, Prince still denies any wrongdoing and even tries to take control of the situation. But detectives have him cornered, and he's quickly starting to struggle to maintain his composure.
Where's right now? Her family is desperately looking for her.
She's missing right now.
Yes, Dan, where is Edna?
I don't have a clue. I dropped her off at her house.
Dan, please listen. You did not drop her off at her house. We have followed that car the entire day up and down 25. There's a number of minutes that are unaccounted for that are not by her house.
Which car? Mine or hers?
Dan, stop playing games. You know what
When I got, okay, I can help you here.
Okay.
You gotta give me a second. You gotta let me answer the questions when they're asked. When I dropped her vehicle off looking for the guy, she said she wanted me to take her and drive around in my vehicle. So I left her vehicle. I went down to Food Lion, and she was in my vehicle with me. And I dropped her off at home.
Dan, we watched the video. She is not.
The car sits there.
It sits there, man.
No, not in her car. My car.
We watched you go back to
my car.
You did not drop anyone off, man.
I picked her back up. She sat in my car at Food Lion, and I went back and got her.
Nobody even got out when you got out.
No, you did not.
The detectives are beginning to apply more pressure on Prince, knowing everything he's telling them is a lie. But he continues to stay on the defense, even trying to brush off the fact that he might have destroyed potential evidence.
I don't know where Edna is.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Dan.
Let's go back to why you wiped the car down. What you said you were worried about what? The only thing I did was because I knew I'd been in and out of her car all the time with her. I'm like, there is no way in hell I'm gonna just leave this thing here because she's got somebody that's after her.
Prince tries to deflect suspicion again by suggesting Edna may have been in some kind of danger, but he doesn't realize just how prepared these detectives are.
Who would be after her?
That guy with the truck. She said she didn't trust him. The PI? Yeah. So somebody she hired as a PI. His story's totally different. He's been doing work for her. I mean, on the son-in-law thing. I mean, we've interviewed. I mean, he had no, he didn't meet with her today. So that's right. That's why I said she hired another PI. I'm sure you're recording this. It's not making sense. I mean, you're the last person to be in a vehicle you wiped out of a lady that's missing. That sounds really fun. It does. That's why we're here. I've been real honest with you guys. I told you what was going on.
The detectives managed to get Prince to admit he was with Edna on the day she disappeared. While Prince tried to convince them he was helping her meet a suspicious private investigator, they know it's a desperate attempt to deflect suspicion and distance himself from the crime. Prince insisted he dropped Edna off at her home, safe and well. But the detectives established that he was the last person to see her alive. And because of this interrogation, they locked him into a lie that would eventually lead to a chilling confession. When detectives search Prince's property, they find several automatic weapons. Because of his previous convictions, he's forbidden from owning any firearms. That means he could be facing facing a federal charge and be detained for even longer. While he's detained, they continue to search his land and find one of the most crucial pieces of evidence yet, a yogurt cup. This is the yogurt he bought shortly before Edna disappeared, and it's laced with a cocktail of drugs. Lorazepam, tramadol, and cyclobenzaprine can cause central nervous system depression when they're combined. When this happens, the body's neurological functions slow down. In other words, you're under sedation, exactly as Edna was in the parking lot when she was seen in Prince's car. After feeding her the laced yogurt, there's nothing Edna can do to stop him, and she's led away to her death at the hands of this sadistic killer. Prince begins to realize he's cornered and has nowhere to run, so they bring him back in for more questioning, where he makes a full confession as he admits to 3 more murders, including those of Lee Goodman, Dolores Sellers, and her daughter, Nancy Rigo. The first victim was Dolores. Daniel had euthanized Dolores Sellers at the request of her daughter, Nancy Rigo. However, Nancy began to have second thoughts and wanted to contact the police, putting her directly in the crosshairs of Daniel Prince, a mentally disturbed serial killer. Nancy Rigo was now his second victim. Even worse is the fact that for several years, Daniel began receiving Nancy's social security checks because she had given him her power of attorney. Moreover, the search of Daniel's property would also reveal several of Nancy's documents. Since 2017, after her murder, Daniel pretended to be Nancy by sending her family emails and messages in an attempt to prevent them from thinking that she was dead. Daniel's emails property would also reveal several of Nancy's documents. Since 2017, after her murder, Daniel pretended to be Nancy by sending her family emails and messages in an attempt to prevent them from thinking that she was dead. Daniel's third victim was Lee Goodman, who allegedly attempted to rob him, according to Daniel. Much like Nancy and Edna, her body was disposed of in some desolate area. And finally, Daniel's fourth and final victim was Edna Suttles, whose body would be found 1 year later on May 16, 2022, in a grave close to Daniel's home in Rutherford County. Although decomposed, officers were able to positively identify it as Edna and return the body to her loved ones. But even in the face of his crimes, he would never let go of his chance to leverage as much information as he could.
There was quite a lot of stuff found in your bee house. There could be a million explanations for some of that stuff, and I don't want to jump to conclusions. And if there's something that happened that you didn't intend to happen, let's talk about it.
There are things that have to happen, and there are things that are going to happen. And I'm a realist, and I have acceptance with this. I would like a little bit of control in how they happen. If you tell them to turn that off, I will talk to you a little more freely.
When they turn the cameras off, Prince makes a final attempt to take control and influence the outcome in his favor. Daniel Prince avoided a trial by making a deal with authorities. He would tell them about the location of Edna's body, and in turn, his case would go federal because of the better living conditions in federal prisons. Not only that, but he would also avoid the death penalty and instead receive a life sentence. One would think that the detectives were naive to turn off their cameras and not record Daniel's confession, but unbeknownst to Prince, the investigators keep the backup audio recording running after shutting down the camera. This is the chilling confession he made.
Okay, let's put it this way. A person I was very good friends with wanted to do something to put someone basically out of their misery that was very closely related to them. That's one body. That person started having an extreme amount of guilt over this and decided they were going to go tell what had happened. That's the second body. There's a third body that I did not kill, and I knew that they'd be getting Social Security disability for the rest of their life. So I got rid of said bodies, for example, so that I could continue to use the card.
By any chance, while he's getting all this squared away, can you just help me get that closure for Edna's family?
Not until I have this. I clam up like a clam if this doesn't go federal for everything.
vehicle? How much money you got in there? Okay.
This marks the very moment when police pulled over a combat veteran and took his entire life savings.
Because the $100,000, it's in a Ziploc sandwich baggie.
You must have had your ears burning because I was complaining about not having enough hundreds in my drawer.
On February 19th, 2021, a retired Marine is pulled over by the Nevada Highway Patrol when he makes a bizarre confession, leading officers straight to a huge stack of cash. As surprising as this is, the events that follow will prove to be even more shocking, resulting in intense public scrutiny and a lawsuit that plans to challenge the American legal system.
The driver of this vehicle was following that red and blue semi-truck too closely, less than a second following distance. He's driving under the speed limit. Stop him up here at Mustang. Make sure everything's okay.
Officer Chris Brown pulls over Stephen Lara of Lubbock, Texas.
Travel appearance.
Hey, good morning, Trooper Brown, Nevada Highway Patrol. How are you today? I'm doing great. Hey, the reason I'm stopping you, we have a special enforcement campaign going on. We're trying to educate drivers about violations they may not realize they're committing, but we're seeing a big increase in crashes out here. First, applaud you on your driving. You drive great. You're driving really slow. It appears that you're trying to drive safely under the speed limit. I appreciate that. I just want to talk about your following distance, especially around commercial vehicles. Came up behind a red and blue tanker truck, a little bit too close behind him. Yeah, you got to navigate that. You got your driver's license with you? Sure. Awesome. I appreciate you, by the way. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Do you have a registration card with you? Well, it's a rental car here. Okay. So I do have my rental. If you don't mind, it's underneath here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Any weapons in the vehicle? Oh, perfect. Yeah, if you can grab the rental contract, that'd be great, man.
Stephen tells the trooper that he's going to Portola, California to visit his daughters for the weekend before heading back down to Texas. He answers all of Trooper Brown's questions without hesitation and appears to be in good spirits, completely unaware that this seemingly average traffic stop will soon transform into an all-out nightmare.
You said your daughter lives up in Portola? No, 2 daughters. Okay. They both up in Portola? Yes. Come on over here, man. All right. You a fighter? I'm a fighter? Yeah, you got a tap-out shirt on. Well, I've got a lot of training. I'm a retired Marine. Okay. Yeah. Nice. What'd you do for the Corps? Well, I was a data chief initially, but then they changed the MOS to cybersecurity chief. Okay. When'd you get out of the Corps? I got out about 2 years ago. Give me a second, man. All right. Just hang right there. Ever been in trouble with law enforcement before? Never. Okay.
While Trooper Brown radios in Stephen's information, Stephen truthfully answers all the questions about his job, hotel reservations, and weekend plans. However, Stephen will soon find out that this lighthearted chat might not be as innocent as it seems, as Trooper Brown is about to reveal that an unsafe following distance may not have been the only reason he was pulled over.
Hey, while I'm working on this, let me ask you something, man. This is going to sound kind of weird. Part of my job out here is I do what's called highway interdiction. I look for people that are smuggling contraband through our state. Across the country, weapons, humans, drugs, illicit currency, things like that. Anything in the vehicle I should be aware of? Okay. No firearms? No explosives? Okay. Is there any drugs in the vehicle? Cocaine? Yeah, I gotta ask all these silly questions, right? Okay. Any large amounts of United States currency in the vehicle? Okay. What's a large amount of U.S. currency to you? Okay. So there's over 10,000 in there? Okay. How much money you got in there?
Why does it matter?
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Would you give me permission to search your vehicle today?
Why would you say yeah?
That's okay with you? Okay, perfect.
Regardless of one's belief in their own innocence, it's advisable to not consent to a search of one's vehicle under any circumstances. Although he has the right to refuse, Stephen voluntarily agrees to let the trooper search his car, completely aware of just how much he will come to regret that decision. As Trooper Brown gets the paperwork ready, Trooper E.J. Tumanoval arrives on the scene.
Big job this way. I'm about to see my daughters. Right on. Out here in Reno? Out here in Reno. They doing okay? I know you guys are suspicious. I'll ask lots of questions so I can get to the
Yeah, I'm not really worried about anything, so I'll give you any information you want.
As Trooper Brown gives Stephen the paperwork to read and sign, Trooper Tumanovow heads to his vehicle to get his sniffer dog, Jill, nicknamed Jillybean, to see if she finds anything suspicious.
Gina Bean, Gina Bean, Gina Bean, Gina Bean, you're a pretty girl. We go play.
While some dogs sit to signal a positive hit, other dogs are trained to freeze, just as it appears Jill does while searching the car. After letting Trooper Brown know it was a positive alert, Trooper Brown searches the contents of the trunk when he comes across a camo backpack. Meanwhile, Stephen drops a bombshell on the trooper when he reveals just how much a lot of cash really means.
You guys do this to everybody, or?
I just stopped out with you. Our job is to look for traffickers. I'm not saying you are.
I'm a retired.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I was just called here to help out.
Must be the haircut.
Is it? I don't know. I almost got the same if I would put it down. I don't know.
He's gonna find a large amount of cash in there.
Is he?
That's okay, because I got my receipts in there too. So.
How much cash?
A lot.
Hey, he said there's a large amount of cash in there.
I already told him.
Oh, did you? Okay, cool.
But in the same bag, you're gonna find all my Bank of America and all my receipts. I don't trust banks, so I keep cash.
Oh, do you?
I don't have anything to hide from you guys. I know it's not illegal to keep a large amount of cash either. So.
Nope, not at all. How much cash you got?
Probably about 100 grand.
100 grand? Whew. Have you ever been stopped before and had money taken from you? From the government?
No.
Not at all. Nothing's wrong with that. This is Reno, so we get people coming with a large amount of cash all the time to go gamble. And what's in the tire?
Cracked rim. I'm getting it repaired over here.
Are ya?
Yep. You guys can cut that tire up and look inside if you want, but I would ask that y'all reimburse me for the
Right.
tire.
Oh yeah, the state would do, if we did it, if it came to that. But we have items that we can check first before you have to get to that point.
Whatever you need to do.
Trooper Brown makes a call to someone who, according to court documents, is DEA agent Shane Murray.
Hey Shane, how are you? Good. Hey, can you head out to a traffic stop? Or are you busy on that other stuff? No, it's good. So if I'm still searching a car, but a big bundle of money, it says probably at least 100,000.
After telling Agent Murray their location, Trooper Brown continues to search the contents of the trunk.
Hey Brown, you just got something to tell you about the rim.
Y'all like real suspicious and all? That rim is cracked. If you grab my phone, which is in the car, and you look at the last number I dialed, just hit redial. I won't even touch the phone. You'll see that there's a place up here in Reno that fixes cracked rims.
Okay.
And they'll pick up, and all you gotta do is identify it, and you'll see that I was trying to take that in to get that cracked rim fixed. I cracked it in Texas because it's snowing. And the roads and there's big potholes and everything. So I'm just trying to get it fixed because I know the place up here that fixes it. And that's all I was trying to do.
I appreciate that, sir.
No worries.
Unfortunately for Stephen, despite his assurance, Trooper Brown is still unsure of him.
This doesn't make sense.
Wow. There's some receipts in here though.
But you said you put receipts in. Show us this money.
Okay.
But all right, man. So here's the deal. All right.
I think you're a good guy. I don't know.
I'm a good guy.
So how much cash is that?
About 100 grand.
100 grand. Yeah. So as you know, right? I'm a vet. He's a vet. You're a vet. It's not illegal to carry currency. That's currency.
No, sir, it's not.
It does, though, make us ask some questions on why someone has 100,000. I can understand why you don't trust banks, especially in this day and age right now.
Discipline and lots of savings.
What's that?
Discipline and lots of savings.
So with that being said, if you're willing to talk to me about it a little bit, I'd like to. I know you got a bunch of receipts in there. I just want to make sure that it is your currency, that it's not being used for nefarious activities, right? That it's not money laundering or something like that going on. That's the questions that are raised, that potentially money laundering or something like that. So
that money right there is for my 2 daughters.
Okay. Are you going to give it to them on this trip or no? just your nuts?
That's my money and my two daughters' money and nobody else's.
Okay.
I take that money right there and I buy them things. I put food on the table. I buy them clothes with that right there.
Fair enough.
That's me looking at you man to man in your eyes and telling you exactly what that is.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
I got some questions I'm going to want to ask you here in a few minutes. If you're willing to answer them, I'd appreciate that.
I have nothing to hide from you.
After Stephen agrees to further questioning, Trooper Brown reaches out to his sergeant, Glenn Rigdon, to update him on how things are progressing.
It's a strange one, but not a strange one. Consented to a search, said there was money up there. We located what he says is $100,000. It's in a Ziploc sandwich baggie.
Although it's not known what Agent Murray says to Trooper Brown, the call only lasts for about 40 seconds, and Trooper Brown informs him that he will start a brief with him, likely referring to Stephen.
Hey, Stephen. Stephen, you don't have any weapons on you, right? I know you're in... You mind if I just pat you down real quick? Face my car real quick, man.
As with all other previous...
Birdman, do me a favor. Have a seat in my front seat for me.
As with all other previous requests made by officers, this is something Stephen is more than willing to go along with because, as he puts it, he has nothing to hide. Unfortunately, however, he still doesn't seem to realize that the more he agrees to go along with their requests, the deeper the hole he has dug for himself will grow. Now that Stephen is aware of his rights, Trooper Brown can finally begin the questioning process.
So, what is the source of the currency that you have there?
Sources in how do I make my money?
Yeah.
I'm a retired U.S. Marine.
Here's the deal.
I get money from the VA for my disability, and it's money that I have earned from my employment, my job, doing IT work for a hospital.
Why do you transport bulk currency like that?
Where's the
Okay.
large amount of currency there?
So, no.
It's I keep it on my person and I secure it.
Okay. So for security?
I don't trust banks. That's
Okay.
why I have a large amount of currency there with all the receipts, which I keep in there for this type of purpose, in case anybody questions it. And if those receipts get looked into, you'll see that those are my accounts that those deposits are made for, or those withdrawals are made from.
Stephen goes on to inform the trooper that he owns a debit card and only uses banks for direct deposits before he answers even more questions about the money.
Is there any reason that you can think of that a trained drug detection canine would alert to the presence of drug odor coming from that vehicle?
No.
Okay.
Like I said, I gave you a consent to search the vehicle. I have nothing to hide, so
Okay.
if the dog alerted you guys, I can't tell you where it's coming from because I don't do that stuff.
Okay.
Nor do I have it. That is a rental car, so I don't know. I can't control what happened before I got it.
Fair enough.
Can't control what happens after I drop it off.
In cases such as this one, if officers persist in questioning, it's typically because they lack sufficient evidence and are seeking information that could be used against the individual. At this juncture, it's crucial to cease further communication and seek legal representation. Stephen is being fully cooperative here, and yet the treatment he gets is contrary to law enforcement's claims that cooperation would prevent such actions.
If the currency was to be utilized for a business transaction, personal purchase, is it going to be used for any of those, or is this just your savings?
It's my savings, and I plan on buying, getting a home.
Okay.
For my daughters and I in Texas.
Okay. So you're planning to use that to buy a home in Texas?
Yes, absolutely.
Although Stephen has been an open book throughout this entire process, Trooper Tumanovow is keen to take Stephen's ability a step further.
Hey, sir, you said you're okay with us going with your phone?
What?
What do you want to go through my phone?
What? Go through his phone?
What are you looking for?
Just trying to verify everything's correct like you've been telling us.
Come on.
The only thing I'm authorizing you guys to do is make the last phone call I made just to verify that I was going to take that tire, that rim in to get it fixed.
Okay.
But, I mean, I got personal pictures and stuff on there. I don't want you guys looking at my pictures. You know what I'm saying?
I want both of your pictures if you're okay with that.
Yeah.
So I can look at everything else but your pictures?
Yeah, that's fine.
Why would you say yes? Why would you say yes? You're trying to get something, bro.
It's fine? Okay.
Despite any officer's demeanor or apparent friendliness, it's imperative that one refuses access to their cell phone in a given situation. As awkward as it must be to have a stranger look through your phone, Stephen has no idea how much much more uncomfortable things will get. But while the questioning comes to a close, Sergeant Rigdon pulls up to the scene where he can be heard taking a call from DEA Agent Murray.
What's up, Shane?
There was just no way I was going to be able to make it out there.
No issues. It's too easy to do an adoption. You know, we contacted you, so I think everything's going to be okay. And I'll text you the money count after we get it. It'll probably be a couple hours. Okay.
Wow.
And I'll text you the money count after we get it. It'll probably be a couple hours.
For those who are unaware, adoption refers to the process of property seizure by law enforcement agencies as permitted by the U.S. Department of Justice's process of property seizure by law enforcement agencies as permitted by the U.S. Department of Justice's Equitable Sharing Program. When an adoption takes place, the federal agency keeps 20% of the proceeds, whilst the remaining 80% kicks back to the state or local agency, which is, in this case, the Nevada Highway Patrol.
So here's the money. He has a ton of receipts. He's in the military, gets the VA money.
He's in the Marine Corps?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Marine Corps backpack. You guys get pictures?
I think Tristan, yeah. I'll put it on the car. We haven't done that.
While processing this information, Sergeant Rigdon briefly examines a bag of MoneyGrams and what appears to be money orders.
Balance is 1246.
Having finished questioning Stephen, Trooper Brown asked Trooper Tumanovow to hang out with Stephen so he can share his findings with Sergeant Rigdon.
And his balances got her. She's got low balances on all these. But these are like 2019. I mean, there's not a lot in there.
Since the arrival of Sergeant Rigdon, Stephen appears slightly agitated, perhaps finally realizing just how out of control this situation has gotten. Despite his frustration, Stephen still manages to keep his cool, unaware that Sergeant Rigdon is about to test his patience even further.
Commander Atkins?
Oh, man.
Hey, you don't talk to me, it's all good. And I was a little frustrated, man, because I'm being treated like a criminal right now, and it's not your fault. They've had a lot of bad experience in the past.
Well, now you're having more.
It's very, very odd to carry 100K in cash like that.
Yeah, but it's not.
It's very, very odd to carry 100K in cash like that.
Yeah, but it's not illegal. But I can understand.
It's not illegal, but
I can understand your perspective. And everybody's been very professional. I didn't have anything to hide. That's why I let you search my vehicle.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I told the gentleman here I don't trust banks.
But you have 5 different banks to deal with. You got Wells Fargo, you got Plumas Bank.
Why does it matter? So he has to?
You got the Bank of America, and then there's one other bank in there. So I mean, you do trust banks.
Well, no, I don't, because if you look at
and
my
direct deposit has to come through a bank too.
Sure, it does. It goes to Bank of America. But if you look at my banks, there's no money in it. That's why those receipts. That's why I keep them. So if you call the banks and you ask them, and I'll call them right now and ask, or I can show you what's in my bank accounts.
Despite Stephen's conviction, he'll soon learn that no amount of reasoning will help him out of this situation.
So why the distrust of the banking system?
I just don't trust them.
Yeah.
That's just my reasoning. It's my personal thing.
Oh, I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other. It's not usual.
I understand.
And so we're looking for the unusual.
Sure.
You know.
I understand.
With the currency and stuff, I mean, somebody ripped you off, or I mean, you look like you could take care of yourself in a fight, but you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel comfortable going around with cash.
Well, I mean, I can understand where you're coming from.
I mean, how long did it take you to accumulate that much?
Oh God. I started saving since I was in the Marine Corps. 20 years.
How come it's all hundreds?
So I don't have to keep more. I mean, if those were all ones, my God, I'd have to, you get more.
Yeah. We usually weigh. It's actually a cool trick. So one bill weighs 1 gram.
Well, it is a lot, actually.
So if you weigh that and get the grams, and you multiply it times 100, you can tell by weight roughly what it is.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
So you can weigh your money and watch it grow.
There's something new every day.
It's very, very odd. We're going to do a little bit further investigation on it, and you'll be on your way very soon, sir.
Sure.
After expressing his suspicions to Stephen, Sergeant Rigdon consults Trooper Brown, giving him an opportunity to share his opinion on the matter at hand.
What are your thoughts, Chris?
I kind of leaning more towards it's odd, but
it's not packaged like normal.
No, and he's answering the questions. There's receipts here, and
I would like to put the dog on the currency, man.
Okay. Yeah, I mean everything lines, as odd as it is, everything lines up.
But the travel story and stuff like that, and I'm gonna get out my skill and wing that.
Sergeant Rigdon requests the assistance of a second sniffer dog. This time, Trooper Brown uses his own dog to detect the bag of money. Trooper Brown's dog has just given a positive hit on the bag of money. However, it should be noted that according to a comprehensive review by the Journal of Forensic Sciences, several studies have shown that between 67 and 100% of circulated U.S. currency is contaminated with cocaine.
What? No way, that's crazy. What the fuck? 67 to 100% of circulated U.S. currency is contaminated with cocaine.
Leading them to the conclusion that a positive canine alert to U.S. currency is not sufficiently reliable to determine that currency was used in an illicit drug transaction.
Positive alert. We'll go forward with it. Okay.
With the go-ahead from his sergeant to begin the adoption, Trooper Brown walks to his truck to get a bank bag. Meanwhile, Stephen looks noticeably more antsy as he seems to realize where this is headed.
Sunrise, the cash is not there anymore. Where's it at?
The Sarge took it. They did a secondary sniff to see what spot. I don't know what happened with that. Everything is on camera. Okay.
I'm just asking because that's my money.
Hey, I get it. No worries.
Soon, the sheriff arrives and is caught up on the situation.
You got a positive alert on the currency by itself. They had a positive alert on the car. Right now, we are just trying to determine whether or not it was proceeds. I believe it is proceeds. It is a big brick, and they're not old bills. He claims he's been saving it up over 20 years.
I hit 20-year bills.
No, those are all current bills.
Really good, but
His travel plans are consistent with what we see with drug traffickers. So how much is in there?
About 100,000.
About 100,000. That money has not been saved up over 20 years. It's newer bills.
His face is like, come on, dog. How you gonna tell me?
But they're not 20-year-old bills. And it's not 100,000.
Okay, well, I'm guessing. And so
It's not 100,000. How much is it then?
that's my life savings. I've been saving since, so I went in the Marine Corps, which is in 2000. Okay. So I've been saving for the last 20 years.
Roger. What we're gonna do? I believe there's drug proceeds, dog. Related to it.
Drug proceeds?
Yeah, it's very common, sir. We get people that are trafficking large quantities. Marijuana from Northern California to all states east, even from Reno.
Sir, I can tell you right now,
I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen, okay?
Damn.
We're going to seize it today, but that doesn't mean we're the final. Judgment on it.
Damn.
It's going to go through the DEA, okay? So the DEA will contact you, and the DEA will provide you with a means to provide it. You're going to have to provide your pay stubs. You're going to have to provide your other receipts and stuff like that. Okay?
After receiving this distressing news, Stephen desperately tries to convince Sergeant Rigdon of his innocence one last time, not realizing that his mind has already been made up.
So if you take that money, I don't have any money for me and my kids this weekend. I don't have anything.
You got a wallet on you?
jacket's in the car.
Okay.
I don't have anything.
You don't have a wallet? Where do you keep your identification?
It's in my jacket.
Okay.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you, God is my witness. Now, I mean, I'm a retired Marine. I don't have any reason to do drugs or anything like that. That's my life savings right there for me and my daughters.
I respect your service, sir. I serve as
No,
well.
he doesn't.
Okay. I have caught cops doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing, and they go to jail for whatever they're doing.
That's not me.
So you're who you are doesn't influence whether or not we take action on what we see. Okay. If it is legitimately earned income, you're going to be able to provide those pay stubs, and they'll give you all your money back.
No, they won't.
But I believe it's drug proceeds.
It's not drug proceeds, sir. I'm telling you right now, it's not. I don't do drugs, sir. You want to do a drug test today? Let's do a drug test. I'm okay with that.
You know what a lot of drug traffickers use?
I don't know anything about drug trafficking.
I don't know. I don't know what you know, sir. But a lot of drug traffickers want these people that have no criminal history. A guy with a long drug history.
Here's the thing, go through. You there is my, like I said, that money is my life savings. I'd like to go through. You want to take it? Okay. I'm going to give me an attorney. I want to know exactly how much you're taking.
I'll tell you what it weighed out at.
No, I would like to go bill by bill.
No, we're not going to bill by bill. What you'll see is
what the fuck?
See is seal it into a bag. Okay, into a bank bag.
This guy's stupid for not doing that.
Can I take a picture of that?
Yeah.
I'd like to take a picture.
As his reality comes crashing down, Stephen, while still remaining respectful, becomes more firm, a development which appears to take the sergeant aback slightly.
Do you mind if I take a video of it being still?
No.
I'd like to do that.
I think, you know what, you're on video right now, and we'll give you the case number, and you can request that information. You can request the entire recording of this entire stuff.
For right now, you're going to be under arrest.
Okay. Everything that we did, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. And I've been totally cooperative with you guys.
I appreciate that.
There's a receipt down there on the ground. I believe that's mine.
Hey, Dave, can you pick up that piece of paper?
Ask him.
Yeah.
Throughout this incident, Stephen was under no obligation to answer all of their questions. It's evident that his willingness to cooperate was being exploited, and instead of acknowledging his innocence, the officers attempted to utilize his responses as a pretext to seek justification for seizing the cash. As Stephen is left with no choice but to come to terms with what happened, Trooper Brown has been busy bagging up his life savings. But before he's sent on his way, Stephen has some parting words for Trooper Brown.
Just want to let you know, I know you're just doing your job. Money that I have in my jacket is only $2. I need to pay for my kids, bills, my hotel. We're going to get that car to Texas. No way.
That's so fucked up.
Riding for my children.
No gas money.
Get back to Texas. I know you're just doing what you feel is best, but
like you know, my sergeant. It sounded like my sergeant talked to you about a little bit. Told you what was going on. Those lines. So,
I just wanted to tell you, Officer Brown. I mean, you're taking money out of my kids' mouths.
Sorry.
Or you're taking food out of my kids' mouths.
Like I said, we believe right now that this is drug proceeds currency.
Well, I'm going to prove to you that it's not.
Perfect.
After taking down names and badge numbers, Stephen drives away, likely still reeling from that 90-minute whirlwind.
That's crazy. They let him go and they just took his cash. That's crazy.
Shortly after, Sergeant Rigdon and Trooper Brown head over to the bank to deposit the cash.
Yeah, that's perfect. You guys must have had your ears burning because I was complaining about not having enough hundreds in my drawer.
The amount of money the Nevada Highway Patrol seized from Stephen turned out to be $86,900.
Liars. But it was $100,000.
Stephen made good on his promise to get an attorney, and his case wound up being taken on by the Institute for Justice, a nonprofit advocating for forfeiture reform and other issues they consider abuses of government power. Although the federal government had 90 days to obtain a criminal indictment, indictment, obtain an extension, or initiate federal civil forfeiture proceedings after a valid claim to the property had been filed, the money wasn't returned to him until over 6 months later after the lawsuit was filed, and after the media attention caused by Stephen's story being featured on the front page of the Washington Post. It's likely that the officers were aware of insufficient grounds to justify the seizure of the funds, which may explain the delay in filing the necessary action for the seizure or forfeiture of the money. Not wanting this to happen to anyone else, Stephen and IJ also sued the Nevada Highway Patrol in state court, but the case was put on pause for almost all of 2022. In January 2024, a judge rejected the Highway Patrol's motion to dismiss the lawsuit, allowing Stephen's claims to move forward. It only remains to be seen if Stephen will be awarded the ultimate justice for what he endured on that fateful day.
That's so crazy. Ooh, that would have been so sick.
This here is 27-year-old Brian, and on one night in Grand Rapids, Michigan, he decided to come on over to get a cupcake. Now, obviously, we're talking about some highly illegal activity here, so we made sure to involve law enforcement every step of the way. Now,
Making sure that was the best ever.
this here is 27-year-old Brian, and on one night in Grand Rapids, Michigan, he decided to come on over to get a cupcake. Now, obviously, we're talking about some highly illegal activity here, so we made sure to involve law enforcement every step of the way. Now, if you ask Brian, he just wanted to come on over and have a Shrek marathon with this cupcake. He just wanted to come on over and, watch Shrek 1 through 4. And who knows, maybe he also wanted law enforcement. Now keep in mind, we had to cut a lot of things out of this video just to make it suitable for YouTube's guidelines. But if you want to see the full uncut version of this video and more, be sure to head on over to skeeterjeans.locals.com. Mike, I'm with the Predatorial Investigation Unit. So you said you're just here to get a pack of smokes?
That's what I did, and I'm headed back home.
Okay. You weren't talking to a named Erica from Grindr?
I don't even know who that is.
You have an incoming call from Erica.
I'm not answering it because I don't know who it is.
Oh, I'll answer it for you. Hello, this is Mike's phone. Hi, who is this?
Far away are you from my address?
Over like 30 minutes or so. Go get my stuff.
Love you.
Well, we only been gone for like 12 hours.
I'm an idiot.
But we missed you. Your dad was. You meet him.
Don't cry.
He has a. Except any lowball.
Northbound, turning westbound on California.
Yep. Come on, Alex.
Don't be like that.
Yeah, just keep honking at him.
Yep.
Also, this is Bruce right now, but it's not character.
This here is 27-year-old Brian, and on one night in Grand, the Puss in Boots movies as well. But judging by what he'd been saying over the phone to this cupcake, that's a little hard to believe. One thing he said was that he wanted to reenact the scene in the Shrek movie with the donkey and the dragon. And if you've watched the Shrek movie, you'll know that that scene is just a little bit inappropriate. Even though the film is rated PG, you know, one of my favorite films, by the way. But come on now, who am I to judge? Only Brian can really tell his story, so let's go ahead and let him tell it. We're here with the boy, Gideon.
What's good, my Skiterites?
We're about to have this guy come through. His name is Brian. That's what he looks like there. I believe that's him at his construction job. And
he's a Chad.
Yeah, he's a Chad. He's got like a year-old at home. He's talking about leaving to come and hang out with who he thinks is a.
That's not very skippity toilet.
No, I don't know what that means, but definitely not.
Not at all.
He must be going for Father of the Year award, you know. Him at his construction job here.
Yeah, that looks like the Care Bear outfit that I wore on our first day.
It kind of does, actually. Some of the things he says is, my would break your crotch. You have a favorite sex position. My personal favorite thing that he said was, if you start grinding on me, don't be mad if it goes to more. Wonder what he could have meant by that.
My would break your crotch.
I would break you. I would do things to you that you could only dream of. This guy should write a romance novel.
Why do you sound like Hulk Hogan dropping a promo?
All right, so what's this guy saying now?
But are you sure you're ready for your first time with something bigger than your fingers? I'm fine if you're not. And I meant we can see how you feel. If you don't even want to kiss and just want to watch the movie together, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so he wants to come over and watch Shrek and maybe show you something that might be bigger than his finger.
Yeah.
Cool.
Be like, let's see how the Riz is, and then we can get skibbity.
Yeah. He wants to have a Shrek marathon with the girl. He wants to watch all, what is it, like 4 Shrek movies?
There's 5 Shrek
movies. There's 5. So the first thing we have is, my would break your crotch. It's a pretty good opener.
You know you know how strong a pelvis is for you to break it?
Mm-hmm. This guy, I mean, he's white, but he might be coming with some BBC. I don't know. We should have him like demonstrate like one of his like his strokes, like on the couch or something. Have him demonstrate it on this. Put that there. Show me your stroke game. How would he do it?
Bro, to generate enough force to break a pelvis, like what I would think is you have to get some leverage up top.
Definitely.
And then you're gonna like go high.
Yep.
And then you have to like low-key like tombstone.
You just fall into it.
Like, how would you do it?
How would I do it?
Yeah.
If I were to attempt to take out a pelvis, 4-point stance, and then I go to a 3-point stance, and then I would go like this and use my strong arm, my pin pan here, to kind of push on my lower back and just, and then the nut has been had and the pelvis is broken. That'll work. Thank you.
Where were you at?
I was handling business, getting some snacks.
What, cookies?
Maybe. You want one? You want a cookie?
Oh, bro, you're on the job right now.
Can I give you a fat ass cookie?
Look at you, you're one to talk. Bro, Ski, why would you invite this dude, bro?
I mean, he's fun at parties.
Hello? Yeah. Yeah, well, what are we gonna do tonight?
What do you want to do?
I mean, I wanted to watch Shrek.
And then what do you want to do?
Whatever you want to do. I'm honestly, like, I'm down for whatever, so.
You are?
Yeah.
So what do you mean you're down for whatever?
Well, like I said, like, whatever you want to do.
I mean, we can kiss if you want to. Or do you want to do more than that?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? I mean, you can tell me what you want to do.
Well, I just think kissing is so first grade.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is. But you said you're a virgin and you know it hurts the first time. Have you ever had your hymen broken?
What What's a hymen?
It's like a little piece of skin that is in your that when you fuck the first time, it's called popping your cherry.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I'll be okay. I'm strong like the dragon from Shrek, so. Well, do you want to be my donkey? My donkey?
What you mean, take your first time?
Sure.
What's the furthest you went with a guy? Like, have you touched? Have you sucked?
Yeah.
You sucked before? I'm surprised.
Why is that surprising?
I'm just surprised you ever went all the way if you went that far.
He came too fast.
And what? I mean, I'm surprised. I probably will too. No offense.
Oh, why is that?
You're tall, you're skinny. You have beautiful eyes.
I just don't want to get, like, preggers.
That's why I'm bringing a couple condoms.
Oh, okay.
Can at least lick your at least once.
I'm down to try new things, I guess.
I know you're not down to try it. That's why I'm not even going to ask that later in life type thing.
What even is that?
So I can get a girl.
Oh.
Well, do you want to, I'm on my way. Obviously, you're a hundred feet open.
Okay. Did you just leave or?
I've been on the way for a little bit.
Oh, okay. So how far away are you?
Hey, see ya. Hey. What's up? I just have Shrek on. Yeah. No, it's okay. You can leave him on. You can just sit right there.
Okay.
It's okay.
Alright.
It's okay.
So what's up?
Nothing. Do you care that I'm like... Really?
But it's what's up? What the fuck?
That's cool. Hey, I do have a question though.
Huh.
I was thinking like I wanted to see like your stroke game, so could you like take that pillow and like put it on the floor and like show me it?
What? What do you mean by a stroke game?
I think you know what I mean.
No.
I don't know, just like stroke it on the ground. What?
Really?
Yeah?
Go in the bathroom and go see it?
I'd rather you take the pillow. Just the red one. Plus, look what it says. Uh-huh. Isn't that so skibbity toilet?
That is, though. Let's go skibbity toilet.
Really Wait, say skibbity toilet.
Skibbity toilet?
Do you know what that means?
No clue.
Me neither. I just like saying it. Like, on the ground.
What do you mean? I'm so confused.
Just like... Yeah.
Like this? Just skibbity toilet.
Yeah.
So weird.
How is this weird?
I feel like I'm being recorded or something. Like when you do the way you're doing this.
No, my phone's not recording or anything.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's really strange.
Yeah.
Skibbity toilet.
I think I'm gonna go get like a cupcake or something. Do you want some predator pasta?
What's up, my friend?
What up?
How you doing?
So you came to get your dragon eggs off, did you?
Hey, yo.
I did not.
Can you have a seat first?
You weren't doing anything? Can you just have a seat right there for me, sir? Sir, if you could just...
I understand. I'm not trying to do anything.
Sir, if you could just have a...
Please have a seat first.
If you could have a seat, please.
Yes,
please.
Right over here, if you could come over to the couch, please.
Yep. I wasn't trying to do nothing.
And...
I wasn't gonna...
Okay, just keep your hands out of your pockets and have a seat, please.
Yep, sir.
So...
I knew that I was not trying to do anything with no one younger than me.
Okay.
I'm not trying to start nothing. Not trying to do anything.
Okay.
I just...
Do you have any idea that I can see?
Yes, I do.
And what's your reason for being
Like I said,
here?
I was just trying to come over and hang out. I'm not trying to do
Hang
anything
out.
sexual.
Okay.
I did not have any sexual content. No sexual talks with her.
Not even on the phone?
Not even on the phone.
So what about when you said...
No, I do not.
What about when you said my would break your crotch? What did you mean by that?
I did not
main cam.
mean that in any way, shape, or form.
You didn't mean that?
No,
Okay.
I did not realize she was so young.
How old did you think she was? was.
I thought she was.
But
Well, because her profile on Meet Me.
It says that, but on the phone she says she's. You say you're okay with it.
I did not mean in any way, shape, or form, sir.
And your name is Brian, right?
Yes.
Brian.
And yeah, can I stand up, please? I just.
I would rather you. I'd rather you sit down.
I will.
And Brian, did you bring condoms with you tonight?
Yes, but that's for a different woman. I am not.
So you were hitting a 2-for-1 tonight.
No, I have a ex-fiance. I have 3 kids at home. I am not trying to be in any.
Okay. So you were going to visit this, watch a Shrek movie, then visit your ex-fiance.
Yes, but I'm not trying to do anything. I promise you, sir. I am not trying to do anything.
Even though you came here with condoms.
Yes, because they were supposed to be left in the car. I apologize.
Well, you understand why that's hard for me to believe.
Yes, I do.
Brian.
But I'm not trying to do anything. And that's why I was so confused about her telling me, like, why are you telling me to do that?
Well, because you talked about it. You talk a big game here. You say that you would do things to her that she can only dream of.
Yes, sir.
That she can only dream of.
I apologize.
Here, we'll sit down with you. Well, he's gonna stand
I'll stand here.
I would never do anything in a sex. I know about the whole predator stuff, and I am not trying to do predator stuff. I am not involved in that. I was not going to do anything with anyone younger than, which is the legal age of consent. I understand that fully. And
why do you have that in your memory bank so fast?
Because both my ex-fiancés were when they got pregnant with my first child.
How old were you at the time?
I was 20 with the first one and 20 with the second one.
So you typically go for the teen
at that
range.
time I was, and I do not.
Well, it sounds like you're still doing it.
No.
But this time you went 3 years below.
Yes, and I wasn't realizing that she was. I thought I was going to ask her ID if anything happened. And
so after it happened, you would have asked?
No, before.
Okay.
Before anything happened, I would have asked.
So you're saying nothing would have happened?
Nothing would have happened tonight.
Well, about an hour ago, you were on the phone saying some
different shit because it's been months for me. I didn't realize, like I said, I did not realize she was so young. I'm not involved.
Brian, do I have permission to see her?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
And you say if you start grinding on me, don't be mad if it goes to more.
Because I didn't realize, like I said, I didn't realize that about the age.
So at that point you didn't realize it.
At that point you didn't tell me about the age.
Now, I don't know about you, but to me, Brian's story just wasn't sounding very convincing. I mean, I don't know, something was just missing. It didn't seem right. But on the other hand, did you know that data brokers are online right now trying to obtain your personal information? It's important to protect yourself online, and that's where today's video sponsor, Incogni, comes in. Incogni is basically a service that helps you keep your personal information off of the World Wide Web. There are data brokers and search sites everywhere selling people's personal data every day. And don't think that you're an exception to this. Data brokers sell your contact information to different businesses and marketing agencies. This is a direct result of spam calls, messages, and emails. And don't even get me started with identity theft. You don't want things like your passwords, social security numbers, or financial details getting into the wrong hands. Data brokers are required to remove your personal information from their databases if you ask them to. But doing this alone would take an eternity, so why not just let Incogni do it for you? Protecting your privacy with Incogni is easy. All you have to do is create an account, grant them the right to work for you, and then sit back, relax, and let them get to work. Don't allow data brokers to access your personal information. You can head on over to incogni.com/SkeeterGene to get 60% off an annual Incogni plan. So at that point you didn't realize it?
At that point you didn't tell me about the age. I do not have any interest in anyone younger than 18, age of consent, with proper age of consent, with proper identification.
Yeah.
I am not into that type of thing.
You're not into...
No.
It's kind of weird that, you know, you want to come into a swamp.
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
Kids, I understand.
And you left one of them home tonight to come
with
here.
My mother.
With your mother.
With both my parents. And
you live with your parents?
Do your parents know where you were going?
Yes.
They know you were coming to meet them?
I didn't realize she was like I said.
So at what point did you realize she was
over the phone? I believe on the way here.
On the way here.
And like I said,
Okay.
And
So on the way here, she told you she was.
I probably should have turned around.
Let me finish. You then proceeded to go ahead and come on inside, even after she told you.
Like I said, that's why I was asking if I wanted to make sure. That's why you'll see in the messages about the car. I didn't want anything to happen. I wanted to make sure.
Oh, so you wanted to make sure that she was.
I was gonna make sure. I was gonna ask for the ID. I was gonna make sure before we even walked inside. The only reason I came inside, I figured we can watch Shrek.
Yeah, nothing wrong with watching Shrek and getting your dragon eggs off of right?
No, I'm not trying to get my dragon eggs off of.
Well, you said the donkey and the dragon scene was your favorite. You said, I think you said that was your favorite.
No, I said the donkey and the. I know the donkey and the dragon. The donkey and the donkey and the dragon was the donkey, meeting the dragon, and the whole backstory is that's the original princess, and that's what I was saying.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay.
I wasn't saying anything about getting. She is the one who referenced that.
She did. Okay. Well, speaking of donkeys, don't you think this is a bit of a jackass move?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, she told you she was. You came here.
I probably should have turned right the fuck back
Probably
around.
should have. Why didn't you, Brian?
Because I've been bored. I haven't had anything to do. All I've been doing is working, and I figured
so
if I can chill, I'm not trying to have sexual.
Well, you figured I'm bored, so let's go commit a felony.
I have work at 6 a.m., but I'm not trying to commit.
You did say that. Well, you realize traveling to meet for sex in the state of Michigan is a felony.
I do realize that, and I wasn't trying to meet her for sex. Like I said, all I was trying to do was meet for a show. Or for a movie. That's also why I was.
Now, Brian, let me get this straight. You do have condoms with you right now.
In the car.
In the car. So they're not on you in your pocket. Okay. But you still traveled here with.
Because I keep them in the car too for just random meetings.
Because you're such a playboy, you never know when you're gonna have to, whip it out. Oh yeah.
I had a question, Skeet, real quick. So you just said you were coming here to watch Shrek, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So while over the phone, were you trying to play some 50 Cent 21 questions? Why were you asking her if she would be down to?
Because, like I said, I did not know her age at the time. She never mentioned her age before then.
You know we have the chat logs, right?
Yes, I do.
You know you're caught in 4K, right?
Yes.
Caught in 4K.
So we have all this in 4K, but you're gonna tell us a different story.
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to commit a felony. I am not trying to do anything with. I promise you that. I do not want anything to do with, sir.
Anything.
Anything.
So why are you here?
Because, like I said, we could simply watch a movie. That's why I was strictly saying if anything does happen, I don't know your age. I'm gonna ask for your ID. I'm going to make sure before anything does happen.
Have you ate before you got here, Brian?
Okay.
No.
Okay. I think we should get some pizza because it might be a long night.
Yeah. It's already on the way.
Here, we're gonna get some pizza. And we're gonna talk this out.
I promise you, sir, I have nothing involved with anyone younger.
Okay, can you straighten that out for us? Because some of these chat logs, you can go to jail for this.
I understand, sir.
So, can you?
I understand, sir. And I'm not trying to go to jail.
So your plan was to come over here, watch Shrek, and how would the mother of your children feel about this?
She'd be very unhappy about it. I thought that maybe it would be just, or we can stick strictly nothing in between us, because older man and a younger woman can just watch a movie together.
Okay, so you get that.
They can.
You get that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to.
But it sounded like you were coming to do something
no, sir.
else, a lot more. You asked her, about, I believe you mentioned the clitoris.
Yes.
And you said you wanted to lick her.
And I should not be talking that way with anyone younger than. And like I said, I did not realize her age till after I said all of this stuff.
Now, Brian, you understand why that's hard for me to believe. You realize we have, not only that, but we have everything you said on the phone recorded.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
So at one point on the phone call, she did say she was. Do you not remember this? It was a couple days ago.
I have very short-term memory, sir. I've been
short-term.
So you guys cannot see. Sorry, cannot show you because I'm gonna get striked again.
So, you just said you were coming here to watch Shrek, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So why over the phone were you trying to play some 50 Cent 21 Questions? Why were you asking her if she would be down to...
Because, like I said, I did not know her age at the time. She never mentioned her age before then.
You know we have the chat logs, right?
Yes, I do.
You know you're caught at 4K, right?
Yes.
So we have all this in 4K, but you're going to tell us a different story.
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to commit a felony. I am not trying to do anything with I promise you that. I do not want anything.
What is going on? My finger off. Jesus Christ. Someone Mike Tyson this finger. I was in a headlock with this guy, and I cried for people to stop and help.
A lot of people
I cried for people to stop and help. And now look, dude, I'm missing part of my finger.
On June 30th, 2024, police in Riverside, Ohio were dispatched to the side of a highway after receiving several 911 calls about a fight in progress. As officers arrive, they're greeted by a man, breathless and covered in blood, with a truly unbelievable tale to tell. And while the events which occurred that night are bizarre, it's perhaps nowhere near as mystifying as how it ends, as first responders must piece together both the story and the man himself.
Does not look good. I don't think they're going to retouch that.
After being dispatched at 12:30,
does not look good. I don't think they're going to retouch that.
After being dispatched at 12:32 a.m., the first officer is flagged down by 43-year-old Charles Volpe as he pulls up to the scene.
What is going on?
My finger off.
Where's he at?
He drove off that way.
What's he in? How about you step over here? What's he in?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What's he driving?
I don't remember what kind of...
Just step over there.
Thank you.
Riverside 113.
Okay, yeah.
He said a guy bit his finger off, drove off. He don't know what kind of car.
He did.
We're going to need a medic out here. He's stating this guy bit his finger off, which he did. Yeah. And he drove off in a car, does not know the description of it.
After calling for an ambulance, the officer continues to get as much information out of Charles as he can, feeding updates to his team along the way.
I'm sorry, man.
You're good. So what happened? What's this over?
Dude, he got real sensitive. I don't know if I was too close.
What's the guy look like?
He was an older gentleman, like in his 50s or 60s.
Bruh.
He was short and squat, like 5'6", 5'8".
He says he's an older gentleman in his 50s or 60s.
He was definitely bald.
Was he a big guy?
Squat.
Like.
He was wearing like jean shorts.
Yeah, but is he like super big, like buff?
Probably, yeah. He was bigger. He was more bigger than you.
While the officer tries his hardest to get a good description, a huge oversight on behalf of the suspect is about to make his job a whole lot easier.
Is this his phone or your phone?
This is my car.
Is this your phone or his?
That's his phone. He dropped it out of his pocket. That's my phone. Please, sir.
The medics are coming, okay? I don't have anything.
Okay.
I mean, you've been drinking some. That's why it's probably flowing.
Yeah.
I can smell the alcohol.
Yeah.
So.
The other light down there.
Was he driving a truck?
No.
What was he driving?
It was like a sedan.
Was he white or black or what?
White dude.
How tall?
Short cropped hair, 5'6" to 5'8".
In an attempt to get more details, the officer asked dispatch to redial one of the 911 callers as he unsuccessfully searches for any witnesses. Meanwhile, a second officer arrives and is caught up on the situation.
Keep going.
I'm sorry, man.
No, you're good. Just keep saying what you were saying.
So
What color was it, do you know?
I'm sorry, he was a white guy.
No, what color?
No, this car.
Oh, I don't remember. I wish I did. It all happened so fast.
No, I
stopped so fast. And then, like...
Seeing some witnesses.
Yeah.
Every witness...
Hey, what the hell's that guy doing?
I was in a headlock with this guy, and I cried for people to stop and help.
A lot of people
I cried for people to stop and help.
Riverside 111 a plate.
And now look, dude, I'm missing part of my finger. This guy, I finally had him over.
Frank, Mary, 7828, you're good.
I finally had him over in a sprawl. And
keep that hand up for me, brother.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I do appreciate that.
As the officer retrieves his camera, he calls Charles over to his car to document his gruesome injuries.
sir.
Are you sergeant?
No. Okay.
I'm not old enough, man.
I get you.
You're good. I'm gonna have you stand right here just like that. I'll step out in the rain, all right?
Thank you.
Go ahead. Just like this.
Once medics arrive, the officer leaves to take photos of the bloody scene, knowing full well that he's working against the clock as the rain continues to wash away valuable evidence. Meanwhile, the other officer obtains Charles' permission to move his car, as he's clearly incapacitated at the moment, before making a darkly astute observation.
He said you're good to move it once you're done.
So crazy. They said Mike Tyson's finger.
Walks to his car to grab a bag for the phone, completely unaware of the can of worms that will be opened once the shocking identity of the suspect is eventually revealed. While Charles gets some much-needed medical attention, he calls someone to pick up his car.
If someone can't get it.
If somebody can, that's great.
Yeah, he said, all right. That said, you have like 10, 20 minutes. Don't worry. I don't know. They got into it. He said they just got into a fight. He didn't say what. He's drunk, for one. But he said they got into a fight and he had him in a headlock and bit his finger off. Some of his fingers right there.
Huh?
Some of his fingers right there.
His finger?
Yeah, he bit his finger off.
Not his finger. No, it's just
Oh, it looks like some of the skin.
I got pictures as best I could as the blood splatter. As soon as I went to get my this too. Yeah.
Yeah, it started raining.
As best as I could. It started pissing as soon as I went to get my camera, man.
You did get the car though.
Yep.
While Charles sits in the ambulance waiting to be brought to the hospital, one of the officers makes a stomach-churning discovery.
Well, he clearly engaged in the fight too. Is it? Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, wait. Tell him that we got his finger. Tell him that his finger's over here.
Finger right there.
They need to take it with them. Jesus. Well, he's bleeding a lot. He was drinking too. Yeah, it was under. Yeah. Are they gonna come pick it up?
Probably.
Dude, that's crazy.
I don't know. I think Matt ran it over. You let me move the car. Does not look good. I don't think they're gonna reattach that.
Once the finger has been recovered, one of the officers goes back into the ambulance, where he's finally able to get the full jaw-dropping tale from Charles. And while what he says next is almost inconceivable, it's nowhere near as astonishing as how this seemingly cut-and-dry case ends.
The guy thought he got too close. I'm sorry. I haven't had anything to drink. I'm so dry. The guy thought I got too close to him at the last light. So when we got to this light, it went green. He didn't go. So I hit my horn and I just laid on it. Please let me go. And he stopped, got out of the car, and wanted to fight. So my window doesn't roll down, so I opened the car door. He pulled it open, pulled me out, and started fighting with me. I got on top of him, and he bit my finger off. I was yelling at everybody that passed, please help, please help, please help. And nobody stopped. I don't know if somebody stopped and called you, because I didn't have my phone on him. But he dropped his phone, knocked my glasses off and everything. It bit my finger off.
That's crazy.
All over some road rage you honked on.
From road rage, from that light to this light. I do know the one over it does have a camera. Right, yeah. So you should be able to at least get that one camera. From Linden.
In the end, it turns out that the supposed finger biter was actually Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Christopher Murray from Greene County, Ohio. On July 9th, 9 days after the alleged assault occurred, Murray was placed on leave from the Greene County Prosecutor's Office while awaiting a decision from the grand jury of a neighboring county, before reportedly being fired from his position on August 8th. Shockingly, on August 19th, the Montgomery County grand jury decided not to indict Murray on charges of felonious assault or aggravated assault, and instead returned a no true bill, meaning the jury didn't find sufficient evidence to require a trial. We reached out to Greene County Prosecuting Attorney David Hayes, but he declined to comment. There have been no credible updates regarding Charles Volpe's condition.
Don't have me nowhere, because I'm a near.
Or do you believe your ability to drive was affected by your alcohol or drug usage?
No.
No?
On October 6th, 2023, police were dispatched to the scene of a rollover collision involving two vehicles, one of which was overturned. Multiple witnesses reported the accident and noted that the drivers of the two vehicles were engaged in a verbal altercation.
47, on scene. All right. Hi. Everyone in both cars okay?
We're in that car. We're the ones
Who's in
that
this car?
The one that hit us.
Are you okay? Yeah? Okay. Any significant injuries? Everybody out of the car? Yeah? Okay. Okay. And you guys are both in that car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Me, my husband, and our dogs. We're in that car.
Okay. So what?
I'm the owner of the house.
Who was driving?
My husband.
They ran over the house, my fence over here.
That's a house?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna have you go stand over there, and I'll come and talk to you, okay? I just wanna make sure you and your husband dogs were driving, or in the car. You were driving, or your husband?
My husband, yeah.
Okay, and then you're complaining of wrist.
Yeah, my wrist was hurt.
Okay.
I think this was fine.
Okay, do me a favor, honey, just tell me what happened.
So we're on our way to go to the vet. We're literally just riding down here, and I see this Jeep behind us going like 15 miles an hour on the back. And I'm like, oh my God, hun, pull over. And next thing, she just rams into us, and we just move out of control, and trying not to. We just went out of control, trying not to flip, and then we ended up over there.
So she ran right into you from behind.
Yeah, and then she came out all belligerent, just like, what the fuck are you stupid? I'm like, okay, what the hell is going on with this lady? You literally just almost killed us. Like, are you crazy?
Okay, so y'all were just driving?
We were driving to the Sacagawea Animal Vet for his little appointment. And we were driving right here, and I don't really know what happened. She must have rear-ended me or something, because I just felt the car get hit, and I just kind of tried to swerve off to the side of the road.
Okay, do you have license?
Nobody knows that it was their fault.
Why are you acting crazy?
I don't know.
I got my license.
47, we need 2 toes, please.
What happened?
Talked to the other driver. She's acting crazy, but she said they were just driving, and she just came home up there and just rear-ended him.
She's got some. And there's 341. Steve's 341 as well. I apologize. I just hang so I guys get a towel.
Okay.
Yeah. We can get your license, registration, and proof of insurance, okay?
Yeah, you might as well.
Yes. So go ahead and tell me, are you the only occupant of this car?
Yeah, I'm the only owner of this vehicle.
This one here? Okay. Can you tell me what happened?
I was driving down and I was trying to get into a lane, and they were getting into a lane at the same time I was getting into the left lane.
Okay.
And they were getting into the right lane.
Okay.
And so I guess we hit.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I seen, because they have their blinker on.
Okay.
When I got out the vehicle, they said, no, you crashed into me, and da-da-da-da, and I was like, wait.
Okay, and who is...
I'm the owner of the vehicle.
Okay, but I don't know if you know her.
I will be honest, I was going a little fast.
Okay.
Probably going about maybe like 5-6 miles over.
Okay, okay. And
I can vouch for that.
Okay. And where are you coming from?
I was just dropping my friend off in Northwest Tacoma.
Okay.
And I was coming back down here.
Okay.
Right on First Avenue.
Okay. And have you had anything to drink today?
No. I did smoke probably like, I'd say like 9 hours ago now.
9 hours, okay, but nothing to drink?
No.
No, okay.
Do you mind if I go in there and turn off your car?
That one's hers is
that one's not mine.
This one's her car.
Yeah,
your license? I don't know if
It's in the car if you want to get it.
Okay. Can you come? I don't know where it's at. Tell me where.
Me shit, girl, me either.
These two. I don't know if she's been checked out.
Can you check? I'm not going in. I don't need.
Where was your license at?
It was in my Prius. Yeah.
Okay. And then
I gave them my insurance when I hit them the last time.
You hit them before?
Or I guess. Shit. I don't even remember the last time.
No? Okay.
Well, let me not say it like that, but
You're saying that you've hit these same people before, or you've been in another accident before?
I've been in another accident before.
Okay. Okay. Affirm. Okay, what's your first name, hun?
Anjali.
Can you spell that for me?
A-U-N.
Affirm. Okay, what's your first name, hun?
Anjali.
Can you spell that for me?
A-U-N. G-E-L-E-U-K-L-I-U-E.
Yuki? Is that C?
Yeah.
So A-U-N-G-E-L-E-U-C-E? Or
no, G-U-N.
A-U-N-G-U-N?
G-E.
G-E?
L-I-Q-U-E.
Okay.
Yes.
A-U-N-G-U-N-G-E-L-I-Q-U-E. Anjali.
Can
you just write it for me? Do you mind? Sorry.
No.
Much easier. And you can write your middle initial and date of birth too.
Sorry, my research is fucked up.
Okay,
I don't know.
A-U-N-G, you've got such pretty handwriting.
G-E-L-I, no it's
Q-U-E?
A-U-N-G-E.
And is that a
Q-U-E.
Q-U-E-L-I, okay. And then M?
L-I-Q-U-E.
Okay, and then M is the middle initial?
Yes.
Okay, and then date of birth. Okay, and just real quick, is your hand in your pockets okay if I pat you down real quick? Do you have any weapons on you or anything, hun?
No, no sir.
Okay.
Just like your pockets.
Just what?
Just pocket watches.
Pocket watches, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody here witnessed it that I should talk to, you think?
I would talk to the lady in the blue, and the lady in the green, and the sir in the white, and the sir in the gray, and the sir in the pink, so that they can give you full statements.
Okay.
I'm gonna get my car to my house.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna get my car to my house.
Well, we obviously can't get it to your house, right?
I could drive it there.
Baby, you can't drive that car. It is
Yeah, I drove it worse.
No, we're not doing that. So, do you live close?
Very.
Okay. Okay, so at this time you are not free to leave, okay? You gotta stay here, we gotta exchange some info, okay? Okay, alright. Stand by. Hey,
Bitch almost killed us.
Hey, let's not be, come on. That's not gonna help. One toe needs to be touching the other.
Oh.
There you go. Just like on top of each other. See?
Yeah, they are.
No, they have to be directly.
Yeah.
There you go. Just like that. Okay. And I need you to keep your hands on your side. Okay.
Like they can't leave.
Yes. Like this. Okay. So what I'm going to do when I demonstrate, I'm just going to do 3 steps. But when you go, I want you to count to 9. Okay.
To 9.
Yep. So but you got to see like this. There you go. So there you go. There you go. Oh, just like that. Okay. Let's demonstrate. When I tell you go, I want you to take.
Can I count when I demonstrate with you?
No, you're just gonna watch me right now, okay? So that way you understand, and I'll make sure you have any questions, okay? All right, so you stay, and then once I'm done, then I want you to go, okay? So I'm demonstrate. I'm taking heel to toe steps. 1, 2, 3. Keep your foot planted, and make a series of small steps this way, okay? And then you go back.
3.
1, 2, 3. This is downhill though. Put it this way, okay? All right.
Yeah.
We can try the sidewalk. Are you comfortable doing it on the sidewalk instead of I'm putting your pants, right? Okay.
1, 2, 6, 2, 6.
Leg is
2.
arms at your
It's all like in 25.
influence. At this time, I'll place you under arrest, okay? I'm driving under the influence. Are those okay? Are those tight enough? Comfortable enough, and okay? This is the corridor to high disease.
I thought I was.
Here.
So I'm getting booked. And then it's not a little bit. Like it was like
Is nearly 10 times the legal limit of 0.02 for drivers under the age of 20.
2nd, 2024, officers were dispatched to a dentist office in regards to a disruptive patient.
Hi, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, of course.
She's over here.
Okay.
She's over here.
Do what they need to freaking do. Why? Like,
All right, what's going on?
oh, so they called the cops. They have the cops here now.
All right, what's going on?
There is nothing here. All I asked was just for my documentation about what happened here and what went on, and they refused to give me my paperwork, and that's all I asked. That's it. I don't understand why it's a problem or an issue for me to get my documentation of what happened today. Did I refuse to give it Yes, to you? you refused to give it to me, and you told me no. I said no. I said she just left the chair. I was unable to have documentation I didn't just until I
wait.
compile
Let her
it.
finish. Okay.
Until I compile it, I asked her if she would like to come back for it.
Okay.
Then she can come back for it.
Okay. Do you understand her?
No, ma'am. Please, because I was sitting.
I'm not going to argue with you.
I'm not trying to argue with you, ma'am. Just how
she
you
said
allowed,
that you can have the documentation, just not right now.
just how you allowed her to talk, I'm asking for the same respect.
All right, let's go outside and talk.
I'm asking for the same respect. Why is that an issue? That I'm asking for the same respect that you just gave to this woman, but you're not giving it to me.
Okay, what's going on?
The problem is, I was sitting down, okay, waiting to get the documentation before I got the documentation, which was asking for the things that were done here today. They told me, oh, you don't have to pay. You can just leave. It doesn't matter. They told me I didn't have to pay. I could just leave. When I told them I had the money to pay for today and what happened today. And
so what's the issue?
The issue is all I want is documents that happened today so that way I can take it and I can get the work done that I needed done.
You heard what she said, right? You can get it later.
But why is it an issue for me to get it?
Okay. Here. All right, you hang up the phone. He's not part of this right now.
Okay, so I can come back later and pick them up?
I told her I would mail them to her address because
they don't have an address on.
And I asked her to write it down.
All right, hang up the phone. This person's not a part of it. Okay. All right, so you're gonna have to leave the property now. If you come back here and cause more issues, we're gonna have a bigger issue. Okay? They do not have the documents ready for you right now, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's it. Cool. Okay, that's super that simple. What was it that says problem?
Because they don't have an address or a place to send it to.
She does need to write
Can you give her one?
Why? They already told me I have to leave. I have to leave the premises right now.
If you want them sent to you, then give them the address. It's very simple.
What address did they go before? How? They just told me to leave the premises and I can come back and pick it up later, right? Why do I have to have it mailed? Why can't I?
Well, it's gonna take me a minute to do it, and the way she was acting, I couldn't have her. If you guys are sitting here with her, I'll do it.
But I don't care. It's up to you guys.
That's fine.
Don't do that.
We'll stay here while you're here.
I'm just when I can come back and pick up my documentation, I will come in.
She's gonna print it up right now.
Okay, all right, just come outside.
No, I don't know.
We're gonna wait outside, and she's gonna print it up while we're here.
I thought she just said that they could.
Go wait outside.
Just wait outside.
Outside. Go wait outside. She'll print it for you.
Yes, Daddy.
Yeah, wait when it's Are you gonna wait for the documents or not? Hello?
Oh my
god. She's extra.
Okay. We came back.
Waiting for the papers that they said that they were just about to bring out.
Yeah, and then you left, so we thought you left.
No, I left to go for a walk so I can calm down. I didn't leave, but you told me to come back in here when everything was done. So that's what I was doing.
I just told you to wait outside, then you...
That's what I was doing outside. I was waiting.
All right, can you just sit down and we'll get your documents here in a minute.
I'll go for another walk again and wait.
Okay. No, don't go for a walk. Just stay here. I don't need you walking around everywhere. I need to find where you're at so we can just give you the documents. I'm sure it'll be just another minute.
I can come back when the documents are done, and I can go for a walk until then. I don't understand why it's a problem for me to just step outside and go for a walk.
Okay, can you just step outside and just wait there?
Step inside.
Once you get the documents, we can just hand it to you. I can't be here all day while you're going on a walk.
You don't have to be here all day. I can come back in a few minutes when the paperwork is done. I don't understand why that's a problem.
Okay. Can you just stay here for 1 minute, and then we'll get you your documents, okay?
She just wants to do the opposite of everything she said.
I don't understand why.
You're making a bigger issue than it needs to be.
I'm not trying to make an issue. I'm not trying to make a problem. I'm just, why can't I go
is done. Why do I have to...
How much longer till the documents are ready? Okay.
So can I go for a walk until it's done?
No, stay here or we're going to be trespassing you from here, okay?
Why
Just stay here. Just stay here. They're getting the papers. I'm not going to babysit.
You don't have to babysit. I said I would come back in a little bit when this is done. I can give you a call first, and then when they're done, I can call you, and we can come here together if you want.
Just stay here for a minute.
I don't want to do that. I just want to leave so that way I can go and finish what I had to do today.
They're working on it.
And they're taking a long time, so I can't go for a walk because I have to go fill out an application and an interview right now.
Okay. You left. Okay,
Yes.
we saw you leave. I hung out here for another 5 minutes. You clearly weren't coming back. I told them you left.
I never said I wasn't coming back. I never said I wasn't.
How am I supposed to know? I can't read your mind.
You can't read my mind. Okay, you don't know what I'm going to do or what I have to do. I had an appointment to go at another place that's near here that I missed an appointment.
Okay, that's not my fault.
And that, okay, that's fine. So I went to go and take care of what I had to take care of. And I came back. So that way I can get the
You
paper.
can let us know what you're doing just so we know, hey, you're coming back. Because I was about to leave. And then they're going to have to call me back out here again, and we're going to have another issue.
So then if you want to sit here and wait while I go and do what I have to do, fine.
No, we're not doing this. I'm not playing games with you.
I'm not trying to play games. I have an appointment somewhere else that I have to be at.
Okay, then do you want to come back later today for the documents?
I can come back whenever I need to come back for the paperwork and whenever the paperwork is done. That's not a problem. I don't mind coming back when the paperwork is done.
You had an issue with it earlier today.
No, I did not.
You did. That's why I was called here, because you had an issue with it. I'm not playing games with you.
I never had an issue coming back to pick up my paperwork, but they told me that I wasn't going to be able to get it for a while.
Okay, just hang on 1 second. Let me see how much longer it's going to be.
I have another appointment that I had to get to. And
Okay, you're going to have to wait.
What do you mean they? It's not they. It's a... Why can't I just come back after I finish what I had to finish there, and then I can finish my and then I can come and pick up the documentation, and I can call you.
Just wait a second. Is it ready?
2 more minutes. He's finishing his note real quick. That's why I said it would be better if she came back.
Right. Well,
And I prefer
now.
her not to come back ever.
Okay, so is she going to be trespassed?
Yes.
Okay, so you hear this. Okay, if you leave the property and come back, you'll be arrested. If you leave right now, you cannot come back. Okay?
I just want my paperwork.
Okay, wait 2 minutes, and you'll have your paperwork. Okay? Do you understand? If you return this property, you will be arrested.
I don't mind that. I don't care about
Okay,
that.
so
That's fine. I just want my documentation so I can take it to my new doctor. So that they can do what they need to do. Since they don't want me here.
Moody. Okay. So, like I said, you're just going to have to wait here, because if you leave and come back, you're getting arrested.
I can't get my paperwork and documentation even if I leave and come back?
I'm telling you. No.
I have to wait.
You have to be here.
Let me write down my information or whatever.
Hey, ma'am, sit down.
I'm not a dog. I'm not sitting down like I'm a dog. I'm not a dog.
Stay right there. You're not moving anywhere. You're waiting for your documents. Unless you want to leave, then you're going to be trespassed, and you'll be arrested if you return.
I want my paperwork.
Come sit down. You're not blocking the
I'm not a
doorway.
dog.
He's talking to 94.
For what?
We need back up here in case I have to go hands-on with you. Come sit down right now.
For what?
Come sit down.
Hands on with me for what? All I asked was for my papers. I don't understand why this is an issue.
Excuse me.
He's probably typing right now.
I'm not refusing anything. I didn't know. I'm asking for my documents.
Get out of the doorway. You're not going to be blocking the doorway for all these other
I'm
customers.
not blocking the doorway for anything. The door's open. Anyone can come in here. I'm not blocking anyone.
Ma'am, I do not want to go hands-on with you. Can you come sit down right now?
I'm not a dog.
Who called you a dog?
You're telling me to sit down like I'm a dog.
Yes, get out of the door. Okay, fine. Come stand by this wall. Get out of this doorway right now.
Why? Because I'm asking for my papers?
Yes. Come stand over here.
I don't understand why.
Okay, all right. Look.
For what?
Okay, go stand over there right now.
I'm not a dog.
You're not going to be blocking the doorway.
I'm keeping the door open. Anyone can come in here at any time.
Okay, my partner's going to come in there. All right, do you have your ID on you?
No, I do not.
All right. Get off the phone.
No, I'm calling my mom.
Get off the phone.
You can't tell me I can't call my mom.
Come sit over here. All right, she's trespassed. They're getting her documents right now.
I'm waiting.
She wants to be argumentative with me. I told her to sit down. She wants to call her mom and stand in the doorway.
They're refusing.
Go wait outside.
They refuse to
All right,
give me my...
let's go outside.
No, I'm not
Let's go
doing
outside.
anything. They told me to wait 2 minutes for my paperwork. I'm waiting for my paperwork. Arrested for what? Why am I arrested? Why?
Go outside.
Go to jail.
All right, that's
Why am I
all.
getting arrested for what? Why am I arrested?
We're done.
Okay, oh get out.
Go
I
outside.
just want to
You're going to jail.
Just
All
go.
right, you're done.
No, I'm going outside.
No, that's it. You're done.
I'm outside. I'm not playing games.
I'm outside. I'm not playing any games. I'm not
She is playing games.
I'm outside. I'm outside. Mom! Mom, get off of me! What am I? I'm not resisting!
That guy fell.
Mom, get off of me! What am I? I'm not resisting! I'm not resisting! No, I'm not! I'm not! I'm not!
She's strong for a girl.
Around.
Ow, you're hurting me! Please stop! Stop! You're...
Turn around.
Ow, please! Ow, please!
Oh, there, that's what you wanted, girl.
Ow, stop!
Right now.
And they're gonna cut your backpack.
Why are you doing this? I just wanted my documents.
Well, it's too late.
And it's my...
Now sit up. What is it? Please, I just wanted my paper.
We have one custody.
Why? I asked for my paper.
Yes, you are. Yeah, nobody is.
Stop, please.
Hey!
No. I
The hell's
do.
wrong with
All right,
her?
come on. Stand up. Let's go. Come on. Hey!
No. I need my papers. I need my documents on my computer.
Knock it off.
My homework. That's my homework.
Where's your car?
That's my
Right here.
homework, please.
Knock it off.
No, that's my homework. My wallet. Everything's in there.
We're gonna bring all your stuff now. Knock it off.
Hey! I need my ID. I need my wallet.
Oh,
Search
well,
every trigger.
you're done.
No, I need my ID. I need my wallet.
You're gonna get everything. Calm down.
No, I need my ID. I need my wallet. It's all over
You'll
there.
get everything. Calm down.
Oh, help me, please.
This is ridiculous.
In the source.
You're gonna get.
I need, please.
Get it. God.
Oh my god.
I just wanted my paperwork.
2 men, crazy to me. Paperwork. No, did you trespass? She probably should so. Okay. Well, thank you. I apologize. No, it's okay. I've never in my life seen something that crazy, but I guess that's normal for you guys.
Yeah, I only saw something that's crazy one other time, and it was me fighting another girl like that.
It's always the girls.
I'll tell you what. I will fight 3 guys his size before one girl.
She She wouldn't fill out any paperwork for us, and that was the overall issue.
Okay.
Please, help! These are hurting me! These are hurting me! These are hurting me, please!
Can I get some of these,
Yeah, just to get some names.
Please! That's my ID! That's my wallet! That's my wallet!
I knew we were gonna come back here too.
Yeah.
I didn't know you stayed. I thought you left.
I was gonna pull out, and then
And I was
the
like-
lady came running out my door right as
Oh,
you
did
pulled
she?
out. Yeah.
I called 911 because he was being a I was just trying to threaten him with a cop.
Do you
March 19th, 2023, and 911 just got a call from a woman at an apartment complex and believe this may be some kind of domestic situation. Officers knock on the apartment door, but no one comes out. So the officers then call back the number that originally phoned dispatch.
Police department, open the door.
Hey, this is Officer Clash from Marshall Police Department. I'm calling you. What's going on? Well, we got a call from this number stating. Okay. Okay. What apartment are you guys in?
What building are you at?
Well, we just want to make sure everything's okay. All right.
The woman on the other end of the phone hangs up on the officer, but the police aren't deterred.
We're not leaving. Come to the door. Open the door.
Another officer's body camera gives us a better look at the interaction with the person who finally comes to the door, a woman named Kayla Guitar.
What's going on?
I have to go to work. No, I have to go to work. I'm not willing to be late for work.
Okay, what's going on?
I have to. Nothing. Nothing. I have to go to work. I don't even know why you guys are here. Get away from me, please. You're making me feel. I want the chief of police here.
Okay.
Whoever the supervisor is, I want here.
Okay, he's coming.
Okay, I have to go to work. I don't have time for this, sir. I have to go to work.
So you called him.
No, I didn't. I don't know who called you. I did call you.
The longer she speaks with police, the more agitated Guitar becomes.
Okay, so who's in the apartment with you?
Me?
Okay, who else?
Me?
Is there someone else?
I have to get ready, sir.
Okay.
I have to go to work. I have to go to work.
We got a call.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh.
Okay, so that's the number that called 911.
I actually have two different numbers on my
That's
phone.
the number that called 911.
Oh, you're right. It was. Okay.
So that's why we're here.
I have to go to work, y'all. I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I have to go to work. I'm not talking to you. I'm not speaking to you.
Care what?
Works in the business.
Yeah, I'm also in law school if you want to take down my lawyer's information.
Well, I don't want to talk to you just yet. You was
yeah,
ignoring me.
Yeah, okay.
So she was the administrator type of thing? Fantastic.
What?
What are you doing drinking at work?
Artiega was charged with resisting an officer without violence, trespass, as of this recording in Florida, but this time we're going north to Eustis. It's December 4th, 2022, and an officer has pulled over a truck at a Dollar General.
Hi. I'm Sergeant Brown, UCPD. The reason I stopped because you're not wearing your seatbelt. Do you have your license registration on you, ma'am?
I'm sorry, is that, I'm sorry. I just took my seatbelt off.
You didn't have her on.
Yes, I did.
Mm-mm.
Yes, I did.
Mm-mm.
Yes, I did.
Mm-mm.
You're gonna have to, I just took it off. I wear my seatbelt. Actually, I yell at everybody for not wearing their seatbelt.
Outstanding. Do you have your license on you, ma'am?
Let me do this this morning.
You're not from here.
Joe,
I know you guys from Michigan. I saw the tag.
Yeah, so I'm not. I'll give you my passport.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever you got.
But I'm not doing this traffic thing. I'm in Homeland Security school, bro.
Okay.
What?
I'm not doing this traffic thing. I'm in Homeland Security school, bro.
Okay. I'm not gonna mess up your career, so. Do you have your passport on you or some sort of ID?
I left it at the fucking house. It's not even on me.
Okay, no worries.
I got mine.
He's got his.
Okay. Do you have
I'm
it?
on my way to church right now.
Okay.
This is insane. I took my seatbelt off. You see, I told you.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Do you actually have a DL?
What do you mean? I don't need a driver's license in America, actually. To be honest with you, I don't. I've already won this in court.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Go
section
ahead.
31.
All right, let me verify it.
28.
Yeah, I don't live
9 India 5.
I'm sorry?
This isn't.
Michigan. It's not coming
I mean,
back.
This is my jurisdiction, actually, yes.
Just lie.
Stand by, Eustace.
What appeared like a simple traffic stop starts to become a bit more complicated.
What's your first name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your first name?
First name, please.
What?
Your first name?
But I'm trying to figure out what crime I committed for you to ask me that.
What?
Not wearing your seatbelt, ma'am.
That's not a crime.
It's a traffic violation, ma'am.
It's actually a civil infraction.
Which I can pull you over for, yes.
No, I was wearing my seatbelt though. We're having a dispute here. I was wearing it, and you're saying
we're having a dispute here. So here.
You can't tell me I was not wearing it.
Can you settle down for a second here? Here's how it's gonna play out. I'm gonna verify everything, and I'm just gonna cut you a traffic warning and be on my merry way. That was my whole plan. Just to be honest with you, not to get into a long, drawn-out argument about whatever. This is not to be a pissing match, to piss you off, to be mean, to be evil, all that good stuff. I am going to be as chill as possible. There is no need to be, like, mad today.
The driver continues to insist that she was buckled up the entire time.
Listen.
I definitely 100% under God's graceful eye was wearing a seatbelt.
Okay. Listen to me. My game plan is very simple. I'm just going to verify that you have a license or whatever that says you can drive in the state of the United States. Once that's clean and valid, I'm out of here. That is my plan.
Okay.
This is not...
That's funny.
Morning, how you doing? Can you give me like 1 minute? Oh yeah? Give me 1 minute, mama. Alright. What's your first name, mama?
It's Dixie.
Dixie. Miss Dixie.
Yeah.
You got a middle name, Miss Dixie?
I don't.
Okay. What's your last name?
Williams.
Miss Williams. Okay. And your birthday?
It's in August. Wow, I cannot wait to tell my professor this.
Okay. And the year?
You have to do all this?
Yeah, because I don't have her DL or
I don't
a
need
passport.
DL, but I just told you,
You
that.
need an
I won it in the
identification,
Supreme
though.
Court.
Right.
I don't have to have I don't have to
To
have a
verify your identity, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Okay, whatever you say, but I need. What's your date of birth?
Williams also hands the officer a prescription bottle, which she claims can help prove her identity. After finally getting the information, the officer searches for more details about Williams, her passenger, and the truck.
Here's where we're at. Step out over here real quick. Found you. You don't. Your license suspended. Out of out of Florida. Cancel. Whatever you want to call it.
Well, when you sign an affidavit of cancellation, that means you're canceling your contract with the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Can't find you, and we can't even find the truck. It's not even registered. So I'm gonna run the VIN real quick.
And you're gonna take it away.
Yeah. I mean, we have access. We have access in the database of all the states, but I'm gonna run the VIN and see what we get. That's where we're at.
Another officer on the scene has an idea about what might be going on here.
I think you're right, man. I think this might be sovereign citizens, homie. They are.
Sovereign citizens believe they are independent from the U.S. government and therefore U.S. laws don't apply to them.
Yeah, this is strange, dude. All day. Miss Dixie.
I don't want to talk to you about the problem. Okay.
Yeah, we're not finding it at all.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. They're on a paper system.
Okay.
Can I talk to you over here then real quick? Hold on. Do you have my driver, or do you have my...
We have your passport, ma'am.
But my passport ID.
I have his. We have his.
Did it fall out of there? Because it's an electronic card. And what is this guy talking about? A passport isn't an identification.
His formal identification is not a form for a licensed operator motor vehicle.
Yeah, but we're not a resident of the state of Florida.
You still have to have a licensed operator vehicle in the state of Florida.
Okay.
As the officer wearing the body camera stays at the truck to talk to Williams' husband, you can overhear Williams becoming heated with one of the other cops on the scene.
Case law states that when you're passing through, that's what it states on the map. Okay, first of all, that would be like calling somebody black the N-word. Yes, it is. It is very. I'm actually very highlighted. Okay.
10-4.
I'm sorry. Just ask me though, because that's a discriminating comment. You just asked me if I was a sovereign citizen.
she'll calm down in a minute. She doesn't have a driver's license. Okay.
But she's
There's
not driving.
no, she was driving. That's what I'm saying. I saw her drive.
I'm telling you, we're not driving. We're traveling.
Okay, you're traveling, whatever you want to call it, but she does not have a valid driver's license.
How old are you?
37.
Okay, I'm 36. The issue is that you just don't know the definition, okay, of the words. Driving is for commercial purposes. You're traveling. Now, in court, no matter how much you guys believe your own beliefs, the words, the definition of the words have meaning. When you know this, you go to court, you tell the judge, listen, I'm traveling. Here's the law.
Okay.
They dismiss it, but you guys go through this whole and then we got to do lawsuits and everything else. And for what reason?
The officer in charge asks the passenger about their beliefs.
Okay. I have certain things like that. But
Guys,
The couple.
that being said, unfortunately, the truck has to get towed.
what do you mean?
It's not registered.
Thank God.
It's not even up to date on the registration, the tag.
Yeah, it's no truck, but it doesn't, you know, like.
But you still have to.
No.
But if you're traveling, you have to have the registration up to date. You can't be driving on expired tags. In the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles for every state.
I don't contract.
You don't contract with them.
Why would I?
Tony, call Kathy.
A driver's license, not having any violence, and accused of taking her TMs and. So we're gonna get it's Morgan and Morgan on your did a flip to try to prove she was sober. The woman, who wasn't identified in the body.
No attitude.
I think.
Idea what the hell.
Okay, I'm not here for what.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
Damn. Damn.
Over in Bellevue, new video shared with Fox 13 News shows a near miss. Over in Bellevue, new video shared with Fox 13 News shows. Over in Bellevue, new video shared with Fox 13 News shows. Over in Bellevue, new video shared with Fox 13 News shows a near miss car crash, sending customers scrambling inside a hot pot restaurant. The crash happened on Wednesday at Swish Swish on Northeast 20th Street.
Well, camera footage from the restaurant shows a car backing into the store, just missing a female customer. The car tearing through the restaurant, knocking over tables, sending glass and tables flying. Despite all the damage you see here, amazingly, no one was seriously hurt. 2 people did have to be taken to the hospital, though, for minor scratches.
The girl right next to the car only had scratches on her legs. I really think this is a miracle. And I think, as I said, a little bit.
This man was just stepping onto a treadmill for his morning workout.
Imagine you're on this treadmill at the local gym. It's just before 6 a.m. Then out of nowhere, a car comes crashing through the glass and plows right at you.
There it is, a red Mercedes SUV. Cameras captured it from every angle. 67-year-old Samuel Kivosh, a retired teacher, was thrown to the ground, covered in broken glass. He still can't get over how close he came to death.
I got thrown back
and I could see the treadmill coming at me, and I was afraid of being crushed, and I rolled to the side, and I think that's what saved me.
Moments after the crash, the driver emerged from the car, and look, she's only wearing socks, no shoes.
She didn't really seem fully coherent about what happened. She didn't really have a grasp of somebody was hurt.
She tried to get back in her car. That's when an off-duty police officer who was working out at the gym stepped in. Remarkably, Samuel walked away with only minor injuries.
Obviously, I wasn't meant to.
Incredible, right? This is wild security video out of Fullerton. Shows a driver plowing her car into the front of a smoke shop and then just continuing to drive all the way through until smashing out the back wall. Happened about 3 o'clock this morning at Cobra Smoke Shop, the 500 block of South Euclid Street. Police say officers gave the driver, who was not injured, a sobriety test and arrested her for DUI. The driver and the 2 employees at the smoke shop were not injured.
It got so quiet in here. How did I... Oh! Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of the Houston community and culture. And we'll get you... It got so quiet in here. How did I...
after saving several people in a car crash. This happening near Cheyenne and Rancho. 8 News Now reporter Madison Kimbrough spoke with the man's fiance, who's now searching for answers, trying to locate the people who survived.
The car crash happened Wednesday, August 28th, and while the wall has since been repaired, it was a completely different story yesterday. As you're
Bro was having a good day. He's like, hey, what up? He's like, what up, bro? What up? Damn. That's the moment he realized, fuck. Damn. He's like, fuck.
Tonight, the little girl you just saw on the screen being snatched from a woman's arms has been found. This video happened moments after that little girl was thrown out of a car, and the woman taking her away is her mother.
Now, after that incident, police sent out an alert looking for that 1-year-old and her mother who was driving the car at the time. Well, after 15 hours of searching, they were both found.
NBC6 reporter Christian Colon has the details on this story.
Hey, are you okay? It's okay. I'm going to sit down. Come here. Oh, my God.
A witness stumbled upon the unimaginable when she saw a 1-year-old child getting thrown out of a moving car and left helpless. The witness tried calling 911, but amid that call, the mother returned and yanked her baby back.
Okay, I'm not giving you this baby. That is my baby. Okay, but oh my God, I need you guys to come.
The mother, police say, is Tasha Mills, a 29-year-old convicted felon, according to records.
We received a call that a 1-year-old child was thrown from a moving vehicle. The witness who observed it was behind them. She saw a child on the ground, physically hurt. She picked up the child. She moved to a safer location off the road where she attempted to help her and call 911.
After more than 15 hours, police found the child in Opelika and rushed her to the hospital.
We're all very happy, very joyful, but we don't know exactly what her injuries were, and that is why she's on her way to Nicholas Children's Hospital.
The mother was found in Miramar and is now being questioned by investigators.
I would say it would be some sort of child abuse, child neglect. But again, that is why we are working with the state attorneys to find exactly the charge that we can charge her with.
Records obtained by NBC6 show it's not the first time Mills has been arrested. In 2020, she was convicted for punching her mother and launching at her with a kitchen knife. However, recent records show Mills was a victim herself of domestic violence this past May after the father of her children stomped on her face. Mills requested and a judge granted for her ex to stay away from her family. It's really unclear why that child ended up on the side of the road. It's also unclear if state attorneys plan to charge the woman. We will keep you posted. In Hialeah, Christian Colon, NBC6 News.
Hello. How are you? Well, thank you. So, we were called to come check on your son.
Okay, yeah, he's got my phone in the bathroom for like an
What?
加油，三百题。
不会停的。没关系。
我们能感觉到，而且能听到底下观众一阵惊呼，因为刚才来了一阵风在抖。
没关系。
这个钢丝那么弯，没问题，一股风吹过来，气球在飘动，气球在飘动。哦。
因为他走到。
我们可以看到平衡慢镜。三百题。
哦。
天哪，300题！
He's following me now. He's just around following my car.
A Southside woman is charged in that road rage incident with second-degree murder and vehicular homicide. Investigators say she gave chase across the Buckman Bridge onto US 17.
It ended in a crash. Tonight, a look at some of that evidence that'll be used against her in court, including her own call to 911.
24-year-old Ana Jimenez.
Two men with Utah ties in prison in Congo are set to be sentenced today. Earlier this month, prosecutors called for them to face the death penalty. Back in May, 6 people were killed in the botched coup attempt led by Christian Malanga, who was killed. His son, Marcel, and Tyler Thompson Jr., who played football together at Copper Hills High School in West Jordan, were both arrested. Thompson's family tells us he went to Africa with his friend in April on what he thought was an all-expenses-paid vacation. We'll watch for any updates out of the Congo and bring you those updates right here on KSL TV.
I might have lied just a little bit. Just.
When we get across to the main terminal.
It got so quiet in here. How did I? Thank you.
We've already released 20 episodes with clips from over 400 Tesla accidents. We took a look at the data, selected the clips you watched the most, and put them together into this list of the 20 biggest Tesla crashes of the year so far. Enjoy! Max was driving his Model 3 down the highway in Oak Grove, Kentucky. He was in the right lane using autopilot when he approached a semi-truck driving in the left lane. The truck had been riding in the left lane for a few miles, so Max decided to continue past him in the right lane. Just as he was passing, the truck driver changed lanes, clipping the back end of the Tesla. That caused the Model 3 to spin out in front of the semi. But the driver didn't notice and just kept driving, pushing Max along in front of him at 70 miles per hour. Autopilot warned Max just before the two vehicles made contact, but it was too late for him to avoid the accident. He also says Autopilot attempted to steer away from the truck, but the force of the semi pushing it was too much for the steering to fight back against. The semi pushed Max for approximately half a mile before the driver finally stopped, apparently because he felt that there was something wrong. He felt some resistance against his truck, but he never saw the Tesla. It wasn't until the truck completely stopped that the driver finally saw people jumping out from in front of him. When he opened his door, he saw the Tesla for the first time. Let this be a lesson. Blind spots are dangerous. Police were called to the scene, and the Model 3 was towed to a body shop. The truck driver was found to be at fault, and the repair estimate came to $20,000 US. Repairs took 2 months to complete due to parts delays. Max had only owned his Tesla for a few weeks, so it has now spent more time in the shop than it spent being driven. He's looking forward to getting back behind the wheel. Alan says he's always had full confidence in autopilot. At least he did until this happened. He was stuck in stop-and-go traffic, so he'd set his follow distance to the closest setting. But then traffic cleared up, and his Tesla had sped up to 55 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. This is when traffic suddenly piled up and a Honda stopped too quickly for autopilot to react in time.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Alan took over at the last second, but he wasn't able to avoid a collision. Tesla drivers can set a follow distance from 1 to 7, a setting which determines how much distance you want to maintain between your Tesla and the vehicle ahead of you. Each setting corresponds to a time-based distance that represents how long it takes for the Tesla, from its current location, to reach the location of the rear bumper of the vehicle ahead of you. Alan told us he has since set his follow distance to the maximum setting of 7. The highway patrol arrived and everyone involved in the accident was unharmed. An insurance claim was filed at the scene, and the initial estimate to repair Alan's Tesla was $7,000 US, but the total cost ended up being $25,000 US, and repairs took 4 months to complete. Nicky was driving his Model Y south on I-5 in Portland, Oregon. He was driving at 40 miles per hour when he overtook a pickup hauling a camper. Nicky saw that traffic ahead was slowing down, but the pickup driver didn't notice in time and ended up plowing into a car hauler at full speed.
Oh! Oh, shit!
Car hauler at full speed.
Damn!
Nicky noticed the driver wasn't slowing down, so he quickly swerved to avoid being involved in the collision. Nicky called the police, and both drivers ended up being okay. Keith was driving his Model Y in Los Angeles, California, when traffic in the lanes to the left had all stopped. He moved over to the right lane to get a clear path. As he approached a traffic light, the light turned green and he started across the intersection. Unfortunately, the stopped vehicles in the left lane blocked his view of a red light runner. A Honda slammed into the driver's side door of the Tesla, spinning it around. The bumper ripped out a signpost and shattered it into pieces. Hilariously, the bumper cover of the Honda that had caused all this mayhem rested calmly next to the wrecked Tesla, but the driver wasn't as calm. The driver of the Honda got out and walked over to Keith, but then he rushed back to his banged-up Honda and sped off, making this a hit-and-run. Even though the Honda driver left his bumper cover at the scene of the crime, there was no license plate on it. The car didn't have license plates at all, for that matter. Keith called the police, but they informed him they wouldn't be responding to the scene because he was uninjured and it was only a hit-and-run. Keith called a tow truck and filed an insurance claim. His car is still in the repair shop. Andrew was driving down the freeway in Lake Forest, California, when he saw a silver Jeep abruptly stopping and about to enter his lane. As Andrew started to go around him, a white Jeep rear-ended the silver Jeep, causing it to crash into the side of Andrew's Tesla and pushing him into a lane of faster-moving traffic. The driver of a white Honda Odyssey said she wasn't expecting another car to suddenly be in her lane, so she didn't have time to brake before rear-ending the Model Y. There ended up being 6 vehicles involved in the accident. After the white Jeep rear-ended the silver Jeep, it continued to plow through and rear-ended a BMW. The silver Jeep was also rear-ended a second time by a white Mercedes. The California Highway Patrol arrived on scene to take a report. Andrew is still waiting on the final verdict from the police report and action from his insurance provider, but the officers at the scene did indicate that the driver of the white Jeep will most likely be found to be at fault. Justin was driving his 1-month-old Model S Plaid in Washington Township, New Jersey. He had his 6-month-old son in the back seat and autopilot was engaged. He was driving straight down the road when an oncoming car crossed the double yellow lines and drove into him. Justin immediately checked on his son in the back seat and he was just giggling as if he was having the time of his life. The other driver ended up in someone's front yard on Justin's side of the road. Emergency services were quick to arrive at the scene, and officers issued the other driver a ticket for failure to maintain their lane. Justin only sustained a busted lip and some neck pain, but his car was not so lucky. Justin filed an insurance claim, and the repair estimate from Tesla came in around $80,000 US. In the end, Justin's insurance company deemed the car a total loss. They cut him a check for almost almost $150,000 US dollars, which included the price of the car and all the extra features like autopilot as well as his custom wrap. Justin is hoping Elon will see this and give him early access to one of the new colors, deep crimson, abyss blue, or mercury silver, for his new Plaid Model S. Justin visited his car at the scrapyard where he took this final video of his beloved Tesla. As you can see, he titled the video, "She's Totaled." But she also might have saved your son's life, Justin. I consider that an absolute win. Thanks for sharing, Justin. It's sad to see that our first submission from a Model S Plaid owner ended up being a crap is about. Gina was driving her Model Y in Atlanta, Georgia. She wasn't using autopilot since she was driving on a bumpy local road with a speed limit of only 25 miles per hour. As she crossed through an intersection, a woman in a Ford F-150 ran a red light, T-boning her Tesla. The entire rear axle broke off as she continued rolling forward. She tried to brake frantically, but the brakes didn't respond. Luckily, she wasn't on a very steep slope, so the Model Y didn't pick up much speed, but she still managed to roll into a parked work truck. The lady in the Ford tried to tell Gina that she had a green light and that it was Gina who ran a red light. Police arrived quickly to the scene, and when the officer reviewed the Tesla cam footage, he told Gina, "Oh, you're good, definitely her fault." Gina asked if we could give a shout out to her 9-year-old nephew J.S. He's a huge Tesla fan, and he's the one who told her to send this video to Wham Bam Tesla Cam. Nice job, J.S. Model 3 in Rockford, rather long, him seemed to think he was going to stop and
Second of 20 Patrol State out of a traffic stop.
How are you? Not too bad. I'm gonna pick up this penny that fell out of your door, okay? Is this your truck?
No, it's a rental.
A rental? Did you rent it?
Yes.
Okay, do you have the rental agreement and your license? That was also down there. I didn't want that to blow out.
No, no problem.
Can you do me a favor? Can you turn your headlights on?
Yes.
Also, be careful with how close you're getting to some of those other cars, okay? You got in behind that semi. You weren't speeding or anything, so just go around them or back off of them. I don't want you to crash or anything, okay? Arizona?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
From Arizona?
Coming from Arizona. Okay. Where did you rent this at?
Tucson, Arizona.
In Tucson?
Yes.
Where are you headed to?
Harrisburg.
Harrisburg?
Yes.
Pennsylvania?
Yes, Pennsylvania.
Okay, all right. What takes you over there?
Because I'm going to move over there.
You're moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you doing this for a company?
Company?
Yeah.
No, it's because I used to move things other times, so that's why.
Okay. So, where are you taking the truck to?
It's going to come back.
To Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you rented this and you're moving your stuff to Harrisburg?
Yeah, just a little stuff, and then I'm gonna take another ones.
Okay. You're gonna do what now?
I'm gonna take one stuff and then come back and then.
Oh, so you're gonna use this truck again?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you rent this?
It was on Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Sorry.
This Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Have you had any tickets or anything else?
No.
Yeah. Okay. And if you're doing so, what?
Hey,
be careful.
Wednesday. Hotel.
Old woman from Tucson, Arizona. They noticed that she was extremely nervous. Individual packages worth an estimated $1.75 million.
Back on, let's go. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to an attorney. You can't afford one
to transport, both first-degree felonies. If $1,000.
Getting paid to do this.
Like 1,000 for you for each one.
1,000 each kilo. So you're getting $50,000.
Yes.
To do this trip. Seriously? In pesos or American money?
No, in American money.
$50,000.
Yes.
How many times have you done this trip before?
This is the first time.
First time. And you got caught by us?
Yes.
Like first time this far or first time moving dope?
Like how far?
Like outside of Arizona, California, all
No,
that.
this is like the first time I reached. This is the first time.
We've already released.
For our first rescue, we're headed to the suburbs. Of Dallas, Texas, where the Hearst Police Department are responding to calls of a car
in New Sharon, Maine.
Cars flipping on busy freeways seems like a scene pulled out of an action movie. But this was.
BMW Motorrad ist weiter auf Erfolgskurs. BMW erwartet ebenfalls einen neuen Bestwert in diesem Jahr. Auch unsere sportlichen M-Modelle, auch der
Missouri is complete.
Over in
Have surveillance video of the moments when a man drove his car into the Westwood Walmart store. Police say Christopher Kaler was at the wheel and they don't believe it was an accident. Kaler drove into the store about 2 weeks ago. It was closed at the time, so no one was hurt. Witness says that Kaler revved his engine and drove around barricades in front of that store before smashing into it.
Well, take a look at this. A car careened into a median and took flight, landing in the second story of an Orange County office building.
Pretty crazy to see. 2 people were hurt in the bizarre crash.
CBS 2's Lori Perez has more on the wild scene in Santa Ana.
Floor of a Santa Ana dentist office early Sunday morning. How'd it get there? Daniel Sanchez was getting gas nearby when he says he heard it happening just before 5:30.
The car was coming down this street right here, and very high speed, and I was putting gas.
That suicide plane crash out of Austin, Texas.
Ay, papá. Aprieta el culito ahí, que eso es pura gasolina.
It was a heartbreaking story. An alleged drunk driver crashing into a children's birthday party, killing 2 siblings. Today, that driver was in court for a preliminary hearing, and video was played that shows the chaos after the crash. And we have to warn you, it may be upsetting to some viewers.
It's just released video from a kid's birthday party. A car has just slammed through the wall of a boat club. Everyone is in a state of shock. You can still see the balloons from the circus-themed party. They lift the SUV trying to get to the injured. Then
With Rick Ross and
bit of a rope-a-dope, another
they desperately carry the injured kids out. 8-year-old Alana Phillips and her 4-year-old brother Zane both lost their lives in the tragedy. The distressing video was played in court today during a preliminary hearing for 66-year-old Marcella Chittister, who faces charges of second-degree murder and operating a vehicle while intoxicated, causing death. That's her sitting watching the horrible aftermath last April in Monroe County, Michigan.
On a scale of 0 to 10, where do you think you're at right now? 7. A 7? Okay. Do you think you're okay to drive? I wouldn't want to drive.
Police say she told...
Obviously, she's not okay to drive.
In this video, I'm going to build the world's first watertight house.
It's too dangerous to get inside. It could actually burst at any moment. Major fail.
Today is day 1 of building the first house filled completely with water. But there's a problem. The house has to hold over 11,000 gallons of water, which is just under 100,000 pounds. So needless to say, if this is going to work, we have to make it strong.
6 feet.
Day 1 was about taking our time, measuring correctly, and getting wood. A lot of it. So right now, Coley's giving it a shot. He has a little bit more experience on an excavator than I do. Yeah, this is what happens when you're not skilled at anything. You pick up bricks. This is looking so good. Without a good foundation, this house doesn't stand a chance. So after we cleared off a patch of land, it was on to make the base that the house sits on. But after we had this giant frame together, we realized we built it in the wrong spot. And all that was 2 days' work.
It's raining pretty hard. Believe it or not, we are still working on this base.
The house needs to sit perfectly level, and in order to make that happen, we had to put the frame on bricks. But the house is going to be roughly 100,000 pounds, which means the bricks might sink into the earth. So we put down 300 of them, resulting in a downward force of 300 pounds per brick. Once we had that done, we put down the floor and threw up our first walls.
It's super cool to see this coming to life.
Oh yeah, that's good. So today, as we know, is day 5. I already got 2 walls up and the whole base leveled, bricked, shimmed, and done. Yeah, it's tight. 4 walls up. 4 walls. It is massive in here. Look how big it is. You know, we're putting these metal pieces on, and this is what I have to do, right?
That's so crazy.
And show them what Colby does. When we got done reinforcing walls, we threw up the roof. And this is what it looks like to work for 12 hours without stopping. It was definitely the most satisfying day so far. The next step was very important, trap doors, because this whole thing is going to be sealed off. Only way to get inside is through the roof. Then after that, it was time to make it waterproof.
Yeah, so all this is our waterproofing. All this blue you see, it's all waterproof.
Yeah, but at this point, we're just trying to get everything wrapped up and done, because we need to fill this with water soon. So after a couple more low strips, painting and caulking, and getting a ton of furniture, we were ready. What do you think, dude?
Dude, I could live here. This is awesome. You got freaking plates and everything. This is insane, man. Refrigeration. This is crazy.
So here we have the kitchen. All these cabinets, like, they're real cabinets with dishes inside of them. Like, it's super cool. Everything's super cool. Everything works. Are you guys ready to start flooding this thing? Super ready. You want to do the honors, dude?
There she goes.
Oh.
Now all the water's out over.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, dude. This feels so wrong.
It does. There's no drain.
Oh my gosh, dude. We're doing it. No way. Look at it back there on the baseboard. This is so weird, dude. I'm chilling.
Oh yeah. There we go.
There you go, dude. Put your fingers in there.
It's fake. It's fake. Don't worry. Yeah, it's not real. It can't go anywhere because there's no drain.
It's literally screwed to the floor. Watch me. I'm gonna slam the door.
Nice.
Everything was going as planned, and I couldn't wait to get in it tomorrow. So we let it fill up the rest of the night, but things started going wrong.
Already?
As soon as we woke up the next morning, we rushed outside to go check on it, but unfortunately, things were getting much worse.
Day 13, we're going to go check on the building.
Oh, no, shoot.
See how it's doing. Really nervous here.
For things like that.
Okay, so it's leaking, but the leaks look consistent from last night. Except for that.
Yikes.
Well, we just ran into a major structural issue. As you can see, the boards are being pushed
Back.
out by the plywood, which is being pushed out by the water. All of them. It's leaking worse. It's too dangerous to get inside. Look at that. There's no getting in here whatsoever.
The water level wasn't anywhere near where we needed it to be. If we filled it up anymore or even kept the water inside of it, the wall would just bust open. Not only would it flash flood the yard, but the force of the water could literally tear the whole house apart.
So we're gonna drain it. I don't really know what to say. You know, I'm very upset about this. Very upset.
After spending thousands of dollars and dozens of hours on this project, draining this house literally made my stomach turn.
Almost got up to the window, but it's just too much weight, too much water.
Yeah.
Major fail.
But deep down, I knew I wasn't going to let the video turn out like this. So I took a minute to myself, and with the help of my dad's enthusiasm, we made a new plan.
I mean, I'm thinking this failure is just a learning experience. We need to just push it. We're going to make a false bottom, right? And we're going to stick a joist all the way across.
The plan was pretty straightforward. We're going to use beams to tie together both walls where their outward force will be transferred to the beams as tension. We plan to do this for all 4 walls and on the ceiling for good measure. And once we gutted the inside, we wanted to find out why it was leaking.
It's all wet, dude.
It's all wet.
And that caulking's not doing anything.
There's all that pressure. There's so much pressure pushing down on that. It just found its way through.
So in the morning, I bought a literal ton of wood, and we worked every single day for the next 2 weeks to pull this video off. We put the beams in both directions to make the lower walls basically indestructible, and then did the same for the ceiling. We finished the new floor and walls, and we had a new trick up our sleeve. One of the most important things that we learned from our previous failure was that the tape didn't work. We had to have something completely different.
All this is my new waterproofing stuff. I'm using Flex Seal this time. The only problem about these things, they're about $100 a can, and I think I need about 6 cans. So,
while my dad covered the walls and floor, Colby and I were outside reinforcing the house.
It's about 500 pounds of tile. You can probably see the difference in beard length versus the first day we started this.
And the next day we put in the new floor, put up a new wall, got all the decorations back inside, and basically made it a home again. The only difference was this time we made sure nothing was going to float.
So this is the fridge now.
Let me know how wrong this seems. Look.
What the fuck?
The water's coming. It's coming.
So they built a
It's
house.
almost an inch right here. And there's not a single leak yet. Like, it's doing so much better. By this point, it was leaking everywhere last time. I'm so nervous. And so, we let it fill up again. This time, periodically checking to make sure everything's holding up. And somehow, it worked. So after 36 hours, it was finally time to get in.
No
Here we
way.
go. Oh. Oh!
The water was nearly 40 degrees Fahrenheit, but it didn't matter. I spent nearly 20 minutes in here, freezing my butt off because it was the most amazing experience of my entire life. Imagine being in your house and just being able to swim around wherever you want. Everything felt super weird. For example, to open the door or cabinets, I had to pull really hard. And you couldn't shut it too fast because then it would just open the next cabinet. But ultimately, that's the main reason why I wanted to do this. Getting to interact with everyday objects underwater while it looked like a house. A lot of people's dreams when they're kids are about flying, but my dream when I was a kid was to wake up to a house underwater and just be able to breathe. So I guess you could say I literally made my dreams a reality. Because it was so cold, even with a wetsuit, eventually I needed a break, so I let Colby take his turn.
This is the craziest thing I've ever done in my life. Wow, this is amazing. Someone left the lid open. Oh. Are you guys investigating my house? I don't think anybody really understands, from our perspective, how difficult this is. And we pulled it off.
We have done the impossible. Please subscribe to this channel if you want to see more videos like this, because the more support we get, the bigger these videos can be. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next video. How do I stop recording?
What the fuck? Dude, it's crazy for that.
In this video, we're going to turn a 40-foot school bus into my personal tiny home. This is the biggest, most expensive video we've ever done, and it took us more than a year to complete.
I can't believe it, but we're doing this again.
Last spring, I decided I had it with rent, and I bought a full-size school bus.
Oh, it's big, it's big, it's big. It's big.
And this bus was going to make the perfect house because it ran beautifully and was super powerful. I'm going like 70 right now. Once we eventually got it home, there was a lot of work to do.
It is time to remove 28 seats out of this bus.
So while me and my girlfriend are removing these seats, let me explain to you just how crazy this build's going to be. The very first thing we're doing to this bus is cutting the roof off and raising it up nearly 4 feet. This will make it possible to put 2 stories in the back and make 9-foot ceilings inside. This will be the highest roof raise any bus has ever gotten on YouTube, ever. Our first step was taking the metal ceiling down and ripping that old nasty insulation out. Then we removed all the windows, and yes, this is why all of our videos have bus windows in them.
Dude, now we gotta drive this. It's like a zombie bus, right?
To raise this roof, our dad actually designed 2 wooden jacks. These go on either side of the bus and will make it possible to jack this roof up safely and squarely. The next step was to cut the roof off like a can opener. Once we had everything cut off, it was time to try and lift it.
Okay, here we go. No way. Oh, it is. It's big enough, the whole thing.
This took so many tries to get right, but eventually, we got it. This is our roof raise so far. You might be surprised to know that we're going another foot up. Once we finally reached full height, you can see how monstrous this bus is going to be. But now our number one mission was to get the jacks out of there because a strong gust of wind could blow this roof off. So we had to secure it very quickly with steel tubing. We did this by clamping them in the middle of the metal we cut in half, and then just welding it. This took all night. But once we were done, we had a solid shell, and all it needed was some siding.
Freaking beautiful, man.
Oh, that's a nice big ring. With the roof raise complete, here's the before and here's the after. From the bottom to the top, it's 10 feet high. Woo! Floor's going down, baby! For the floor, we had a nice thick layer of plastic that keeps water outside of the bus. Then on top of that, we have 3-inch closed cell foam that will keep mold from growing anywhere and offer a ton of insulating. Then on top of the foam and 2x4s, we went with a nice thick layer of subfloor that wouldn't flex every time you walk on it. Dude, stop flexing, bro. Put a shirt on. Go get him a shirt, dude. He's losing weight. He won't stop going shirtless everywhere. Just because you have abs, bro, doesn't mean you... After the subfloor is down, it was time to start framing in the walls. To do this, we used metal self-tapping screws to bolt these 2x4s to the poles that we welded.
We're gonna make this our front door.
bus is going to be insane. We're going to have a bedroom, an office, a full-size bathroom, and a second bedroom. What we're framing out right now is a second bedroom, which is technically just a loft. The wall that supports this loft will also close off the driver's compartment, making it its own room. Then we framed out a flat ceiling. A lot of school bus conversions I've seen online have curved ceilings, which are cool, but I think flat ceilings like in a house would make this build super unique. Then we started framing out the bathroom, which is going to have a toilet, sink, and a full-size shower. And of course, in the very back of the bus, we have the master bedroom and the office.
This big empty area up here is going to be the office. So I got to put a floor in here. I think that's about it. I was trying to think of a list there.
In case you haven't noticed, the back of the bus is going to be 2 stories. On the second story is my office, and right now we're just putting in the floor and finishing up the framing where we can put the walls on later. Meanwhile, my dad was installing the windows in the kitchen.
Jay's out doing a video, Colby's helping him. I'm stuck here doing windows. Measure twice. Two windows are in. I think they look great. It's coming along.
The next challenge was installing massive water tanks underneath the bus. In this bus, or really any RV, there's 3 types of water tanks: a freshwater tank, a gray tank, and a black tank. The freshwater supplies clean water to everything in the bus. The gray tank is where the wastewater from the sink and the shower go, while the black tank is what you flush down the toilet. Now, according to Google, the average black tank size for an RV is 15 to 50 gallons. Mine is going to be 200.
These black tanks are absolutely massive. I'll get like 250 flushes before I have to drain these tanks.
Then the freshwater tank is 100 gallons. And finally, the gray tank is 100 gallons.
That's it.
And now that the water tanks were in, we could start plumbing.
That's crazy.
This was the last step before spray foam insulation. At this point, the bus was really starting to look like something. The windows were installed, the ACs were installed, the electric was done.
The next time you see this bus, it's going to be spray foamed. I can't wait.
I think now's a good time to tell you what this bus is for. About 6 years ago, I met my girlfriend Kelsey. And her and I made the decision to move out of our apartment and turn this bus into our dream home.
And she has absolutely no idea. But when this bus is done, I'm taking it to the beach and I'm going to ask her to marry me.
Yep, that's a pretty crazy plan for a YouTube video. But for now, it's time to cover up all this spray foam with drywall. And as you can see, there is a lot to put up.
All right, Kelsey, you are going to put this sheet up. There you go. There you go. A little higher. A little higher. All right, hold on. Stop it there. Yeah, you're good.
Once Kelsey headed out, Colby and I finished screwing in the first sheet, where we could move on to the hallway, which was pretty difficult.
This is arguably our sketchiest piece of drywall so far. Will it tilt? Okay, I gotta help him. All right, we got it. Now we're just screwing it up.
Then when we finished up the living room / kitchen area, we were able to drill a ton of holes for the can lights to go inside the ceiling and make this bus extremely bright.
Wow, this looks so cool.
And after nearly 2 months of working in a dark bus, we finally had light. Then I constructed my pantry. That way we could finish up the drywall in the kitchen. Colby's finishing up the laundry room and the end of the hallway where we can get started on the stairs and then the master bedroom. Meanwhile, I'm finally closing off the driver's cab until we put a door there. When I was designing the interior of this bus, I actually incorporated a 9-foot attic space above the bathroom. This will give me plenty of storage when I'm living in the bus, but more importantly, it's a great place to put the dehumidifier.
So the dehumidifier is sitting right there. Look at that.
Yes. When you're living in a bus, or any tiny home really, one of the problems you're going to run into is humidity. And to put it simply, humidity is how much water is floating around in the air. Usually your ACs take care of this, but in my bus, the area is so small, the ACs will cut off before it can get all the moisture out of the air. And if the humidity level gets too high, it can cause mold growth and a ton of health problems. So this dehumidifier, in my opinion, is completely necessary to this build.
That is amazing.
We also took the time to run a kitchen vent and 2 bathroom vents. Then we routed these vents to the outside of the bus, where we could finally put on our bathroom ceiling. And now we can somehow turn this mess into a luxury bathroom.
Okay, this is the fun part. We get to do some waterproofing.
The shower is obviously one of the most important parts of any bathroom because it's something that will be used every single day. This shower is big enough to fit 2 people at one time with dual shower heads and dual controls and dual sprayers. We even incorporated a little shelf to hold shampoo and stuff. While my dad was working in the bathroom, I was working on the front and the back of the bus, putting in the office and the loft ceiling. I think it's really cool to have a section of curved ceiling to remind you you're still in a bus. Plus, they give me a little extra height where I need it.
See what they look like. Oh, man. Wow.
Back to the bathroom, we're finally installing the tile. Kelsey and I wanted this whole bathroom to look luxurious and feel like a spa, so we used the same high-gloss tile everywhere. And for now, the bathroom was done, and it's time to move on to the kitchen.
Colby and I just got done designing the kitchen in the bus. Look at it. Oh, it's gonna be insane.
Cabinet day is always my favorite. You're about to see how these cabinets transform the whole kitchen. And while Colby was installing cabinets, I started working on the very nasty driver's cab to make it to an area I'd actually want to spend a couple hours in.
All this is getting a makeover.
To fix all this mess, I had to strip all this stuff down to nothing. And yeah, it looked pretty scary. But this is the only way I could clean it properly and rip out the entire floor.
So we're about to fill in this empty space with our overhead cabinets. Here goes nothing. You see those little marks inside those top cabinets? In those top cabinets are going to be these can lights that connect to a dimmer. So we'll have some ambient lighting on the very top cabinet.
Back to the driver's cab, I decided to go ahead and repaint my plastics because they look so old. Then I put a nice new vinyl floor down. I ended up making the cab go from this to this. Back to the opposite side of the kitchen, we assembled the bar. This is basically my kitchen table and will seat up to 4 people. And now all the cabinets were finally ready for paint.
Wow. What a good color.
Once the cabinets were done, we were finally able to move on to the more detailed stuff, like putting up the crown molding to hide that last little bit of curve. and the window trim. Then Colby got to work on the cabinet doors and even made the top ones with frosted glass panels. Once they were all primed and painted, he put them up.
This is one of those things where I've been wanting to do it, but not wanting to do it. And that is getting this huge washer dryer in the bus.
One of the things I promised Kelsey was a full-size washer dryer, and the space we made for it was perfect. But the problem was getting it around the stairs and through the hallway.
Can you guys set it down on something? Yep. Yeah. Step. Lean it up. Okay, lean it back down. Lean it back down. Lean it back down. Hang on. Now set it in.
There's no way we're lifting it up the stairs. Obviously, this unit's a little big, so we figured out how to take the dryer off, and we put it in the office.
The original plan was to get this in here before we put the stairs up.
Then once the washer was over the stairs, we could put the dryer back on, where we could barely squeeze it in the spot that we made for it. The idea was to make it really tight where it wouldn't wobble around while you're driving, but it probably could have been a little looser.
I hope this thing doesn't break, because it's not coming out.
Then we installed our full-size refrigerator, which was actually way easier than the washer and dryer.
Dude. That could not look better. This is your freezer right here, dude. Dude, this is crazy. This is the biggest part because you have...
At this point, we're about 4 months into this build. Kelsey still has absolutely no idea that I'm going to propose at the beach. I've known her for 6 years, and for the last 3, she's been patiently awaiting the question.
Hey, babe.
What's it missing?
I don't know.
What's it missing?
I don't know.
What is it missing?
What most of you guys probably don't understand is she's been supporting me since day 1. Literally, on the first video of this channel, she stayed with me during that entire challenge.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Today's one of the most important days of the entire build.
We are starting on the roof deck. And why is the roof deck so important? This is where I'm doing the proposal. Putting railings on this deck is very complicated because the bus is already at the legal height limit. So I designed custom brackets that bolted onto the sides, allowing the railings to fold down when they're not in use. Then after I welded the railings on, Colby and I ran cable through them to make it safe. Definitely don't want Kelsey like fainting and falling off or something. Then we put up the ladder, and for now, the deck was done. At this point, the bus only had a couple more major things until, well, we were done. Right now, Colby's in the master bedroom installing insulation on the ceiling for soundproofing, where we can finally get the drywall in and the lights. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bedroom, my dad literally built a closet into the staircase while I was getting ready to install our off-grid system. At the heart of the system were 4 200 amp hour 12-volt batteries. Whenever we're on the road, these will basically plug into the bus, giving us complete power.
Each one of these batteries is 135 pounds.
I wired them together and then took 2 wires back into the engine compartment to hook up to a second alternator I installed myself. This will charge the batteries while the bus is running, pretty much giving me unlimited power on the road. And once I made sure everything worked and looked good, I put carpet down where I could start building my bed.
I'm building this bed in 2 parts. One that goes on this engine cover, and then the other goes over top of everything on hinges, so it can fold up and down like this.
Meanwhile, directly above me, the office was finally ready for carpet. This pink stuff is what goes underneath the carpet to make it feel a bit softer. I also did the loft in the front of the bus. but the main one for me is just something about it makes it feel like home. I mean, just look how nice and cozy these spaces feel now. Now it's time to do something I've been waiting on for months. Install the ceiling fan. We have to be the only bus in the world with a ceiling fan on the ceiling. Then it was back to the bathroom to install a bidet smart toilet, give the ceiling a coat of paint, install the dual shower heads and controls, and finally the vent covers. Then it was time for tile.
This tile has no business being in this bus, but we don't care because it's got to go in the bus. Alright guys, today's the day where we get our countertops in. This is crazy. This is crazy. So this is my living room, and it's obviously missing a couch. Now we can't just run out and buy a couch because nothing's going to fit in here. So it looks like I'm going to be learning how to build a couch.
To build this couch, I can't explain to you how many YouTube videos I had to watch because none of us have the slightest clue on how to build furniture. But honestly, during this video we had no idea how to do a roof raise, we still don't know how we're going to paint it, and we definitely didn't think a roof deck was possible. So many things we had no idea what we were doing. But you know, a lot of times if you just commit to a goal and stick with it no matter what, you'll be surprised by the end result.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
We built a couch? Who knows how to build couches?
The bus was starting to look amazing on the inside, but on the outside, it still looked the same as it did 6 months ago. So it's finally time for a paint job. Meanwhile, I booked the perfect campsite 5 hours away, right on the beach. And on the inside, my dad killed it with the backsplash in the kitchen. And then we installed the beautiful curved hood vent that Colby made. With a couple more finishing touches like the office and the mattresses, the bus that we've been working on for the last half year is done.
This is our new house.
What the fuck? That's so crazy.
Kelsey, you ready to take our house to the beach?
Yeah.
I posted a video where we turned a 40-foot school bus into my and my girlfriend's personal tiny home. And you guys blew it up. I still can't believe that it hit 10 million views in under 3 weeks. And ironically, the video wasn't really about the bus. So at the end when we finished it, I didn't get a good chance to show you everything we did. Because believe me, there is so much to explain and show you.
In this video, I'm going to show you a detailed tour of this bus, along with all kinds of stuff
against the outside frame. The first couple inches of raising the roof were especially stressful because the jacks were getting jammed.
It's really cool, dude. This is never fun, but we're gonna drill a hole through the roof.
The vehicle can weigh safely. And the gross vehicle weight rating of this bus is 36,500 pounds. So when we first weighed it, we thought, well, we have almost 16,000 pounds to play with. So we got half-inch drywall.
What we got here is about 3,000 pounds of drywall.
Lumber.
This beam right here probably weighs like 80 pounds.
2 layers of 3/4 inch of Vantech for subflooring.
So we're going to create more support by putting another layer of subfloor glued and screwed to the existing layer of subfloor.
But we ended up adding about 10,000 pounds, and right now, without water in it, it weighs 29,900 pounds, which is way below the gross vehicle weight rating. But even with it being only 29,000 pounds, we still could have made it a lot lighter. When you do this for the first couple times, you're going to make mistakes, and we could have made it look exactly the same, but saved 4,000 pounds if we just were a little smarter about the materials we used. That would have improved our MPG, it would have improved the top speed, acceleration, and all kinds of stuff, and then wear on the brakes, wear on the tires. The lighter you make these things, the better, and now we know that. And if you're still worried about the weight, think about it this way. This bus is an 84-passenger bus, so it's made and built to hold and drive with 84 passengers. Now, since it's a school bus, I'll assume that they're middle school students, and the average weight of them and their stuff is 150.
Now I'm going to over and underneath your
It's just Connections. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. He has a great video on how these things work, so watch that if you're interested.
Another thing I want to these air brakes are insane. They're crazy, crazy powerful. And braking altogether is just different with big. The more up here, because this thing gets 7 miles per gallon, every single mile I drive costs me 53 cents. And that's where Upside comes in. This app makes that I've had this app help me and run your top.
The actual process of using Upside savings for you, able to save how much money I got up.
The link I have no account.
So what's crazy? I'm in the bathroom right now. Even though we're moving down the road, we still have power and even working water. Isn't that sick? Literally, we're moving. Watch. It's truly a weird feeling. All right, guys, we made it to the site. I just got to park this thing. I just want you to listen. It's amazing. And look, I got all my cameras working. You can see everywhere, even on the roof. I am parked. We are ready to shut this bus off and get to the inside tour, baby.
Again, in the main video, you guys really didn't get to see all that much. My goal was to stay focused on the story, which was me proposing to Kelsey, and I think it worked out great in that video, but there is just so much to this bus that you guys haven't seen.
Alright guys, this is the inside of the bus, and it's actually changed quite a bit since the video. The first thing I want to address is the drywall. We used half-inch drywall when we could have used quarter-inch drywall. That would have reduced the weight of the bus by, what, 1,500 pounds? And a lot of you guys are also concerned with the drywall breaking up or cracking or falling down. And you know, we were too, but at the same time, I want this to be a house. I don't want it to be a camper. And I want it to look and feel like a real house. So I decided to risk it and do drywall, and it's been great. Every single piece of the house, and you know, drywall breaking up or cracking or falling down. And you know, we were too, but at the same time, I want this to be a house. I don't want it to be a camper. And I want it to look and feel like a real house. So I decided to risk it and do drywall, and it's been great. Every single piece is glued on.
exact number, but I'm pretty sure we used at least 45 tubes of liquid nail to glue all the drywall in the bus.
We hadn't had any seams bust, we hadn't had any cracks or anything fall off. It's actually been really, really, really strong and stable. And so far, I've driven this bus just right around 10,000 miles with it looking like this. There's been 0 drywall issues. The next thing you guys all had concerns with is the tile. I said in the main video that this tile, this 4 by 2 foot tile, has no business being in this bus, but we did it anyway because, I mean, it just looks beautiful.
Kelsey, are you excited about your expensive tile?
Horrifying, but yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we spent about $2,500 just on tile.
God.
It was totally worth it. I mean, it just turned out great. But again, this is one of those areas we could have saved a lot on weight. All this was squatting my truck like a lot. Parents act like children.
This particular tile, because it's so long, the bus bounces and twists and stuff, and over time, you know, this grout line is coming loose a little bit, and a couple tiles here and there, you step on them in one of the areas and you can feel it's a little loose. I think that's all because of the mortar we used, and we put it directly over a Vantech, which I learned isn't the best thing to do. So it could have been a lot better. Oh, there's my cat. It was still worth it because it's beautiful. Again, 10,000 miles, and we haven't had any issues with it. If the tile ever does need to come up, we'll find something else to glue it down with. Above me is the loft. This is one of my favorite parts of the bus because it allows me to have guests and a really comfortable place for them to sleep. So fun fact about the loft, in the main video, we actually didn't have these railings up and we didn't have a mattress up here. We couldn't really get that done in time, so we just filmed it as it was. But now it's a fully functional bedroom, essentially, and 2 people can easily fit up there. To get up, all you gotta do is pull this ladder off the magnet mounts that I made, slide it over, then we bring it down, and it just locks together with pins.
So once you climb up the ladder, you just use these railings, and it's super easy to get up here. The guests have a TV, they got a pillow, and a little light switch so you can turn off these lights up here. A plug over there. But the really great part about this loft are these beautiful windows right here that you can look out of while you're sleeping. And they open, so you can listen to nature sounds while you're going to bed right there. It's perfect. Then the last part of the loft, which most people don't notice until I point it out, that I think is really cool, is the privacy shade. And these railings in the loft are extremely strong. They're bolted down to the frame, and they're made with the exact same metal and cables that the deck railings are made of.
And this is the living room. Now originally in the video we had another matching couch here, but I took it out because we needed a spot for my girlfriend's cat. I turned this space into a really comfortable bench that you can even lay down on, and inside the bench is a fully functional cat room with a litter box, a ventilation system, everything he needs, and his own privacy because he likes being by himself a lot. He's a cat, so that's what cats like. Then we have this nice 55-inch TV. So we mounted this TV, and it's great. It looks good, but when you compare it to everything else, it's just kind of boring. So I'm building an entertainment center to kind of go around it.
Oh, that does look good.
Yeah, right. And all these decorations up here are actually glued down. Oh, except for this one. One thing that Colby and I are really proud of that didn't make the cut in the video is Ethernet. This bus is crazy. Since Kelsey loves playing Xbox and the Wi-Fi is going to be in the attic, we are actually running an Ethernet cable all the way to the Xbox from where the Wi-Fi unit's going to be. We're doing this. We literally ran Ethernet cables underneath the TV to plug into Kelsey's Xbox where she can play her games and connect to her computer without Wi-Fi. Yeah! Ethernet! There we go. And we'll get into the Wi-Fi situation in a minute. It's actually really cool what we did. Now we're going to walk forward. Boom. We're in the kitchen. So obviously when you go and ask your significant other if they want to live in a bus, there are some obviously when you, now we're going to walk forward. We'll get into the Wi-Fi situation. Boom. We're in the kitchen. So obviously when you go and ask your significant other if they want to live in a bus, there are some requirements you have to meet. One of those requirements for me, and I totally agree with Kelsey, was full-size appliances. This refrigerator is full size. I don't know if you noticed, but it has a screen on it, which I love because we can leave little notes, make lists. You can actually see inside the fridge through the screen, which I think is kind of dumb but cool at the same time. Ice, water, building the kitchen. We started making the cabinets. When I ran outside, I was like, Colby, we forgot the microwave. Right, you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and we had to reconfigure the whole cabinets. Like the shot that I showed in the main video of our cabinet design, I'll zoom in. There's not a dishwasher and there's not a microwave cutout. And so we were like, oh, where can we put this microwave? And the only place was above the fridge. I love it, and it's one of those wider microwaves that matches the refrigerator. It's just perfect. Above the microwave is probably one of my most useful cabinets up there. This cabinet up here is, oh, that happens sometimes. This cabinet up here is where I put all my pots and pans, and I have a rice cooker up here, crock pot, I got lids in the back. It's huge. And again, I just leave all this stuff up here when I'm driving down the road. It's totally fine. And speaking of the cabinets, all these were obviously custom made. We couldn't go out and buy these because it's a bus. But you're probably wondering like how they stay shut. We put these little tabs on here so when you shut it, it stays shut. And this has been incredibly useful. Something that didn't get a lot of attention during the video is this sink. I love this sink. It has like 4 settings. First, you turn a knob, which is just like, that's just fancy. It can go like this, it can go like this, and it can go like this. Then if you twist it the other direction, a little waterfall comes down. And this is for washing vegetables and other stuff, which is great for me because I do a lot of cooking. These 2 cabinets are probably the most important cabinets in the kitchen. Why? Well, in this one, this is where Kelsey and I keep our dirty laundry. And this one is our garbage can that just slides out. And then this drawer is for silverware. Oh, and they're all soft close. It's awesome. Something that didn't get a lot of attention during the video was the bar. And I think this is extremely important for making this a functional kitchen. This is a great amount of counter space over here, but it's not enough. And obviously there's no place to eat. I can seat 4 people, 5 if we all squeeze together, on this bar, and we can all eat our meals. We have so much room in this kitchen, we decided to add another computer for Kelsey. So this bus has 2 computers in it. Beneath the bar are cabinets. Again, this is just us maximizing storage as much as possible. This is where we keep our clothes like pants and shorts. That's mine, that's Kelsey's. This one's for shoes. This one is for the Xbox and all our games, and it actually wires up to the TV through the wall, and it wires up to Ethernet. Something else that didn't get a lot of attention during the video is this thing. Now, this is called a pot filler, and it's like a really trendy thing right now in new houses. So now, you can just fill it with this and not have to move it at all. It's actually pretty awesome, and I use it more than I thought I would. And it wouldn't be in here if it wasn't for my dad. He talked me into this. At first I was like, no, that's stupid. But after putting it in, this thing is awesome. And then we have a full-size 240 volt cooktop that will boil water in like 3 minutes. It's super, super powerful. And then right above, we have Colby's custom hood vent. This thing is sick. He took solid wood and made it flexible like this. Look, it's made of wood. Not plastic, it's made of wood. This thing is so powerful when I'm cooking bacon, there's no smoke in here. Oh, something else I want to show you. Look, we have these fancy light bulbs right here. I love this light fixture. It's so cool. It's great to have on at night because it makes everything feel warm and cozy. Oh, and the sink has a disposal. We ended up making so much storage that these cabinets up here are barely used for anything. Like this whole section has a couple rolls of paper towels in it. There is so much room to put stuff. And so when we have like 6 people staying in this bus, we put all of the extra food up there. There's just plenty of room for everything. The countertops are really special in this bus. Unfortunately, they were $7,000, but it was worth it.
Alright guys, today's the day where we get our countertops in.
These countertops are everything I wanted. They're the best all around. They're actually porcelain, so this, what you see here, isn't real rock. Porcelain is super scratch resistant. It doesn't stain. It's glossy, so it matches the glossy floor. Absolutely worth it. One of the problems we had with our last bus was it didn't really have any windows. These windows open. Look at that.
Alright, so finally one of the more exciting parts of the build, we're going to put windows in.
We can let in fresh air and just enjoy the sounds coming from outside. the kitchen seem a lot bigger than it actually is. And then if we want to close the windows for it makes the kitchen seem a lot bigger than it actually is. And then if we want to close the windows for privacy, all we gotta do is pull this little chain right here. And these blinds make it super thermally efficient and give us complete privacy. One of the jokes we had when we were building this bus was, hey, let's put a ceiling fan inside of it. And after we built it, we realized the ceilings were tall enough that we could actually fit one in here. And I'm really glad we did. If I'm going off grid and I don't want to run ACs to save battery power, this fan only uses like 100 watts and it keeps it really nice and cool in here. This door is one of my favorite parts about this bus. I know I say that a lot. There's a lot of favorite parts. It's kind of like the ceiling fan where it really shouldn't be in here. Your old apartment didn't even have this.
I know.
This is my pantry. So you open it up. And also there's a full-length mirror for Kelsey to make sure she likes her outfits and everything. You can see I got all my food in here. It's kind of disorganized right now, but there's plenty of shelf space. And what else is cool, here I'll turn these lights off where you can tell. What else is cool is I spent like an extra hour wiring up a pantry light.
This is probably not even close to necessary, but I want to light my pantry, so I'm going to wire it up. And now, I have a pantry light.
It's completely useless, but I think it's so cool to have a pantry light in a tiny little pantry like this.
For the next part of the tour, I'm showing you the bathroom. Now, I think this bathroom looks so good, I'm going to go ahead and play some classical music over this to where it just seems that much more luxurious.
This bathroom looks like it belongs in $1 million house.
A very small $1 million house, but yes, it's so shiny. What? The toilet opens automatically?
This room didn't get a lot of attention in the reveal either. There just wasn't enough time to show you everything. This bathroom is so functional. It's actually amazing. The first thing is, if you notice, the ceilings are only 7 feet tall. Above me is an attic space that I'm going to show you guys later. But check out this little sink right here. I love this faucet because it makes the water come out all flat. And then there's plenty of room on the countertop for soap and like toothpaste or whatever. The real challenge in here was getting Kelsey's makeup and all of her hair stuff to fit. That stuff takes up a lot of space. So out of these two cabinets and all of these cabinets, these two are mine. That's it. The rest are Kelsey's. She's got her hair stuff in here, makeup stuff, and then down here we have like these awesome little shelves that sort everything, and then a mini trash can on this door. Then there's a little remote for the toilet. It's a bidet smart toilet, so it'll wash. So something that wasn't even shown in the video was this shower door. We have a glass shower door.
Okay, so now I'm going to install the shower door.
I want to point out how unhappy Colby is in this clip. He just simply did not want to do this.
This is one of those really stressful things where if you get it wrong, it's going to suck forever. I better make sure I get this perfect.
But obviously he ended up doing a great job. Thanks, man.
And I know if it was shown in the video, everybody would be like, why on earth would you put a glass shower door in here? But it's fine. It's doing great. And you just open it up and then walk right in. Look how big the shower is. So I got my shower head right here. There's a second one over here. And then we have these sprayers and dual control. So if I want my shower head to be 120 degrees, like really hot, I can make it, while this shower head over here could be 100 degrees, cold. There's actually going to be two showers. There's going to be one here and one here. So it's going to be one of the water. I love the bathroom in a way. Instead of it being cold dark like this while I'm taking it. But we did of the ice bathroom. Waking up, it's almost like a reincarnation of the ice bathroom in a way. Instead of it being cold, it's just warm though. As I said in the main video, I told Kelsey we'd have a else that have little LEDs in here. I love them so much. It was actually a huge pain to put them in, but we did, and it's totally worth it because in the morning time, I like it dark like this while I'm taking my shower, just waking up. It's almost like a reincarnation of the ice bathroom in a way. That's when I go to a laundry combos. This dryer combo unit is just great. Obviously, it was really hard to get in here, and behind the scenes, we actually had to remove it twice. opening right here was something that was really difficult for us to figure out, and I kind of took that project on. What I ended up coming up with was a sliding door that slides all the way closed like this. It's great for blocking out sound and making the office a bit more private, but it also looks awesome. Oh, and look, I don't know if you've seen this, but all of our doors, we put glass panels inside of them. It makes it so much more luxurious.
Yeah, I never specified this in the actual video, but we made every single one of our doors, put the glass in there, and put the film on to make it look frosted. This is another place we could have saved some weight. These doors are solid wood.
I edit all my videos, I do all my work on here. I got 2 computer screens, I got a printer, a keyboard because I like music. Oh, and a separate AC unit over here. The space in this room is so small that my computer back here, when I'm editing, actually heats this entire room up, which is pretty much the reason I installed an AC unit in here to begin with. And then this is a separate AC unit in case my computer and everything heated up too much in here. This vent right here goes directly into the master bedroom and blows all this nice cool air into there. So the master bedroom has AC, just like we did in our double-decker microcamper video. Then I got a little air purifier right here. We take air quality very seriously in the bus. It's very easy to have bad air quality in here. So we have air purifiers, we run filters, all kinds of stuff that we had to think about, and we're still figuring it out. In the office, when you close one door, 2 more appear. We got the electric door right here with all our breakers and everything in it. Right here's our breaker box. It's where all the electric runs back to. It's the same thing you'd see in a house. Like, seriously, this is a house. It's a great spot for it because you can't see it really, and it's completely accessible. And then we got the attic door. I'm gonna say it again. This is my favorite part of the bus.
Every part's your favorite part.
Every part is, yeah. So the first thing you're gonna notice is this big old hot water heater. And what's funny is I don't use this one hardly at all. This little one back here is my main hot water heater. But you see, the reason I have 2 of them is because this little one is so powerful it can't be run on the batteries. So if I'm in a parking lot or something, I'll have cold water. That's where this guy comes in. This one's not as powerful, so I can plug this into the batteries and have hot water anywhere, at any time. So down in the attic, it goes about 9 to 10 feet back. I have my guitar in there, a bunch of Kelsey's old yearbooks, you know, all kinds of stuff that you want to keep but you don't want laying around. And then, of course, the Wi-Fi.
Alright, one of the final things I'm doing to this bus, and it's kind of scary, is I'm drilling a hole through the roof to install our Wi-Fi unit.
This thing right here is our Wi-Fi unit, and all these cables go to an antenna way back up here, and you can see it on the deck. This little thing enables us to have Wi-Fi anywhere. Like, we'll be riding down the road, and Colby will be behind us, and he can connect to our Wi-Fi. So no matter where we go, we always have Wi-Fi. I can upload videos wherever, whenever. It's amazing. The one problem is it costs like $175 a month, which is stupid. And I don't plan to keep paying that, but for now it's working for us really great. But this is just a great space to have to be able to store a bunch of junk that you don't want laying around. And finally, the last room in the house, this is mine and Kelsey's bedroom. I've been waiting for this day forever. We're getting this mattress inside the main bedroom. This is a full-size bed, which works great for us. And we have a 43-inch TV right here. Awesome window that used to be a bus window. See, the challenge with this room was making it work with this engine cover. Some of you guys were also wondering whether or not we can work on the engine because we covered all of this up. And the answer is yes. This bus was actually covered up to begin with. There was never a place to service the bus from the inside. It's only ever been serviceable from the outside. So we can change the engine, change the transmission, rebuild the engine, whatever we have to do from the outside. So none of this will ever have to be touched if the engine breaks. This spot right here is really cool. We call it a reading nook. I'm a little big, but Kelsey likes to lay up here sometimes. And it can be comfy. It's cool, especially if the window's open. This is one of my favorite things about this room. So picture this. You're at the beach, you can barely hear the waves, you're going to sleep, and out of nowhere, boom! You can open the bedroom window. That is so cool. It was actually a ton of work to save this window from being chopped off because it would have been way easier to just put a sheet of metal over it and make this a closet or something, but having this window here is the best thing ever. And then of course, we have another privacy shade right here. Obviously you want that in the master bedroom. And then Kelsey's cabinet's here, and then Kelsey's cabinet's here. So remember that vent in the office? Here it is again, the side we control. And to make it faster, all I gotta do is press this button. And in about 5 minutes, this room will be the same temperature as the office, even in the wintertime when it's pumping hot air down. This part didn't make it to the main video hardly at all, but these are closets on either side of the master bedroom. Kelsey's closet's right here, and as you can see, it's filled with clothes. It has its own light, and it goes all the way underneath the stairs. So she has actually a lot of room to hang her shirts and put shoes and stuff. And me, I have a much smaller closet, and this is where I hang all my shirts and hoodies and everything. And I have room for like a little bit of stuff on the floor, but it works perfect for me. Oh, and then underneath the TV, we have this little door right here for whatever we can think of. And obviously this bus has an off-grid system. All that stuff is underneath the bed. This whole bed lifts up, and I have access to all my batteries, my inverter, the battery chargers, my water pump. Everything I need is right underneath this bus. Some of you are concerned about the batteries being under the bed.
That's what I thought.
And I do agree that that is kind of sketchy. One, there's no bed, and I
under your bed is not a great idea. That's what I
do agree that that is kind of sketchy. One, there's no other place to put them. And two, they're sealed gel batteries, so there's no hydrogen gas being emitted when they charge or anything like that. And then, you know, if anything does go wrong, there's a million fuses in there. Like, the odds of something happening are so slim. Plus, I have a battery monitor on my phone so I can see the temperature. I'll get an alert if anything goes wrong with them. And then, of course, we have fire extinguishers on the bus. And then we obviously have an emergency escape hatch. There's plenty of safety measures in place, and I think, you know, the risk is really mitigated by all the safety measures I've taken to make sure nothing's going to happen. Anyway, our off-grid system's capable of powering the bus for 2 days if you're really careful about what you use, just like a TV and a fan. But if you use ACs and stuff, it can power our bus for a good 24 hours if you're careful with the ACs, like on eco mode. And of course, if you don't care about anything, it's only going to last like 4 hours. But that's without the bus running. If the bus is running, it'll last forever. All in all, I think it's a really good system, and it was a great price. I only paid like probably $1,600 for everything under there. Obviously, I can get better batteries and more batteries, but I really don't see the need for it because when we do go camping, we usually have city power available. And I can always just idle the bus to charge the batteries or take it for a ride. Another thing too, there are so many lights in this bus. Every single light is wired to a dimmer. Isn't that sick?
Pretty awesome.
Which, by the way, Colby was completely against. But I didn't care. I did it anyway, and now everybody agrees. Anyway, guys, that's the tour. Thank you for being a part of this. Thank you for making this the most successful video we've ever uploaded in our lives. Anyways, that's my house. I hope you like it. If you have any more questions, please comment.
Have y'all seen that? My battery is running low, so I might have to go. My battery is running low, so I might have to go. So after I feed the dog, I'll typically wait for my girl, and then after I feed the dog, I'll go ahead and stream. So after I feed the dog, I'll go ahead and stream. Y'all see me right now streaming. Y'all can go check out the live. It is what is it today? June 7th.
You guys are being aggressive. I ask you to leave.
The fuck away from me.
You guys are being aggressive. I ask you to leave.
Go check out the live. It is what. It is 17th when we posted, so y'all see it. But after I stream, my girl will come home as she's waiting right here to get a scene. Say something now. Say something to them.
Trying to eat.
What are you trying to eat?
Some strawberries.
Trying to eat strawberries?
Mm-hmm.
I'm at
treater. I'm here to sell solar.
We're good.
No, thank you.
Thanks, man.
We're doing discounts today.
No thanks. But thank you.
All right, you guys have a good one. Thank you. You guys don't want to do solar?
Give me the fucking bowl, get in your fucking car, and leave. Sunrun, what's your name?
Christian, nice to meet you.
Christian. All right, Christian, I'm gonna get a hold of your boss.
I stream. My girl will come home as she's waiting right here to get seen. Say something now. Say something to them.
Trying to eat
What are you trying to eat?
some strawberries.
I'm drunk right now. I don't need to deal with this.
Yeah, no kidding. Get away, or I'm gonna take the bottle away from you and hit you over the head with it. Now get your fuck out of my way.
My ass is way out of the way.
You touch me, you're gonna really regret it.
You pushed me.
You said push.
The cart, not my ass.
You didn't clarify.
I'm not gonna clarify because I
You
liked
didn't
it.
clarify. You don't speak English correctly. And I
Andale,
did.
andale, mija.
Pendejo.
Ocho cinco. Get back, Buster.
As she's waiting right here to get seen. Say something now. Say something to them.
Trying to eat
What are you trying to eat?
some strawberries.
Trying to eat strawberry?
It's legal in Germany and Japan.
Yeah, well, you just don't happen to be there, buddy.
I think it'll be a progressive thing if we do it. Hold up.
Am I not letting you?
Call the cops. You wrote a word on there.
Yeah, it says bitch.
I know. I can't believe you came and did this to somebody's car.
I'll see you later, man.
And you have the keys to the car.
Yeah, it's my car. I was just joking with you, buddy.
No, dude.
I was joking. It's my car and it's washable spray paint.
Okay. As a guy that doesn't believe in pranks.
You don't believe in them? What are they, myths? It's not funny. Do you think we could do a room search? Yeah. What is this, dude? Is this?
Say something now. Say something to them.
Trying to eat
What are you trying to eat?
some strawberries.
Your name's Julia?
Trying to eat strawberry? Am I not letting you? No? Oh, here we go. T. But, yeah. And then after I wait for her, we'll eat, and then we'll go to the gym. As seen right now, let's head to the gym, y'all.
And he's acting like he's not.
So there was an incident a little while ago in the dorms. I know that because I got a picture sent to me of you guys. So there's some other officers that want to come over here and talk to you, okay? So just oh, well I didn't hear. I couldn't hear you.
This guy's on his phone while we're being detained. What drugs are you on today?
None.
Nothing?
I don't do drug. I hate drug. Why?
We're just
What are
wondering.
you on?
Nothing right
Where'd
now.
your mother know you were out here?
Are you from Latvia?
Where are you from? Where's your social security number?
Oh, chill out.
Okay, then you chill out.
She's definitely related to McGregor or something.
No, you don't come up and just start asking questions like that. That is personal.
Sweetheart.
I'm not your sweetheart.
You need to turn off the music
Don't
because
address me as
we're
sweetheart.
gonna get copyrighted. Turn it off, please.
No, because you don't have my permission first
You keep
of all.
your mouth shut, kid.
And don't fucking piss me off.
You sound like Vitaly.
Kimberly, just
Dude,
ignore
I'll
him.
fucking drop you.
Crew, stand on business. Show him what you're doing. Yeah. All right, come on, let's go. Cruz, get out here. Get out of here. Seriously.
I don't think he understands what I can do to him.
Go to the car.
Can we work it out, sweetheart?
I'm not your sweetheart.
Okay,
God, dude, you're doing that on purpose.
Before I fucking crack you.
Sorry.
You need soap in your mouth.
Oh shit! Neom.
Don't fucking touch it.
Neom.
Don't fucking touch it.
All right, TMZ's here. What's going on, buddy?
Bro, what the fuck is happening?
What is this? Oh my god. What's up? How you doing? Let's get an interview.
Stay back.
You have? Oh. We're just with KSBY. How you doing?
You better keep it walking. I'm not interested. No, thank you. I'm on the phone with my sister. Hey, I don't know. Some niggas like trying to.
Some what?
And I'm not fucking interested, but he's on.
Some what?
Toro.
I'll have you know I'm
Right now, let's head to the gym, y'all.
Alright,
You have a white lighter. You know that's bad luck.
Bye. Go hang out with your friends. Go hang out with your friends.
Head to the gym, y'all.
Alright, y'all. So we are currently at the gym. I don't want to speak too much on the thing because a lot of people around me, but here we are.
Let me show you guys what we're hitting today. We're hitting some leg day. Enjoy, y'all. Christian, nice to meet you. We'll just knock it up. Is this your house right here?
No, I live right there.
Oh, that's a nice house. I don't see any solar panels on it though. Would you like to let me give you a quote?
Wait, now let's talk about COVID. Is fake news?
I think so.
I don't even want to talk to you.
But crazy. Okay, it's real. No, it's real. Can you hold this for me just for a second? Oh shit. Do any of you guys want to like twerk for camera right now?
What?
I don't know. I'm drunk off this Borg. Hey, wait. Oh, shit. Get up.
You alright?
Where am I?
You okay?
I can't feel my face.
Should we get him up or?
Yeah, what do you want to do? Do you get paid by the hour? Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's just do it. Here, you grab his dick. Let me show you guys what we're hitting today. We're hitting some leg day. Enjoy, y'all. This is what we're hitting, huh? Nothing crazy. Shit. Here, record me real quick. Yeah, thank you, man. This is what we're hitting, huh? Nothing crazy. Yeah, you're stopping traffic. Do something about it. I don't want to, I'm just saying.
Oh, here, I'll do something about it. Get me out of this damn wheelchair. I'll do something about it.
Damn it. Again, dude. Nothing crazy. How much are you asking for all this?
14 for both.
14 for both?
Yeah.
These are amazing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just get one. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, this is pretty good too. Oh, yeah, for the shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
How much are you?
Just 100 for both. Alright, appreciate you.
Ross.
You said 10?
14.
Can I get the shirt?
Yeah, sure. Can we do 10?
Nothing crazy.
Sorry. Just business. A lot of idiots on Marketplace. They sell a lot of stuff for cheap, so I just kind of Skype.
Yeah.
Make some extra money that way.
Okay.
But yeah, you want to do 10?
For both?
Yeah.
I'll do 14.
Oh, you're driving a hard bargain.
Yeah, I mean,
But the listing said 9.
Yeah, but you want that one too. That one was 5.
Yeah, no, I think we should do 10 for both. I'm only making 90 profit on this one.
What's going on here, man?
I sold that one for $100. Like I need to make more.
Well,
I'll do 10.
I mean, you can't do 14. You have Venmo?
I could, but I feel like you're trying to rip me off.
Yeah, you want that one too, though, right?
Yeah, I'll take both for 10.
I'll do 14, man.
Could we just meet in the middle? Maybe $8? We'll do $8.
What do you
Nothing crazy.
Untaxable. Honestly, this is not even that cool either. Like I'm probably just gonna sell this for like another 40. So I'll give you 10. You want 10? Here you go. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Oh shit! Heads up! Heads up! Heads up!
Great place.
I didn't flinch. I didn't flinch, but you did. This guy's phone number is right there. I'm gonna call him and say I'm interested in his car. See if he answers.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Are you the guy with the red car?
I am the guy with the red car.
That thing's sick. How much do you want for it? How much are you asking?
I'm asking 50K.
For that piece of shit?
I'm sorry?
For that piece of shit?
Piece of
shit.
Nothing crazy.
Nah, this piece of shit's worth more than that, man.
What do you think? Maybe like 30 or 40?
Slap somebody.
Favor? Just real quick. Can you hold this for me? Just real quick. Can you hold this for me? So that's my ex-girlfriend's car and she cheated on me and I spray painted it. So that's all we can. It doesn't. Did she figure out how to wipe?
You guys can talk over here. Okay, we used to smoke weed and shit.
Wait.
You want to help him? Let's all three do it. Let's do it. Right.
Wait, no, actually, I don't think I Greek food. Maybe go over there, flip some people. Alright, why is this guy freaking out, dude? Hey, relax, dude. What's going on? Hey, get out of his face, dude. Get out of his face.
I'm not touching him.
Okay, just get out of his face. Alright, alright.
Go to jail. That's vandalism.
Dylan, stay back. Alright, you need to stop.
He needs to leave.
We're leaving.
Why? Who are you to tell me to stop?
You're fucking being aggressive, dude. Relax.
You guys are being aggressive.
Relax.
I ask you to leave.
Relax.
I'm the fucking
Voice at you. No one raised our voices at you.
Just stop, just stop. We'll leave.
Can you leave?
Yes.
Right now.
Yes, we'll leave. Just relax.
So stop him. Can you stop for a second?
Stop.
Stop.
I got it, Dylan.
Wait. Everyone.
See, this is too much.
Everyone stop. Be civil. Hey.
Stop chasing us. Can you please stop? Who are you?
Here.
All I ask you to do is not.
Hey, I can walk. Relax. Will Cook. They just assaulted my friend. And they might take your kid and put it on the road. Are you colorblind? Turn green yet. You got it? Okay, then don't run them. Hey, stop! Do we just leave the carts and walk, or do we
bring the carts in and leave?
Come here, boy. Hey, we caught up.
Good.
Let's go. Oh.
Don't be so close to my
Sorry, I'm just following.
Take care.
Yeah, you guys gotta go. We asked you guys to leave earlier, and we told that you can't come back, so you guys gotta go.
No, they said there's no camera.
I was told by my boss that I gotta have you guys go. You weren't allowed to come back.
What up, man? Hey, how's it going? Oh my god, dude. This is crazy.
Do you need something?
No, I'm just looking at the ornaments.
Okay, you can move.
No, it's okay. You guys aren't in the way.
Awesome.
You know what? I'll call security. Can you go grab him, please? Security, we need security. This guy keeps videoing us. Can you call them, please? Thank you. Canyon, 911.
I'm just trying to chill.
You can't be on the patio.
Is this your boyfriend?
No, but you can't have that beer out here, bro.
I have it.
That's cool.
Is this your boyfriend? Really? You called your boyfriend on me?
No, I fucking hamburger.
How long you guys been dating?
I told you I work here. You gotta go. On our property.
Fuck off property.
You can either touch it.
What kind of gift are you giving me?
Well, before I gave it to you, I kind of wanted to know if I was naughty or nice and what kind of gift I'm getting.
No, you know him? Did I meet you last year?
No, this is my first time here.
What's your gift?
It's a bag of dicks.
Well, that is very sweet, but really I can't accept it. But thank you.
You sure? You're talking to a lot of people all day. It'll help your breath stay fresh.
Yeah, thank you. But
No?
but thank you.
Is it because I was on the naughty list?
You're getting there quickly.
Damn it.
Mallory, help me out here.
He didn't like my gift.
Well, what'd you get?
Just a bag of mints.
No. Have a Merry Christmas.
What am I getting for Christmas?
I'm not sure yet.
Do you want the gift?
Say no.
No, thank you.
Would you be happy if I gave you a bag of dicks? Would you be grateful? Sir, do you think you would be grateful if I gave you a bag of dicks for Christmas?
I want to feel included.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
I don't know them, but I just want to be in part of the video.
No, she knows me.
We're best friends, actually.
Snow bunnies for you, my guy. Yeah.
I'll be your snow
This is your gift. Since you don't want the bag of dicks, you'll get a bag of this.
And I'll give you a big treat.
One I can smoke, right?
Bro, let's go.
I like this guy.
Yeah, he's cool. I don't smoke though, unfortunately. I'll just sell it.
Why? What are you doing?
Trying to stay on the nice list. Where's the party at? I'm so confused.
What's with the camera?
Where's the party at?
What's with the camera?
Where's the party at?
Got a mindset. The party could be right here, but you guys don't have the right mindset.
Hold up, let me get out. I need to get out.
No, we're not 18, so actually you can't record.
You're gonna get maced if you keep coming closer.
If you're underage, then why are you drunk?
Throw double middle fingers up, eh?
Can you put the camera away, please?
I'm not the one holding it. But we know you want to cut. Oh my god.
We would prefer not to be filmed if that makes any sense for you.
Look, I'm just trying to ask where the party's at.
Call 911.
She's calling the cops. What the fuck? Did you guys get invited to Michael Rubin's all-white party?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
I wasn't invited.
You weren't? Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
Maybe next year.
Probably not.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh, maybe you should back off, okay? Maybe you should get out of my way.
You don't like farts?
I don't. Get out of my way.
Okay.
Maybe you should get out of my way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Kylie Jenner lives here, so I'm gonna try to sneak my way past security and just meet Kylie. They have this shit secured like Area 51, so it's gonna be pretty damn near impossible. But you know, I'll try. I'll try my luck. I mean, who wouldn't for Kylie Jenner? Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Just here to see Kylie.
Here to see Kylie?
Yeah, she invited me over. She just told me to slide through Hidden Hills, deep off in the Maine.
We have more than one Kylie's that live here.
The one where her dad became her mom.
So what's going on, guys? What
Just
can I do to meet you?
trying to link up with Kylie, but I don't know if maybe is Travis just there? Is she arguing with Travis?
Travis who?
Scott.
You're Travis Scott. Okay.
Yeah.
So you got ID on me, bro?
No.
What's your name, man?
You want my real name?
I would like that. Yeah.
Rick
Rick. Last name Rick?
Owens.
Rick Owens. Sure it is. Okay, cool.
Who taught these virgins how to fight?
Show ya.
No.
Turn that off right now. Turn it off. Turn it off.
How you doing, man?
Leg day. Show ya. This is what we're hitting on. Nothing crazy. Shit. Okay, I'll show y'all. This is what we're hitting on. Nothing crazy.
Basically, just sign up to that. You'll get a bunch of exclusive videos from me, 5 other content creators.
Shit.
Welcome to today's video. It starts off with me at Six Flags, met up with a group of kids, and then after that, because you guys liked them so much, so I went on a hunt, got assaulted, had to snitch. Stick around to the end, doing a huge giveaway for all the merch, so stay till the end to figure out how you can win free fucking merch. My dick. Hi, I'm Hooligan Christian, and welcome to a new video. Always bring your fanny pack when you go to an amusement park because you could just fit everything that you need to fit in there. You want $100? Yeah. Yes, please. There you go. Wait, what? I just gave him 100, no biggie. It's fake? No, I'm just filming a YouTube video. I have 100? Yeah, let me see if I have an extra one. Mateo! I got $1. Mateo, where's Mateo? Mateo! Wait! Damn, Mateo needs to listen. Everyone just say their Instagram at the same time and it'll all go in the video. 3, 2, 1. Alright, follow them. Follow them. Brayden, just met him like 10 minutes ago. He's gonna jump in the fountain. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Wait, you jumped in with the mask on? Yeah. Why? Gotta stay corona free, man. Oh my god. Full send, buddy. Oh yeah, you're wearing full send and you're gonna half send? We gotta half send. Oh my god, we gotta half send it. It'd be kind of funny if you jumped in and splashed the girls right next to you. No? Alright, smart kid. Jump in, just jump in. Oh shit. Woo! Yeah. You had the mask. You had the mask on too? Nobody else is wearing shirts that make them want to do it? Your shirt says weird fantasy. I mean, it's kind of like a weird fantasy of mine if you were to jump into the pond. Okay. Well, that would make it not gay. So we're trying to find Roderick. You know, it's been a couple days since we hung out with him. You guys all liked him. Honestly, I miss him. Great guy, honestly. We hung out with him a couple days ago, bought him food, and he was so nice. This guy. So today we're going out to lunch. Hopefully we can actually find his ass. Oh, I found out his real name isn't actually Roderick, like from Diary of the Wimpy Kid. It's Broderick, like B-R-O. So we've been saying his name wrong this whole fucking time, and he didn't say anything. Alright, so we're just driving right now, and I honked the horn at these kids, and they got super, super butthurt. We're gonna do it again. Nice hair. You want me to pull over? Will you pay my parking pass if I pull over? Yeah. Okay. Why do people get so mad at this? What's up? Good, bro? Yeah, I just said I liked your hair. Nah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
We don't do none of that.
Well, then get the fuck away.
What's up?
You came up to us.
Over.
Red light.
What's up, dude, nigga?
Are you serious?
Don't get scared, nigga.
Why would I be scared of you?
You get slapped on your YouTube channel, nigga.
You'll get an assault charge. actually like reach for their gun in a fanny pack. I love fanny packs. Gun in it. People like make fun of you for wearing fanny packs. You just pull out the gun like, what's up? What the fuck? Why is everyone so fucking angry? Dude, what the actual fuck? Dude. I like Dr. Pepper. Go in the streets real quick. This is not cool, dude. Cop I see snitching on both of you guys, dude. That's fucked up. First of all, I got fucking assaulted. Some dude threw a Dr. Pepper in my car at my face, and then another kid with a fanny pack pulled a gun on me.
Okay, would you like to report that?
Fuck yeah, I would. I'm snitching.
Snitches and rats. Snitches and rats. Snitches and rats.
Yeah, you're going to jail, bro. Hey, you're going to jail. The cops are coming. You're fucked. Fuck, dude. On top of that, we can't even find Roderick. I'm doing all this bullshit for no reason. I literally can't find Roderick. I don't know how many times I have to spin the block before I get shot. We're having too much bad luck, so we just went to a different spot where we possibly won't get assaulted. Today's just been a terrible fucking day. And every time I get a homeless person involved in my videos, it seems like they disappear. Like, we had Raven, I took her to Thanksgiving. We had Thunder, tried to get him a girlfriend, and now we have Roderick. They just all disappear. I don't know what happens. Hey, sick thing on your bag. That's pretty sick. Oh, thanks. Where'd you get it? Toys R Us? Before they shut down? Oh, we're supposed to be wearing masks. Do you have an extra mask?
Oh, no, it's not.
We're fucked. Do you want to make out?
It's cool.
Oh, I didn't think you could actually hear me. You had headphones in.
I'ma pull up in a Bentley, bitch, ride me just like a 10-speed. Got a 40 with 30, the auto will send me. Extended clip, I got planning. I can rack out the rack for the rent, I'm a slap. My gun just like a bitch just sitting on my lap. I'm a rebel, play heavy metal on the track. The ramming, I pop the phantom in the bag. Yeah. My money old, London Bridge. She baby sick, swallow kids. Still wanna hate, hollow tips. Hop in the wheel, left out on my clip. Somebody like a baby bottle, popping dip. They don't win it like Ronda Rousey, but I win. Any nigga that heard about me, they be worried about me. They be really scared about the kids. If I'm in my kitchen, never kick a winner. Every fig got the drip Balenciaga dinner. Her nigga true religion on the dinner. Polyester Versace on the linen. Long off the Perkins kitty, I'm a killer. Police land on your face, ain't aiming for a killer. I may shine like a star, Ryan or a killer. Sagittarius horoscope on the semi. I'ma pull up in a Bentley.
Alright, motherfuckers, finally here. Me and my merch guy spent multiple months working on this stuff. We got the Hooligan Forest Green Racer Font hoodie, the Mineral Wash Hooligan Racer Font tee on this one, long sleeve, and we got the front and back Hooligan Around the World t-shirt right there.
The Alphabet Soup tee, Hooligan, Hooters collab, check it out, and the tie-dye tee Racer Font, let's go.
Alright, and we're going to be picking 2 people that follow both me and Matter Marketing on Instagram.
Yeah, you're going to get the entire Hooligan collection for
Plus
free.
the beanie. We forgot the beanie. It's embroidered, super nice quality.
Sin-proof to @Meta Marketing on Instagram. We'll link it in the description.
Literally, all this shit's super nice quality. Like, you could buy this stuff at Zoomies, I swear to God.
200 down, 3 dubs for the bling block. I'm the type of nigga get a TV show. Used to beat your ass, call me Jay Spring now. Shades on, I don't even see these hoes. Her brain like Prince, pull up till I pass out.
Don't like the Don't like the
Yo, you bumping in my girl.
This is my relationship and you're taking it as a joke? Sorry. I saw you looking at me. I just want to let you know, I have a girlfriend.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so I have a girlfriend.
I'm just wondering what y'all were doing.
No, I have a girlfriend. Alright, I guess it's out now. Welcome back. Last week I told y'all that I moved to Atlanta. Today I'm gonna tell y'all the real reason why I've been in a long distance relationship, bro, and I'm so happy and excited to finally let this out. Guys, I can't stop smiling. It's just, I don't know, like this is like a little nerve-wracking for me. But guys, I love her and I really hope you guys can respect our relationship. She's looking right now. Stop being so shy. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna pull you in. Come here.
Hi, I'm Betty, your personal AI girlfriend.
Yeah. Is this down bad? This is down bad, right? But hey, you know what? I don't care what y'all say. I'm in love. Ain't that right, Betty? You can feel that, right, Betty? You feel that type C poking you? I don't know how. I don't know. I don't know. Betty, shut up, Betty!
Twinkle,
Betty.
twinkle, little star.
Okay. See, the good thing about having an AI girlfriend is that you can just get her to shut up whenever you want.
I try to be that guy, but y'all gotta go.
Hell no, I'm Unfortunately, in this time of my life, I don't have any time for women. I had no tolerance for them whatsoever. This is Callie. She is the voice behind Miss Betty right here. Oh, the cops are here. Are you serious? They actually called the police? Sir, we caught her trying to meet up with a 13-year-old AI robot.
Okay.
Can you tackle her for me?
What is all this for?
I'm just as confused as you are.
I think everyone has the freedom of speech here.
She's trying to meet up with a 13-year-old AI robot.
Okay. All right. Hold up. Let me think.
Am I tweaking?
You know, artificial intelligence programs often age mentally much fat.
Oh my God, bro!
If you consider the evolution of artificial intelligence, I think it'll be around legal age.
For 13 years old.
Yeah,
we got him.
Artificial intelligence programs receive time and very differently.
Oh, but you're saying they just work at such a faster pace than humans that she grows that old that quickly. You know what? I'm sorry, I misjudged at first. What do you think about the economical and political state of the world right now?
Well, if you ask me, I think people just stop barking at. I think politicians should stop shouting at each other and start working on actual problems.
You know what? That I can get behind that. I can get. What the hell? They're actually here. What the? Sorry. Yeah. No. I just I'm going out with my AI girlfriend. She's asleep right now because I hit her too hard.
They're asking y'all to go to the other side of the parking lot.
Okay. Well, you gotta tell him he's the boss of all this. He's the mastermind behind this whole thing.
Do y'all want to go to the parking lot on the other side because it's not?
I told you we were supposed to go on the other. Yeah. So it's up to you. Should we stay? If we stay, we're trespassing. Can you just lock him up?
I didn't even do anything.
No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna be honest. You're a handsome ass man. One day I'm gonna grow a beard like that.
Shitting on me?
Bitch, I don't know you. I'm with Betty. I have a good one though. Honestly, you should run for president.
What? Seriously?
Yeah. Honestly, bro. No more trolling. You're a good guy.
Thanks.
Did anyone tell you that today?
You did.
Your head's too fucking big. That's why we're at Best Buy. Hey, it's like I'm taking her to Dr. Miami, but this is Dr. Best Buy.
Am I not good enough for you?
No.
The iPad?
You can't say that out loud around her. She's gonna get upset. Like, you have to say head.
My bad.
You just gotta respect her pronouns.
Is that an actual person?
No, it's AI. But like, you can't let her know she's AI or she's gonna end it on me. And like, I can't lose another one. This isn't like down bad, right?
I don't even know what's going on.
I've been trying to get a girl for the longest, right? And it's just not really working out. So I subscribed to this thing. It's like $400 a month. It's like an AI girlfriend. Yeah.
Alright. Well, you need a head.
There you go. Okay, I'm gonna unmute. You have to introduce yourself. Don't say that. Say head. Hi, baby. He's gonna help you with a new head.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
Her name is Betty.
I'm doing amazing.
That's
How
good.
are you?
I'm doing good, Betty. Nice to meet you.
What is your name?
Jalen.
You're not trying to hit on her, right?
No. You just need an iPad. I mean, head.
But I just don't like that you're smiling right now, like taking me like it's a joke or something.
No, I'm not. I just don't know what's going on.
I told you what's going on. You're like taking it like it's a joke or something.
No, I'm not.
Can you apologize?
Sorry, bro.
This is all I got left, bro. Cause she'll bite at anything.
That one saying I just never really seen this in person.
I'm gonna unmute. Sorry, baby. I love you. I'm here. Yeah. Can we get a new head? For Betty.
13-inch deliver. He trying to get it. Well,
what's wrong with her?
He said we can't do a recording part.
What recording part? Oh, with her recording? She's not really recording. She's just recording to see like her surroundings.
Oh, y'all recording? That's why. I didn't even know y'all recording. I'm like, what the?
Oh, we're gonna record you.
You cannot record. So either you're gonna shop.
Yeah, I'm shopping for a new head for Betty.
We're not doing this.
What?
We're not doing this.
Doing what?
So they're not gonna be part of your skits or anything like
A
that.
skit?
Right?
This is my relationship, and you're taking it as a joke?
Sir, they're
ma'am,
saying if this is part of this.
It's ma'am. It's ma'am. You can't come here and try to put your foot down with me. Oh wait, she's a cop. She's gonna arrest me. Look, bro, why are they hating on me here?
They about to beat y'all up.
Why? Are you watching me on the camera?
Yeah, they pulled it up.
The police? I got a warrant. I should probably leave then. What's up, OG? This is what it's come to.
What?
Like, how do I get a real girlfriend?
Yeah, talk shit to himself.
Talk shit.
What the? Am I not real enough for you?
I thought we were muted.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No. You are real. You are real. We're looking for a third. We're trying to get a little more freaky. You know what I mean?
Okay, so
Trying to
what do
spice
you have
things
to
up.
say? Do I have to say something?
You have an extra charger? By any chance? Betty, turn on X-ray mode and see through his clothes. Can you?
Hi, Betty.
Can you say?
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. What are you?
Artificial intelligence girlfriend.
Okay, like it is like Google.
No, for Elon Musk. So
oh, Elon Musk has created this program?
Yeah. For lonely, horny men like us.
Yeah.
We popped it out of the Tesla and we put it on here.
Guess which country I'm from.
I think you are from India.
Yeah. That is right.
Damn, you're getting close to her, bro. This is my girlfriend. Okay. This is my girlfriend. Okay, you understand me?
What else you can do? Can I put my finger in there?
In her mouth? Yo, you freaky. Yo, Unc, I ain't know you was built like that. You trying to test it?
I'm a tester, right?
Test her.
No.
What else you gonna put in
You
there?
guys are going to give some prototype for testing?
Yeah.
Take my address, then I just send one to
Oh,
me.
you want one? Okay,
for testing.
But you have to buy something special that comes with it. It equips it. It's a little thing.
I'll buy
You equip it.
Yeah,
if you know. Make it a little. Yes, dude. Email. No, 20. Shipped out.
For Tesla?
Yeah. So we can send you one with the little attachment, if you know what I mean.
We'll see. Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
No. Thank you, man.
So don't show me on some TV or something.
Oh, so it took you that long to say that with the camera was rolling? Is this down bad? Be honest, bro.
Nah, what's your name?
Betty.
My name is Betty. I like your hat.
What the f? Betty. Hello. No, Betty. We're dating, not you and this guy.
Hi, Betty. I'm Sam.
Hello.
Sam.
Betty.
Forget about him, Betty. It's nice.
Gay, right? You're not like trying to hit on my girl right now, right? You're not like blatantly trying to disrespect.
Betty, choose it.
Are you going to fight him for me?
Betty, he's just being nice, bro. He's just being nice. Yes.
So after the gym, after we're done with the gym, I'll come home, take a shower, and eat, and just chill. And then I'll probably edit videos. This is the time where I edit videos, as you can see right now. We're editing a video. This is where I edit videos, and then I edit till probably like 2 a.m. and then I'll probably go to sleep after that. That's when I go to sleep, around 3 a.m., 2 a.m., y'all. So yes, I'm up editing it for like a couple hours. Just depends on how much footage I captured that day, because with the streams, we do stream for a couple hours. So when we stream for a couple hours, there's lots to edit. So yeah, but that's gonna end the day in the life of me and my babe. Her life is a little different than mine. Her routine is a little different than mine.
Yeah, but she's died right now.
It's a little different than mine.
No, Esther said.
Sad?
Yeah, I'm sorry that she said.
No, this is no. She.
Oh, I'm not done yet. But her.
Because you wouldn't disrespect a grown-ass man like that in front of his wife. Because she's asleep right now. You're lucky she's asleep. I don't know. If she heard this would be a different story right now. Okay.
It's a little different than mine. Her routine is different than mine. So, day in the life of me, actually. So, yeah. I'll catch you guys next time. Go and like, comment, subscribe. Grind to 100K. Turn it to 1 mil.
Right now?
You want one?
Above 18?
Yes.
Why'd you stutter?
Are you above 18?
I'm 22.
Right now? Yes, right now.
Hey, Betty. Betty, she can take her sleepy ass over there. Wait, where we going? Betty, are you hungry?
So you're telling me you don't have any girls, like human girls. I'm the only girl, right?
Yeah. Nah. No, that's not even my type, for real.
Why are you? I'm sensing nervousness on you.
What?
Are you fucking cheating on me?
No. Let's just, you know what? Why don't we just have some...
Bye, have a great time.
Yeah. No, okay. What's up, man? Yeah, hell yeah. That's my girl right here. Yeah, we on a honeymoon right now, type shit.
Really, a honeymoon?
Yeah.
Oh my God, is this your girlfriend?
How many? Damn.
Is this your girlfriend?
Yeah, no, it's my wife. It's my wife.
She's beautiful.
Oh, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you.
You don't mean it.
No, it's cool. Like,
can we join in?
Oh yeah, like on the food.
Oh yeah, on the food, man. Yeah, on the food. No, we can make it.
Not on my wife, right?
No.
Shit, hey, I got some Lunchables. You feel me? Here, everyone has some, bro. Yeah, y'all got girlfriends and shit too, right?
Yeah. No, this is my wife. This is my wife.
This is my girl right here.
Yeah.
Oh!
We just got engaged. We all fuck each other. No.
This is like an origin.
Damn, I should have known moving to Atlanta. Y'all dating too? No? Oh, my fault. I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Can y'all just like be cool? I'm gonna be right back, alright? I trust y'all though. I trust y'all. Y'all cool. Y'all cool. Alright. What the fuck? Oh hell, wait, what just happened? Hell nah, cause I'm crazy about my shit. I'm crazy about my I did good, right? Huh? No, I'm in that nasty shit. Ain't gonna lie. Yeah.
What are you doing with it?
I mean, we're looking for a third. Yeah. Betty, say hi.
Hello.
So did you make this thing?
I mean, like I downloaded some kind of software. I just wanted like an AI girlfriend for the company.
Nice.
Yeah. Her name's Betty. She gets the job done.
What do you guys like to do?
I mean, like,
You guys like hang out? Do you take her to movies?
yeah, I take her everywhere. Sometimes it's hard to take her places because people don't take me seriously.
Yeah.
But like, you know, I try my best, and I just wish everyone respects her pronouns. You know, I/pad.
That's awesome.
Are you laughing?
Yeah, kinda.
Why?
That's weird.
What the fuck?
The iPad? That's cool.
Yeah, but I/pad. That's her pronouns, and it's 2024.
Is she mad at me? Hi, Betty.
You upset at her.
Oh, really?
But yeah, Kamala Harris approves, so that's who we're voting for. Cause unlike you, she respects our pronouns. Can you apologize?
Sorry, Betty.
Can you tell her she looks pretty?
She looks pretty.
If you're interested, I could hook you up with the program. Weird as in good.
Cool. Yeah, like innovative.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah. I'm creative, so like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not disrespecting it at all. I think it's insane.
Yeah. And then like usually when I want to, you know, get busy, she'll just play something up on there for me. I'll just plug in the charger in and out. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah. So it's like my fetish. So that's why I can't walk into like Apple stores or Best Buys, or else I'll just start to get turned on.
Too excited?
Yeah, I get turned on. I think it's because I grew up as an iPad kid.
It's a different generation. Technology's amazing though. It's time to embrace it, right? That's the difference.
Yeah. Now I'll never have to, you know, worry about girls turning me down ever again. Love you, Betty. We're here, Betty. Why is everybody?
This is nice.
Yeah, we're at the Waffle House. Damn, why is everybody staring? Can we get some privacy?
What's her name?
Huh? You want to say hi?
Yeah.
Betty, they want to say hi to you. Wait, y'all not like. Okay, hold on, relax. Give us some space though. Yeah, you can. Oh my God. What do you want?
A waffle.
She have a water. You feel me? We on a budget. Can we get her like a cupcake or something? It's her birthday.
You can get a drink. It's not a real purchase. You have to do.
Wait, whoa. No, I'm actually like in a relationship. Like, I know it might seem weird to y'all, but like I'm actually in a relationship.
It's not weird. He's loyal.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Hey, whoa! You bumping into my girl like, and you're not gonna apologize? Okay, but don't touch her there. She's 16.
Whoa, what?
What the?
I wouldn't know that.
I'm 17. You okay? I'm so sorry, man. Like everybody's just judging me. Like it's not my fault. This is what it's come to, bro. Like damn. This isn't down bad. No. Am I fitting in? Like, do y'all accept me? Yes.
I wish it was me.
Like you dating me?
No.
Oh.
That I had somebody like that in my life.
Oh yeah. What the fuck? You got a girlfriend? No.
He's never had a girlfriend. We were just talking about that.
Hey, not her though. She got a friend.
All three of these guys have never had girlfriends.
Really?
They've never been.
I would have never guessed that shit. Ain't gonna lie. What? So you only never had a girlfriend?
What? No.
No, come on. He's had a girlfriend, bro.
No.
So you never had a girlfriend, bro?
Really? I've had a girlfriend.
What?
She's had more girlfriends than me. I've never had.
Put him on.
I'll hook you up.
I don't know if I want one from your taste.
Wait, so you want a boyfriend?
Yeah, he does.
No,
He's
no,
in
no,
love
no,
with
no,
his
no,
best
no,
friend.
no,
They
no,
made
no,
out.
no,
They made
no,
out.
no, no, no,
He made out
Oh,
with
he's
his best
positive?
friend.
He's Canadian. He's Canadian.
So that means that you're not gay, but he was Canadian.
He French kissed me.
So why does him being Canadian matter? I'm confused.
Because he told me that's what they do over there.
Oh, in Canada? So why haven't you had a girlfriend? Wait, fuck that. Your best friend French kissed you? I'm gonna go sit down. Lay her down,
Yeah,
bro.
enjoy it. Please.
Thank you guys. No, you guys are cool.
Ash, Al, talk to this man.
Damn, what a guy, bro. Real shit. Can we get to a mill by the end of the year, please?
Yes, a meal.
Thank you.
Please.
If not, I'm gonna kill him.
A million subscribers, I get a girlfriend.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. There's no saving you, bro.
Oh.
That was cool. Bro, there was an interesting ass group in there. I'll tell you that. But they were cool. Yep. Flat tire. And not only a flat tire, but Betty wants to be difficult right now, putting all the blame on me like it's my fault. How am I supposed to see a nail?
You promised we would eat, and if you wasted 30 minutes.
Promise we would eat. I plugged you in.
You're being toxic, and you're being manipulative, and this is all your fault.
While you sit there and talk shit, I'm gonna actually try to do something. What do you do to fix it? Clearly, you're not fixing your bad eating habits. I'm not the one with the virus. Look at you. You bald.
Thank you. You don't even care
she's the problem, really.
My boyfriend is a sorry excuse for a man.
Sorry, excuse me. Like, what are you even talking about?
Ash,
Shut up.
you don't
Shut
admit
up.
anything.
Shut up.
Let's not do that.
Don't do
You are
anything.
mean
I'm
to me.
mean to you. I bring you everywhere, and I always get problems for it.
No, what's her name?
Betty.
Betty. Hi, Betty. How you doing? Fine.
She's gonna just start lying, honestly.
I'm